The road to the $1.5 million Esports World Cup in Riyadh goes through this year's Champion Chess Tour on chess.com. Welcome to the 2025 chess.com Classic. 3 players have locked up an Esports World Cup spot: Magnus, Hikaru, and Jan. They are already in, but every CCT title matters.
Magnus Carlsen does it again.
At last year's chess.com Classic, in a thrilling 2-part grand final, Magnus and Alireza fought tooth and nail for every square, and Firuzha pulled through.
Alireza has done the unimaginable.
Now there are 9 more spots available, 5 additional invites, and 8 qualifiers will take their shot at it. There is a lot of talent here, 3 classical world champions and multiple rapid and blitz champions. But this tournament comes down to more than just talent. Who will best handle the pressure of a 10-minute game without increment and stake their position this summer? The stakes are higher than they ever been. Who will etch their name into the CCT's legacy? Who will get their chance to make history at the Esports World Cup? Find out here at the chess.com Classic starting right now.
The big league joins in 9 out of the world. Top 10 will be in action. Welcome along, everyone, to the chess.com Classic Road to Riyadh. I'm Tanya Sachdev, and alongside me, streamer, commentator, extraordinaire, 9 times British champion, our very own Grandmaster, David. How well did you sleep last night after the plains?
Oh, well, loving the puns already, Tanya. I slept like a baby after those play-ins. It was a marathon day of chess. It went down to Armageddon in a couple of the matches as well. And in the end, we had 8 qualifiers who will be joining the action today. We'll be joining the big guns. And yeah, I can't wait. It feels like we're only stepping up a level today. And of course, a pleasure to be back here covering the action with you.
Super excited, David. It was an unforgettable day of chess. There was fights, there was drama, relief, and heartbreak in the end. And once the dust settled, we had our 16 players completing off the playoff bracket. And we'll get into all of that in just a bit. But before we do that, here's a one-on-one on everything that's about to happen.
The road to the Esports World Cup goes through this year's Champion Chess Tour. With $1.5 million on the line, the stakes have never been higher. Only 12 players will qualify from the Champions Chess Tour, and with just 1 event left to earn points, every move counts. That's why this year's CCT is bigger, bolder, and more intense than ever. All matches are now played at the blazing fast 10 minutes without increment time control. And the playoff bracket has doubled. 16 players will fight for survival instead of just 8. It all starts with the highest stakes 9-round Swiss, where the top 15 players advance. But here's the twist. The first seed gets first pick in the playoff bracket. The next 7 finishers pick their opponents, setting up a ruthless best-of-2 showdown to claim the final playoff spots. Then it's game on. 8 qualifiers take on 8 invited titans in a double elimination slugfest. Winners bracket matches are best of 4. The lower bracket stays best of 2. And if it's dead even, cue the clutch Armageddon tiebreaker. Every match, every move, every second matters, because only the best make it to the Esports World Cup.
Big fights coming up today, and let's take a look at our format for the playoffs. We had 8 invited players and the 8 players who qualified from the play-ins yesterday, a total of 16. It's all about finishing in the top 12 of the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard to make it to Riyadh. Now today, it's going to be a best of 4 in the winners bracket. It's a double elimination. Once again, 10 minutes per game, and there's going to be no bonus time, so we can expect those crazy time scrambles. The winners will continue to stay in the top bracket. The losers will fall down to their last life, to the elimination bracket, where they'll play only a best of 2. And it's all about getting to that grand final, getting as many tour points as possible to climb up the leaderboard. And of course, David, if it's a tie, we're going to have the Armageddon. Now, yesterday it was Jan Christoph Duda who booked his spot with a thrilling Armageddon. How many of those battles are you expecting today?
Oh, I would not argue with any Armageddons. I would love to see as many as possible, but I guess we'll see, especially in the losers bracket, those best of twos that we'll see later today. That maybe, just due to the fact that it's such a short match, such a sprint, will lend itself to Armageddon. But here we see some of the players joining the field on top of those superstars we already saw yesterday. And 7 of these 8 players, you were telling me beforehand, Tanya, have done something very special in their careers. And 7 of the 8 also have esports teams they're representing here today.
And the one who doesn't is the current reigning world champion. I love the graphic that we have in front of us. David, some of the biggest names of the chess world, or perhaps the biggest names of the chess world. You've got the world number 1, world number 2, you've got the world champion, you've got the 2 times world championship challenger, you've got Nordebek, Abdusatrov, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, former world champion Liren, and look at those logos right next to their names. It's not just about being a super grandmaster anymore. These are esports athletes. Magnus with Team Liquid. And I'm going to throw this one to you. Which logo do you think is the fanciest, coolest logo in there?
Oh, I'm putting me on the spot. I quite like the one next to Jan Nepomniachtchi's name. I must admit, I'm not familiar with with this team so much. I'm being told it's Aurora. I actually did know that, so that's on me. But I do like Team Falcon, I must say as well. The logo. That's always that was actually one of the few teams I'd already heard of before these players started getting signed up. Before the team started, bringing them onto their rosters.
And it's Hikaru Nakamura, who's with Team Falcon. His chess, precise and sharp, just like one. So it's going to be fun to watch all the action that comes on. Now, we have to mention that 5 players have, in fact, already, David, booked their spot to Riyadh. Let's bring up our tour standings and dive a little bit deeper into that, because stakes are just incredibly high at the Chess.com Classic. And there we have it. Our big names, their teams right next to them. Some of them picked up even before the qualifiers started. And David, I was talking about Magnus, Hikaru, Jan, who were in before the start of this tournament. Jan Krzysztof Duda booked his spot to Riyadh with his play yesterday, as did Arjun Argaisi for Gen G, Generation Gaming. Now, I want to ask you, out of the remaining 7 spots from the Chess.com Classic, is there one player that you really want to see get in there to make it to Riyadh?
Oh, I mean, I'd love to see, I wish Riyadh was open to more players, but I would love to see Fabiano Caruana. I think he's got a great chance, assuming he does well in this tournament. And in the Chess.com Classic, I would love to see Praggnanandhaa, who's maybe the informed player so far of 2025. He's won a couple of huge tournaments already, just recently in the Grand Chess Tour, and also Vachier-Lagrave at the beginning of the year. I mean, Alireza Firouzja, I'm gutted. I've got to say, Tanya, that he didn't make it through the play-ins yesterday. He now is relying on results to go in his favor. He's relying on some of his main rivals to really flop in this double elimination bracket now, because not making it through, yes, he's in 5th place on the tour standings. We see Firouzja there, but his place is not secured. And how about yourself? Who would you love to see there in Riyadh in a couple of months?
I think the name that you just took, right? I think Alireza Firouzja, he has so many fans, just the brand of chess that he plays. It's going to be super exciting to have him there. Would love to see a couple of more Indians get through. Right now, we've got Gukesh, Arjun, even, who's made his spot. Gukesh doesn't have a team yet. He's one of the players who hasn't been signed, as is Praggnanandhaa, as is David Howell. They're all waiting, in fact, to be picked. And David, I also want to remind everyone that there'll be a total of 16 players at the Esports World Cup fighting for that $1.5 million prize purse. 12 through the Champions Chess Tour standings, and then we'll have a last chance qualifier, an LCQ. And I'm so proud of myself for remembering that term, honestly. 4 players will make it through to the Esports World Cup through that, which will happen in Riyadh. So Alireza will also have a chance, along with others, to make it with that one.
Yeah, maybe that'll be my chance, Tanya, and my chance to make it last chance saloon. But I mean, the stakes are high, right, in this tournament, and maybe that just is the perfect moment to show the pairings today, how the players will start their journey in this bracket. We talked about it yesterday. We had an interview with Jan Krzysztof Duda, having banked his spot in Riyadh. The pressure's off for him, but then again, he's facing Magnus Carlsen to start today's action. Big clash there. And it's great for me to see the entrance of Gukesh, and he plays the winner of the play-ins yesterday, Vladimir Fedoseev.
And it was Fedosiev's pick, right? Fedosiev topped the standings in the play-ins, booked his spot directly into playoffs for today. And there we've got the two players. They're ready to go, all set up. Gukesh with all his trophies at the back. I'm wondering which one is the World Championship one. I don't see it right there, but I'm sure it's somewhere in there in his trophy cabinet. Meanwhile, a couple of trophies I see behind on that top right edge of Fedosiev as well. So a trophy war on there. But David, a bold statement there. A statement of confidence by the big fish. You know, when he decided that I'm going to just take Gukesh on in the very first round. What sort of signal does that send across to his opponent?
Well, it is a big statement. We've seen it throughout recent chess history when we do have this trend in multiple tournaments, in the freestyle tournaments, of picking your opponents, and often it is a bit of a statement. It does rile up your opponents. It motivates them, if anything. So Gukesh will want to finally put to bed this reputation he's got of not being a great speed chess player. And he'll want to prove it against Fedosiev, who's banging form. Maybe that trophy was from the Grand Chess Tour Rapid and Blitz tournament Fedosiev won recently by a huge margin. I'm not surprised he's feeling confident, and I'm not surprised the players are flexing with those trophies behind them. If I had any trophies, they'd be behind me too. But nice to see Gukesh with a point to prove here, Tanya, today.
He really does, right? Because there have been a few tournaments he's played post the World Championship. Now, he had a great run at the Tata Steel, but after that, some shaky performances. And I think this means so much to him as well to try to get through to Riyadh, even though he hasn't been yet picked up by a team. I also saw him earlier on just going into his classic Gukesh meditation zone before a game starts, whether it's the World Championship, whether he's playing online in the qualifiers. I think that's just his pre-game routine that happens regardless.
Yeah, why mess with a winning strategy, right? It worked for him last year in Singapore. It worked for him on his road to the World Championship title, Gukesh. And I have no doubt he'll be picked up for an incredible amount of money. I can't even say how much money the teams will be bidding for him if he does go on and win this tournament. I'm sure they'll be queuing up to sign him.
How much money would you charge David to be on a team? Is what everyone wants to know. It's the burning question.
Oh. If I could even imagine a number with that many zeros, Tanya, I would say it, but not easy to say.
It's not going to be easy to get, David Howell, but let's bring up our bracket. We're just a few moments away from first moves on the board. And there we have it. This is what we start with. 16 players. We start with the winners round of 16. 8 of these players will go on to the winners quarterfinals. It will be a best of 4. 8 will drop down to their last life, double elimination. They will have one more shot in the losers bracket. And so you see it does continue with 2 lives. And David, we spoke about Fedosiev, Gukesh. The other matchup that catches my attention is Liren versus Praggnanandhaa. Now Prag is in the form of his life this year. 24 was a tough one. 2025 starts with the Tata Steel victory, and right now coming fresh from his Grand Chess Tour win as well. He's playing against the former world champion, and I'm just so happy to see Ding back in action.
Yeah, I really am cheering for Ding. I've got to say, Praggnanandhaa is one of my favorite players to watch as well, so it's going to be hard to cheer for either side. But Ding, it feels like he's due a great result. He's such a beast in fast formats. Hopefully, he's got over the fact that he had to relinquish his title now. We're awaiting that big result on his comeback here in 2025. Yet to really stamp his mark on any big tournament, Ding, this year. But it's a kind of mark of class, and he is a very classy guy. So I would love to see him do well. And Nakamura, Aronian, another big clash, Tanya. Nepomniachtchi against Arjun. It's, we're spoiled for choice here as for which games to follow.
And there's, of course, Fabi versus MVL as well. That's going to be quite the banger. And there we've got Arjun and Yan. This is a fight between Aurora Gaming and Generation G athletes. Both of them have booked their spot to Riyadh already. So the pressure relatively off. But of course, David, when I watch them play, I've always felt that Arjun's style of chess, his brand of chess, just reminds me of a younger Yan Nepomniachtchi. Ruthless, but at times a little brash.
Well, that's why we love watching them, right? We love seeing players lash out, play with emotion, play with passion, play with confidence. And both of these two speed demons, they trust their instincts. They're not afraid to take a risk or 3. And it's rewarded them both in their careers so far. Here we see Magnus. He's actually playing from just down the road from me. He's playing in the Take office, I believe. So yeah, looking very sharp. Nice to see Magnus with a good camera. And Tanya, has Jan Krzysztof had a haircut since yesterday, since we interviewed him?
He's a man of his words, right? He mentioned that he didn't love the whole look that was going on. He wasn't expecting himself to be on camera, but now that he knows he's going to be on camera, he's going to have that camera time for quite a bit today with his matches. You know, what a performance he had yesterday in that playoff Armageddon win at the end. So I think he did get a fresh haircut going there. Magnus, meanwhile, as you mentioned, he's in the take office. Looks like a very cool one, David. We've been seeing a lot of you in there as well.
Yeah, just from time to time. It's just it's very local to me, so I occasionally pop in and say hi to everyone, and yeah, I'll collaborate with them. And yeah, they're doing some great work for chess take. But Magnus, talking of fresh cut, maybe he needs one too.
How many sponsors is that on his t-shirt? I'm just trying to do the sponsor count here. I mean, that's a lot of logos Magnus Carlsen has going.
Yeah, I mean, you were asking me about how much it would take with these esports teams to sign up. I mean, that's a lot of sponsors. One sponsor is a lot for many people, but not for Magnus. There's still plenty of space, though, on that shirt, Tanya. There's plenty of space for more.
Might get filled up by the time we all get to Riyadh as Magnus gets set up. Now, these two players, once again, are already through to the Esports World Cup. So it does take the pressure off, especially for Jan Krzysztof Duda. And he's the guy, David, who stopped Magnus Carlsen's hot streak of 125 games without a defeat. It was back in 2021, the World Cup, more than 2 years since Magnus lost the game. And it was Jan Krzysztof Duda who put an end to that.
Yeah, they've had some real fights over the years. Also in the early stages of the Champions Chess Tour a few seasons ago, some real fights there, scraps between them, Duda and Carlsen. In the meantime, another two players who represent esports teams, another set of friends here, rivals long-term, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, and Fabiano Caruana. And this is very hard to call. They've had some great battles in candidates matches, Tanya. They've both been world-class for so long. And who would you say is the favorite in this clash?
I would give it slightly to Fabi right now as the favorite. Maxime as well. You know, you can just never write him off. He's, of course, the former world Blitz champion, just such an elite player for so many years. By the way, loving the black and white background we've got going on between these two players. For Maxime, it's Team Vitality. For Fabiano Caruana, it's Team Liquid. And they're ready to go. Both these players yet to have their spots secured. And then we've got these two youngsters. Also a fascinating clash as the youngest ever World Rapid champion. He won it when he was just 17. Nodebek takes on the sensational Denis Lazovic. Is there a favorite in this one?
Oh, I think we've got to say Abdusattorov just on past pedigree and just on world rankings right now. He's kind of cementing his place there in the top 10. Nodebek becoming more and more consistent by the day, super aggressive. But it is rapid chess and there's no increment. And Denis Lazovic, Denis Flashovic, he's super speedy, as we saw yesterday. Just the way he played one of his time scrambles. It was the flagging portion, and it looked like he barely spent a single second or even a 0.0 of a second on any of his moves. He was so impressive and not to be underestimated in this format specifically.
And both those players have been picked up by teams. It's Team BDS for Dan Laz and Team Natus Windsor. Rare, I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So I'll go with their short form. Team Navi for Nodebek Abdusattorov. I do know that in Latin, Team Navi does mean born to win. So quite apt for Nodebek. We'll see if that works out to his favor, David, today. But right now, it's also such a huge clash in this one. For Hikaru, he's already made it through to Riyadh. For Levon Aronian, he needs a big finish in the ChessCom Classic to book his spot.
Yeah, and Levon was actually very impressive yesterday, getting past Vidit in his playoff for this main draw here. But against Hikaru, you need to step up a level. I'm wondering what outfit that is for Hikaru. Is that his esports team outfit? That's a really nice top, I've got to say, for both of them. And yeah, this one's a tough one to call. I'm going to say whoever wins the first game is going to be the favorite. But of course, Hikaru, hard to bet against him.
I do see the Falcons logo in there. Very cool white and green. Meanwhile, a very cool painting behind Levon Aronian. And we've got a very cool bird's eye view. Bright and beautiful right there. Moves are coming in fast and quick. David, a lot of speed. 10 minutes, no increment. Take us through the opening action as it's unfolding.
Yeah, early days on all the boards, of course, but top left, the brown board, we do see Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Christoph Duda. That is the Catalan opening, a very well-known branch of the Queen's Gambit declined, and actually Duda snapping off a pawn very, very early. We see Ding also trying to go for the Catalan. There we go, transposition to that. Weyi Artemiev not started, that's the red board on the top. The green board, the Sicilian defense, of course it is. Vachier-Lagrave and Caruana, both sharp players when they want to be. Avdija Satarov against Danis Lazovic on the bottom row now on the left there. We see an English opening. Next to it, Nakamura against Aronian. It started as a Reti. It's going to transpose to the Queen's Gambit. An English opening between Gukash, world champion Gukash, and Fedoseev. And finally, bottom right on the far right there. I'm not sure what color that is. Orange, red, I'll call it. And that is what looks like it started as a Spanish opening, but now a very positional battle ahead. Tanya, what do you think is the most exciting so far at this very early stage?
To me, it's the bottom left board, right? Nodebek versus Lazovic. I see Dan Laz already striking with that f5 move. He's setting up the rook and the queen on the same file. It looks like that bishop, queen, rook at some point will start targeting the tender f2 square. I'm really liking the makings of this one.
Yeah, let's start jumping into some of the games. We must remind everyone that the lack of increment means that often players make very, very instinctive decisions. We might often see blunders early on in games. And Danis Lazovic, he's known to be a very strategic player. He likes his quiet maneuvering. He likes his build-up. But he here is maybe throwing Nodebek slightly off balance by going very direct, very early. And Nodebek, feeling the tension, he sidesteps with his king out of the pin on this diagonal. Tanya, I think when I was young, I would have snapped anyone's hand off here. I would have been like, yeah, please give me black, please give me black. But the older I get, the more I quite like my pawn center. And it is nice that Nodebek has a bit more flexibility here. And although now he has two isolated pawns, white on the queenside flank here, he still has a bit more pawn shelter in front of the white king. And I could imagine the black pawns later being weak. As long as he doesn't get checkmated, I think Nodebek is okay. But easier said than done. It is a bit scary to see this many pieces lined up against the white knight.
I'm really liking black's position. And yes, you're right. With the bar also leveled slightly, it was above the midline, giving advantage to white. But simply the piece activity looks so incredibly good for the way Dan Laz has played. Right now, there's a direct threat against the bishop. Not very easy to decide where you want to place the piece. You want to retreat, but then you lose that attacking possibility. If you put it on e7, there are ideas of the white bishop jumping to g5 next, coming in with a tempo. So slowly but steadily, Nodebek looks like he's managed to create his own play, despite optically the position looking really nice for Dan Laz with this bishop g5 coming in next.
Yeah, some concrete problems to solve, tactical problems to solve for Danis Lazovic. He's actually allowing the bishop to come out now. The queen, the black queen, due to black's last move, has to keep an eye on this slightly loose knight. So the queen might have to offer a trade here or sidestep the other direction. I really like this move, I've got to admit, just cementing the black bishop on the square. The black bishop was beautiful, glorious. You don't want to have to retreat unless you really need to. And he's hoping to hold things together tactically. This white bishop, I'm going to say, yeah, there we go. Stays on the diagonal to stop a black rook using this square to kick away the annoying white queen. But this one's in the balance. This one looks very tactically sharp at the moment. Whoever makes the first mistake might be punished in this game.
So already action on this one, but David, let's zoom out for the moment. I think we can wrap this saying that yes, it's dynamically balanced, but high responsibility moves for both these players coming up. And a lot has happened across the board. What catches my attention is that top right board. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces there. We see a rook has landed on the second rank. There's complete sort of a chaos on that C file. Should we jump into for a deep dive into that one?
Let's do it. It's two of the world's best players, as you mentioned, former world blitz champion Vachier-Lagrave against long-time world number 2 Fabiano, although he has dropped slightly in recent times, former challenger for the world title. And Yeah, white's a pawn down. It took me a while to do some counting, but white has sacrificed a pawn in order to establish a very strong queen in the center. Like you said, the main pressure is kind of on the c-file here between the two rooks. I don't think either side really wants to blink. White doesn't want to necessarily allow the black queen in, and black doesn't want to capture rooks, allow white dominance of the c-file. So just kind of, there we go. It is Maxi Vachier-Lagrave to blink first. He attacks the black queen now. Best move. And the big question is, where does the queen go? Does it retreat or does it stay active? I think, Tanya, I would slightly prefer white here, but it does feel like the position is quite simplified. I could imagine the queen's coming off and a rook endgame, maybe drawish tendencies. Who would you choose?
I hear you about white being down a pawn, but I still like the activity, especially that rook on c1 is about to go to c7 as well. The rook and queen combining ideas against the f7 pawn. There's a d6 weakness as well, which can be picked up. Yes, draw is a likely outcome once the rooks are traded, the pawn on d6 is captured. We might head into a queen and pawn endgame, but I think there's still a couple of precise moves that are required from both these players. David, what catches your attention?
Oh, I'm seeing Gukesh with a big advantage and on the attack against Fedosseev. And it is Gukesh's first entry here at the Chess.com Classic. So maybe we zoom out of this game and go over there. Should I jump us over? Okay, here we go, Tanya. Gukesh with white. And okay, his last move, not the best apparently, but I love it. He's going for it. He's pushing pawns forward. He's trying to break open the f-file for the white rook. Targets here. Not just that, he's trying to break open the long diagonal for the dark squared bishop. I'm counting one attacker, two attackers, three, maybe four or five even for white. And okay, Fedosseev's just grabbed a pawn. That looks like the most irrelevant pawn I've ever seen. And something's now going to break in the center. Tanya, this looks amazing for white right now. It's just whether he can finish it off.
It looks incredibly powerful, right? And you could take that e5 central pawn with your bishop. You could take it with a knight. You're pointing out pawn takes pawn, opening up the rook as well against that f7 weakness. All very pleasant choices. I also like Gukesh's time management. That's often been the one thing that comes to bite him when he tends to spend too much time early on. He does take the decision of knight takes pawn. And in accuracy, I will say, though, for me, instinctively, knight takes pawn was the move that I wanted to make as well. But David, it wasn't the best capture. The good thing is that if you have to make, well, not the precise, not the best move, at least you make it fast. And that's what he did. The black knight jumps coming towards the defense at f6 square, a key defending spot where he perhaps can hope to trade off some of the pieces.
Yeah, this was a key move. The only move I should mention not to lose pretty much on the spot for Fedosseev to bring a knight over to the defense. There are crazy tactics in the air. White can actually take this pawn. This is what I was looking at. I think this is why Gukesh captured with the knight. And if the black queen takes back, the white bishop will land on g6 with some nasty pins, skewers. But there are pawns hanging in white's camp as well. This is about to get crazy. Tanya, this game, it looks like Gukesh is on the attack, but there's a lot of time on the clock for both sides. Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, is about to win. He is trying to copy Gukesh with his attacking idea. He's also got a queen near the black king. I'm going to bring us over very quickly because it looks like Duda is about to be doomed. And okay, quick exchange there from Gukesh, the f-pawn stepping forward. Let's jump to Magnus, though, and check out this position. The white queen nearby, the white knight coming in, the white bishop coming in. Shades of the Gukesh game. This is over.
This looks awful for black. I mean, all the pieces are offside here. Nothing close to defending the black king. And Magnus has sacrificed a piece, but none of that matters. He sacrificed it. I think he gave up the dark squared bishop for that on that 8-6 square, winning 2 pawns in return with bishop e4 ideas, knight g5 ideas, the other knight coming to e4 and landing on either the g5 f6 square. It looks like there are going to be too many deadly threats to actually take care of. And he does exchange that knight. I think Magnus will simply recapture. The rook on a8 is hanging. Bishop is coming to e4 as well. All right, he's fighting. He's not allowing that checkmating threat. No bishop e4 just yet. I see the bar, but is there a knockout blow right now, right here?
Oh, it feels like it. I smell something. Knight g5 looks tempting, but there'll be an exchange. I wonder whether you can go the other way, bring your knight round to h5, support a kiss of death checkmate with the white queen coming into g7. That looks super scary. I don't know. Maybe you can even slow play it, push the f-pawn forward. Black simply can't bring any defenders across. The e5 pawn kind of cuts the board in half if you ever push the f-pawn. White has some really annoying checks. Tanya, I'm not sure. This is the move I want to play.
Knight f4. It just looks so incredibly strong, David. It actually looks like game over once that knight lands on h5 because you don't have the defensive resource of rook e8, bishop f8 because the f6 square will be weak then once the white knight does get to h5. So without that, how are you even defending the g7 pawn? And he goes for your idea. There's a reason why you're good friends. You know, you're also very much in sync with each other's thought process. The knight and queen landing up with a deadly attack.
And check out Magnus's glass of water there. It's becoming infamous at this point when Magnus streams Title Tuesdays. He's actually drinking water from like a flower vase base. It's well, I don't think they wash enough cups there in the studio. But there we go. It's a resignation. Magnus takes the win. It was about to be checkmate, or Black would have had to give up too much material. Queen and knight combo again. Magnus on fire. Duda, yeah, tough start for him. But plenty of games still in store. So let's go to our bird's eye view, Tanya.
That was pure destruction by the world number one. And we've got our bird's eye view right there. David, now the Gukesh game, I think we should head to that one. That's on the bottom row, third from left. And we see some rook lifts. There's an exchange advantage, but the bar is still in balance. It looks like Fedosiev has managed to survive the worst in that one.
Yeah, he had to give up material, Fedosiev, as you say, but he has just about managed to navigate his way out of that storm, and it's bishop and 2 pawns for Black for a rook. And this one could still go in any direction. The material could count. If the queens come off, maybe Gukesh is favorite in an endgame. But if the Black bishop ever activates, I don't know. This is scary for White.
Scary for White, but what's scarier for White is what's happening on the Caruana Maxime board. And I know I took us here, but David, there's been so much action, and I leave it to you to decide. I've got my eye on the bird's eye view. Moves are coming in fast and quick. There's been a huge turnaround. Should we do a quick check-in with that and then come back to this?
Let's do it very quickly. We'll see how Gukesh gets on. The time scramble still not quite there yet in this game, in that game. But here we see White a piece up in the clash between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana. Let's quickly go back. Just a quick action replay of the last couple of moves. White was completely winning in this position and should have actually picked up the bishop with his rook. And this was the most natural way to do it. He would have used his rook to continue the attack on the black king, which would have had to run. This was simply winning on the spot. But bishop to c5 apparently is a big blunder. And here it's because of something in this position. A check has just been given. The king has moved. This is the live board right now. But wow, maybe some ideas of a perpetual check. Rook takes pawn in the air, Tanya?
And there's no way to stop it because the queen and the rook are too far away from the square. White's king will be left alone and Black just needs a queen. And I think Fabi realizes it. Did you see that? It was a sigh of relief. From a completely busted position, he's managed to magically save this one. And there it is. The bishop falls. It was the only way to keep the game going for Maxime.
Yeah, Maxime with a big time advantage and with no increment, he's still a big favorite here, but it's objectively level, this queen endgame. And if Fabiano can give perpetual check, this will be immediately over. He also, Fabiano has a passed pawn, and those are such a high currency in queen endings. It looks like he's miraculously survived here, Fabiano, and he should be able to hold this one. He just needs to use his queen, the black queen, and somehow start pushing this. There we go. He finds a good move. Start pushing this pawn forward to force a draw.
It's happening. He attacks the pawn. It has to be defended. So he comes in with tempo. And it might be this moment that Maxime actually repeats with a bunch of checks because yes, you don't even have an extra pawn, but it's really Fabi's pawn that's the strongest point in the position. And there it is. The repetition happens or not. He's playing for more.
He's playing for more, but the repetition will still happen. I think he's now going to give some checks before the black pawn queens. Tanya, I'm going to bring us over to Gukesh. Back to Gukesh. This game about to end peacefully. And Gukesh has a winning advantage. He managed to get the queens off. Rook and bishop now not able to fight against the power of White's rooks. The B pawn as well, still existing, still very strong. Surely Gukesh is going to get a win here. Surely now he must be able to finish this off.
Can you just start coming in with your other rook, either double up on the 7th rank or the f6 square where you're hitting the bishop and the pawn on g6? And it's not an easy one to answer. He uses the other piece to do just that. Going to pick up some pawns with checks. And then place it on that. You have to be a little careful because the rook is hanging as well. So you might have to play rook to f6 after you grab the g6 pawn.
Yeah, and he's going to hope that the D pawn for black here, Fedoseev, is enough of a distraction, but I don't think it will be. Like you said, pawns are going to fall with check. At some point, once you finish checking the white rook, or one of them, sorry, will land on the D6 square. Not the C6 square. That was a mouse slip from me, but the D6 square, and this should be enough now. He's so much material ahead here. Gukesh, still with 2 minutes on the clock. Tanya, what do you know about his mouse skills,
I think that's
Gukesh?
enough.
Oh.
The thing is, he's focused so much on. Sorry, David, go on.
No. I was going to say, I think it's enough, but I'm not sure.
Well, we never know, but he's playing quite fast, and I think the moves sort of play themselves out, right? H4 next, H5, and the G pawn moving forward as well. And there it is. I think he knows the plan. And when you've got easy moves to make, 2 minutes should be enough. Speaking of mouse skills, I haven't seen Gukesh play online so much. He's sort of so focused on his classical play, classical tournaments, classical chess, that this is new territory for him as well. So far doing everything right. And Fedosiev, will he try to flag? He's trying to win the B6 pawn, giving up his own big D pawn. And
Yeah.
how easy is this actually, practically? Yes, the bar is completely winning.
If this were increment, Tanya, I think he would win this 10 times out of 10, Gukesh, if he had a 2-second increment. But I don't know now. 1.5 minutes. It's not an immediate win. That's the problem. And even an endgame, if black were able to take this pawn, trade off a set of rooks, even with an extra H pawn, due to the fact it's a dark squared corner, it actually takes still quite a lot of time to win that endgame. So Gukesh first needs to simplify the equation, maybe get black's rook off. You have to avoid any checks for a while. 1 minute 22. It's going to be a race against time. I have a feeling we might see a bit of a twist or a turn ahead.
I think Gukesh gets this, and he hasn't let go of that G pawn. Very importantly, it's still alive. I completely agree with you. Had Fedosiev managed to win that pawn, I think it's a very tough convert. But now with this alive, G8 being a big threat, I don't see Fedosiev surviving. What happened, David?
Yeah, I'm just shocked that he allowed the pawn to push forward. Like, the black king was actually doing quite a good job blockading. You could have waited at least 10 to 15 moves before moving the black king there. That feels like it's made Gukesh's job a lot easier. In the meantime, we've had a couple of draws on other boards. We'll update everyone on results there soon. But okay, the bishop dropping back. That bishop is not going to survive long, Tanya.
No, I don't think so. How do you even save it? You can give a couple of checks, but if the king falls back, then the white rook is going to start checking as well, the other one. And you really can't run up with the king. I think tactics go in white's favor. The G pawn will queen. Completely agree with you. That G pawn, it wasn't picked up. Fedosiev didn't find a way. And I think now 1 minute and 10 seconds, more than enough for the world champion to get the dub here. He's going to give a check, pick up the bishop, give a check to the black king, and then queen his own pawn.
The big question is, how much respect do you afford the world champion? Do you try and flag him? The answer is no. Fedoseev trusts Gukesh to win that position, about to capture the black bishop. And great start to the chess.com Classic for Gukesh, taking the win. It is best of 4, so still a long way ahead, but a great start to the event for him. And only 2 games remaining, Tanya. Ding against Pragg. Looks like a very drawish endgame. Knight and 3 pawns against knight and 3 pawns. Wei Yi against Artemiev. The other game still ongoing, it looks like. Or have they just finished?
Should we
draw?
quickly... Oh, whoa, huge turnaround. Let's go to Ding and Pragg, because Pragg has just won a pawn. And the bar says he's winning now. What happened there?
Ding just gave up a pawn for no reason. He wanted to get his king nearer. He sacrificed the pawn.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a clock game. This is going to be about flagging.
Oof. It's his only chance now, Ding. He just walked into a knight fork to give up the first pawn. The king was too slow to get over. He's 2 whole pawns down. This is a hopeless position. 2 pawns is too many.
But with 40 seconds on the clock, that's a lot of hope for Ding.
Oof. You would think, but I don't know, Tanya. It's maybe easier to pre-move with the pawns rather than a knight alone.
Ding's big hope is somehow he can trick Pragg and give up his knight for those 2 pawns. But he's just not giving him a chance right now. Pragg is playing with accuracy, and that's it. He goes into a winning king pawn ending, and the former world champion resigns and he leaves. Pragg gets the first win.
Wow. Ding, I can't blame him for those emotions wanting to leave immediately because that was a drawn endgame. It's as simple as that. He just kind of threw away one pawn, lost another immediately. Knight and 3 pawns against knight and 3 pawns. Yes, the white king was quite far away, but he should really have been holding that one. And Pragg, just calm, cool, collected, takes his chance when it comes. And that was a very different win to some of the other wins we saw in this round, Tanya. Pragg's endgame grind there in the night ending. But either way, he got the job done. That's the most important thing. Okay, it looks like we
He did, and we've got one more game still remaining. It's Vachier versus Artemiev.
Mm-hmm. Who do you favor here? White has one fewer pawn, but maybe the safer king. And it's another time scramble, 40-something seconds each.
Wow, this is anyone's game. Black has that extra pawn, but that doesn't matter. There's the eternal pin made famous in the World Championship match between Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the rook on g6 and the king on h7. But I think in this one, it does favor White, a bishop trade being offered. David, if White can somehow manage to get the queen and the rook on the 8th rank together, he's threatening queen g8, he's threatening a checkmate in one.
Ooh.
Black's king is about to march up.
Yeah, the king has to keep marching if he wants to win this game, Artemiev. He does want to win. He could have gone back and maybe settled for a draw, but now he's walking out into the open. And remember, Black has a checkmate threat of his own. And if the checks dry up, it's over.
But then you have to find a square in 14 seconds where your king is safe. He's repeating, though. He's not able to find an escape route for his king. And maybe it doesn't exist. That's it. A 3-4 repetition. The game ends in a draw.
Wow, I think for one moment Artemiev was winning there. He had to be so accurate with his king's path, though, walking forward into the open and in the end keeping the risk minimal there and a draw. I think a fair result in the end. It was very balanced for a long, long time. Vachier and Artemiev, the last game to finish, but missed chance for Artemiev just at the end. And this is the bracket, Tanya. A lot of draws, at least relative to yesterday where we saw decisive action pretty much throughout. But yeah, certain players now taking a win, taking the lead in their matches.
That's 5 draws and 3 decisive games. Pragg winning with Black, Gukesh winning with the white pieces. So a good day for the Indians, and of course Magnus doing Magnus things. That was a very one-sided game. Got over pretty much before it started, which puts Duda, Liren and Fedosiev in, well, a 1-point deficit right there. And I think the Vachier Artemiev result is about to get updated. David, which one do you think was the game of round 1?
Ooh, I'm going to say Gukesh, just because I think everyone is such big fans of him. It's just this feeling that he's never quite reached his potential in speed chess, and he got the job done very convincingly against one of the most informed players of 2025 so far, Fedosiev. Magnus, of course, impressive, but we're used to that by this point, Tanya.
I think you just liked Gukesh's background, all those trophies that we saw up there.
Yeah, I'm just a massive Gukesh fan. What can I say? He's just a beast. I just want him to show it in rapid chess more often, and he did in that game.
It was a good performance, but like you said, it's a best of 4, so still a lot remains to be seen and played. And we've got action on. We've got on the top left, Hikaru playing with the black pieces. Their game ended in a draw. Meanwhile, for Pragg, he starts with a slower, cautious approach. Did he start with the cowboy with 1b3?
He did, Tanya. He started with b3, then he very quickly played d3, and then g3. Praggnanandhaa, he's very much going for a hippo strategy, I'm going to call it, putting all of his pawns on the 3rd rank. And yeah, it looks like he's trying to really take advantage of the fact he's leading against Ding. And maybe we start with that game. What other openings catch your eye?
Well, let's jump into that one. But I'm also looking at Fabi versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. MVL getting that big center going right there. A very active play. Maybe the F-pawn will move forward as well before the knight develops itself. But no, he does go for development right here. I think that's going to be a fun one as well. David, ball in your court. Let's jump into one of the games. And I see you've got it ready for us.
Yeah, I'm going to bring us to that Praggnanandhaa against Ding game, just because we ended that previous round by seeing the end game, the knight ending there. And often when your opponent is wounded, when you know they've just had a tough time, you try to take advantage. You don't want to just let them kind of use their opening theory to get back into the game, to take their mind off things. Here, Pragg, he did start with 1b3, as you mentioned, fianchettoing one bishop. He soon fianchetted the other. And now bishop's on the long diagonals. He's got a knight on h3, which looks a bit odd, but can leap towards the center. Maybe we'll see a pawn storm as well from Pragg. Feels like he's taking big risks, despite the fact he's already in the lead, Tanya.
Yeah, and while this is a more strategic start, and I think the risks will come later, I think Pragg's strategy is to try to get Ding into as much of a clock situation, get his time as low as possible. It's been difficult for Ding to deal with those with that pressure as the clock ticks low. He knows that Ding is a wounded beast with everything that happened in the previous round as well, and I think that's why he hasn't gone for a riskier opening, for a more open dynamic in this one. He just wants as many pieces on the board. He's not trading anything off, keeping the tension, and already with an almost over a minute and a half advantage on the clock.
Yeah, that is sizable already. And Ding, especially because Ding, we know he does struggle a bit with confidence from time to time, from kind of bouncing back from heartbreak. It's not easy for anyone, and that last endgame he should have held. So I do worry here because Black doesn't have so many simple moves. He brings his queen out, maybe hinting at playing on the queen side here. There's a pin on the B pawn. You were also pinning the F pawn, and Pragg showing his intentions here, Tanya. He's ready to throw the F pawn forward with his last move. I have a feeling we're going to see some kind of caveman attack for white.
It's coming. The F pawn, the G pawn. He's not going to just stop with one. I think all of them are going to roll up the board, which means more pressure with no increment on the clock. Being on the defending side is defending, even for Ding, is not going to be easy at all in this position. And I think he can already feel the pressure. Pragg, he's just so in form with his Grandchester win. Just what has it been? It's barely been any time at all. I think he's on a high right now. You can see it with his confidence. David, does he trade queens? I would predict a big no right now. I think he wants to keep the queens on the board. He wants to go for Ding's king.
Exactly. Ding doesn't like defending so much, and I think he would love to get some kind of initiative going here, Pragg. He would love to, for example, use his knight to block the tension between the queens. Maybe he can move his queen to a different square. I'm not sure whether she gets hit if she avoids the trade, moves forward. Even an endgame, I should mention, or a queenless middle game, taking the queens off and then playing a move like pawn to f3, locking out the black bishop from the game, kind of keeping it on a blocked diagonal. Even that has some logic to it, so I wouldn't rule out a queen exchange, but Pragg's mood, I think, is more aggressive. Look at the energy. He's just bouncing back and forward. He wants to get the adrenaline pumping. I think he's going to keep the queens on.
The clocks are leveling out though. So, I mean, now that advantage of almost 2 minutes is down to about 1. He has to take a decision. David, if it was you with the white pieces and I had to make a bet and I had to make a prediction, I'd be like queen takes queen.
Yeah, you know me too well, Tanya. We spent way too much time commentating together. Queen's off the board. Like, it's an easy question. I would do it blindfolded. Queen exchange every day. But that's why Pragg is Pragg.
And then you just grind like a grandmaster.
Exactly.
Then and go on to crush your opponent anyway without the queen.
Yeah, you would keep the queens on though, I trust.
I would do it. But I think Pragg, for him, it's also the fact that he's up a point, that he's taking his time. And while he thinks, should we zoom out? Get in our bird's eye view, David. And then you could move around wherever you think, there's maximum excitement.
Yeah, let's zoom out and do a bit of a recap on all of the boards at this moment. Things are starting to heat up, although no huge advantages for any specific player at the moment. We do see most of the games now still in the middle game, still with most of the tension, most of the pieces on the board. And let's go to that bird's eye view.
To make a move. He still hasn't made his decision. And he finally does. Just as we switch, he does fall back with the queens. So queen's still on the board in that one, which means it's still going to be fun for us. David, update us with all that's going on in this beautiful bird's eye view of ours.
Yeah, it is beautiful. The multi-colored view here. I'm going to say that Aronian Nakamura top left, the brown board, maybe one of the least exciting positions, although Aronian with a small long-term advantage in that one, playing against an isolated pawn. Top right as well, Artemiev Weyi, very symmetrical, looking very level. To my eyes, the most fire is either bottom right, Caruana against Vachier-Lagrave, or maybe Fedoseev against Gukesh again, because that became very tactical for a moment. Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, sacrificing a pawn bottom left. Oh, Tanya. Okay, I'll take us to the bottom left just for now, because that's the one place that there is a material imbalance. And that is between Erigaisi and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And look at this. The Black King lacks an H-pawn nearby. The White Bishop actually did a bit of a smash and grab. Whoops, if I can draw my arrows correctly. It grabbed a pawn on H7 before retreating back to E4. And Black, in return, has the bishop pair, has gained a bit of time, although a bit of a traffic jam on the top left here. What do you think, Tanya? Does Jan have enough compensation for the pawn?
I'm just surprised with what the bar is saying. I mean, I see that White has this extra pawn, Black's king out in the open. It just looks like White has the extra material and the initiative. What is Jan's compensation here, David? And I hear all your points that you made, and that's what it is. I think he had to be concrete. He had to go to neutralize that extra pawn, because now there's just no way for Arjun to hang on to it. The b4 pawn's about to fall. And yes, Black's king looks like it's out in the open, but in fact, it's still hard for White's majors to get across with the d4 square defended by the Black Knight, so no rook lifts in the air. But he perhaps can go all the way to d7 and put some pressure on that bishop on e7.
Yeah, it still feels like White has more ideas here than Black. Yes, Black will win the pawn back, and I think long-term Black is doing very well, but must be some ideas against the Black King. Like you said, the d4 square could be a launch pad. Maybe you try and get one set of knights off, maybe some sacrifices, rook to d7, a huge concept. But yeah, long-term with the bishop pair, Nepomniachtchi doing very well. Okay, rook takes pawn next up. Maybe we zoom out just while Erigaisi tries to deal with that threat. Because I do see action happening elsewhere. And Caruana, bottom right, went for the most tense position I've ever seen against Vachier-Lagrave. We finally saw the first exchanges just a couple of moves ago over there. Gukesh equalized completely against Fedoseev. That's the kind of orangey brown board on the bottom row there. Tanya, I'll let you pick this time where to go next.
Oh, and Lazovic Abdusattorov still in the balance as well. Praggnanandhaa keeps his advantage against Ding. We see the bar really likes his position there, and Hikaru Aronian as well in the balance. Should we check in with Fabiano Caruana? He's Team Liquid, but he still hasn't made it to Riyadh yet. He's against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from Team Vitality. So for both these players, an incredibly important round and a crazy position for us to watch. David, double pawns on the F file. I'm trying to do the math really quickly. That's one extra pawn, and you can defend it. You can get your queen to actually play a role in keeping that pawn safe from the G4 square. But is it going to last too long? Because Black's rook can slide all the way across and double down on it.
Yeah, I think that's a great move there from White. And the material imbalance, it was actually Black a pawn up for a few moves on the queen side, but it's suddenly White up a pawn. And again, if White gets a few moves, rook on the open file, or maybe the bishop coming over this way, then I think a big advantage here for Fabi. But yeah, Vachier-Lagrave does have a move or two to try and destabilize maybe the white queen, like you said there. If the rook ever slides across, if this pawn ever disappears, the rook will land on g6. That's very scary. The black knight can come out as well, gain time against white's queen. I would say it's actually very difficult for both sides to play this type of position. Just one slip. Either white will just have a material advantage and go on to dominate, or black will launch an attack against the white king. Doesn't feel like much in between. So it does feel like all the ingredients for something decisive.
Whoa, and he does go for the idea that we were talking about, but the bar absolutely hates it right now. I thought this just wins the pawn on the spot, David. Rook takes pawn, don't really see a way for white to keep things defended. And like you mentioned, once this pawn goes, the rook can always fall back and then go to that G file that you were earlier highlighting. Fabi also going your way, activating the bishop from h4. So he's rerouting it to greener pastures. The rook from b2 will slide over to the king side, either the open E line, looking nice and juicy for it.
He goes for that. I'm slightly surprised he didn't flick in the bishop move first. It just looked like a nice moment to kind of gain a tempo, improve your piece.
Is that a threat? Is he threatening to go rook takes knight here?
Wow. And bring his knight in. Yeah. Nice spot there, Tanya. That was not on my radar. Ooh.
He can do it.
Kind of allowed it.
But is it good? It's possible, but is it good, David? That's where you step in.
The bar says 0.0, so it's probably not bad. It's probably not good or not bad. I guess the last move does defend this black rook. So white would have landed a knight fork, won the material back with level material once the dust is settled. Ooh, okay, great move there from Vachier-Lagrave. Now he's doubled down his defense, locked the d6 square under his control for a while at least. I've picked black, Tanya. I picked black here just because the rook looks so nice. The white bishop looks a bit blunted. And I could imagine the white king becoming a bit vulnerable later. Who would you choose?
I'm with you on this. I mean, and it's all because of the minors, right? Black's knights are jumping around, and we know how dangerous a knight can be against the king. And once that lands on that f5 square, replace the rook. The e3 spot looking incredibly strong as well to come into. Meanwhile, what is that bishop even doing on g3? Is that even a bishop? That's a big pawn.
Exactly. It's a big pawn, and it's just a dream that black will ever capture this piece. That's never, ever going to happen. Vachier-Lagrave is a great attacker and a great positional player. He knows that knights are better than his bishop right now, than his opponent's bishop. So, okay, looks like he's doing everything right. This is a good tip for everyone at home. Just take a time out if you can. Put your king on a safe square before embarking on any tactics, so there are no counter attacks, counter surprises. Keeping an eye on some of the other boards, the bars still mostly in the middle on those. Yeah, let's go over and update ourselves. The only real huge advantage is that of Abdusatrov's against Denis Lazovic. Abdusatrov with the black pieces, that's the dark blue board on the bottom row there. Tanya, what else catches your eye? Ooh, things suddenly changing. Arjun with a big advantage against Jan Nepomniachtchi now. He's sacrificed a piece.
Should we head? Let's go into that one. I mean, that position with the queen, rook, and the knight on f5, it just looks like it might be checkmate very soon. A big blunder. The red question mark.
Yeah, huge blunder by Jan Nepomniachtchi, apparently. It was an equal position, despite the fact white had a big attack. But where is the punishment? The white knight needs to combine with the queen. We've seen that theme already a lot yesterday in the play-ins today. The queen, if it lands anywhere over here, anywhere on the king side, it's just checkmate. Just can't get it on the diagonal, though, unfortunately, right now, Tanya.
All the squares are protected by black rook, by black rooks taking control of c3 and d4. I mean, I would be very tempted to snap up that bishop, go with my queen to d7. And the moment I say it, it's played, David, but the bar goes all the way down. Apparently a mistake because black's king just goes back and I think hides. But if you go back, rook d7, queen f7 is a massive threat right now.
Yeah, the rook is coming in. He played the most natural move. Just to point out for everyone at home, the winning move was so difficult in that position. We'll catch up when the moves come in a moment. But the winning move was pawn to e4. And that is not obvious at all. Sliding the white queen across is the key. This was the angle you needed. Bishop takes pawn. You can actually just ignore the threat to your knight because you're threatening checkmate. You don't even need your knight. And this would have been deadly. But that was incredibly difficult, Tanya.
You know, David, it's if somebody pats you on the shoulder and says that there's something there, you might still find it. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. But for it to even be in your radar when you're playing the position on the board, just simply moving this pawn up, when you've got all these direct options, you can't fault Arjun or any player for not finding it.
Yeah, that is very, very forgivable. And now the problem for white is without the knight, you're only attacking with the queen. And the white rook doesn't have any entry squares. He could have given some checks. He just chooses to wait. The tension here only building, but it does feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi is out of the woods. He is over the worst. He can bring his rook across now to defend some squares while counterattacking. Black has the extra bishop and will win this game if the queens ever come off. So, yeah, what do you think, Tanya? Now Arjun up against it to hold 1 minute against 3?
Very tough, and especially against a player like Ayan, who's so good at this. You know, he's putting the pressure on the clock. He's going to maintain the speed, and he knows he's defended his king. He knows that Arjun doesn't have enough firepower to actually make it through anymore. He's making all the right moves, continues to play fast, and look at that, another blunder. And they often come in pairs like this, right? Once you lose control, it's all downhill, and that's what we're seeing being played out by Arjun here.
Wow, Tanya, he's paused Jan Nepomniachtchi. The double question mark made me look at a move. He doesn't see, of course, that it's a double question mark. He could have taken this pawn and won the game on the spot. Jan Nepomniachtchi, again, we'll quickly show it. It's actually reminiscent of how he leveled the scores against Magnus Carlsen in the World Blitz Championship. Here, you give a check with the black queen, and if the white king goes back, you now take this pawn, and the white rook is overwhelmed. And this is just a winning attack for black. But he didn't find it. He moved his rook back instead. And this is the live position. The game continues. And okay, still pressure, still black, a big, big favorite. Jan Nepomniachtchi should be wrapping this up.
40 seconds for Arjun and no increment. And look at the position he has to defend. Even if the bar says it's not completely busted, just to keep the game going, he's going to burn a couple of seconds every move or end up playing fast and making more and more mistakes, David. And right now there are tactics all over the place. Bishop takes pawn is a move that I'd be always considering, trying to deflect that white rook from defending the g2 pawn. And the fact that Jan slows down here, I wonder if he's also got that on his radar. The more I look at it, the more I like it.
Oh, it's 100% on his radar. He just wants to work out the details. I guess you still have to be concerned about the white queen swinging over with some checks. That's why he moved his king away. Not the best move, but keeping the advantage. Not the immediate knockout, though. And, okay, threatening some counterattacks, Arjun. But 30 seconds against 2 minutes 20, surely not enough. Even if Black just kind of defends against the threats, he actually runs away with his king. Wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Brave work there, but yeah, he's still in control.
Oh, and speaking of control, Praggnanandhaa has lost all control of his position. David, Ding now on the front foot, completely winning. That's the second board, top left, right there. We see the bar all the way in Ding's favor. The knight's jumping in. Is he up an entire piece?
He is. Let's jump in, though, because there are threats in that position. Praggnanandhaa is actually threatening mate. He wants to bring his queen to the back rank, and Black has no good ways to block. He's still vulnerable on the light squares, so this could go in any direction. Oh, that's a great move, dropping the knight back, covering the c8 square, gaining time against the white queen. He's a full piece up, as you say, Tanya. So he was threatening to exchange queens as well. He drops his queen back with a check. He was actually winning on the spot earlier, Ding. He chose to convert it in this manner, but still some work to be done. What do you think? Surely enough time. He's got double Prag's clock time. He should be getting this done, Ding. Revenge.
He has to. He has to equalize the match in this one. If Pragg survives this, David, even with 2 rounds to go, I will say the match goes in Pragg's favor. This is Ding's opportunity to get that dub in, to equalize the score. Meanwhile, speaking of equalizing, that's what Arjun needs to do, because Jan Nepomniachtchi just won his game against Arjun. And right now, Pragg on the defense. We're getting scores coming in. David, should we stick with the Ding board?
Yeah, just a quick update for everyone there. You see the results. Nakamura taking a win. Magnus drew his game. Nepomniachtchi did wrap things up as we predicted. Gukesh taken back there. His lead no longer intact. But yeah, let's go back to the Ding board to see whether he can finish it off. Time scramble. Pragg down at 20 seconds. Down a piece as well, Tanya.
And now no attack on the king, right? Where are you building your chances? He gives a check, but it's only a check. The black king, I believe, do you have to march up or do you first block the check with the pawn? He does march up. Where is he finding safety?
Mm-hmm. Be careful. Oh, this pawn was hanging as well.
All the way on the dark squares.
Yeah, I think he's fine, Tanya. I think he's fine. He's going to run.
Will he hide on a3? David, he's going to hide at the corner of the board, the edge of the board. Notice how the bishop defends the a1 square as well. Pragg's going to run out of checks, and this is great strategy, right? Your opponent has the light square bishop. You move on the dark squares, and Ding does it. He equalizes, bounces right back. Former world champion for a reason.
Wow, and that was a really endearing smile from Ding as he left the room there. And in the meantime, we have one game going and a huge blunder by Artemiev. It was a dead drawn king of pawn endgame if he had just sat and done nothing. But now it's a race, and Black is winning that race. Black pawn is running.
But what on the clock? He's losing on the clock.
Oof.
Oh, he's going to give a check and a win the queen. That's it.
But 2 seconds.
He's got no time. He's got 1 second. And white wins if he flags because you've got the pawns. Okay, he gets the pawn. Oh, he missed the checkmate, but he wins with checkmate anyway.
Oh my god. Wow. Artemiev with a smile on his face, despite the fact he just lost. He knew that he should have been able to flag Wei Yi there. Wow. He still had 2 pawns, and he wasn't even in the corner, but he got checkmated. He had 11 seconds himself. Wow.
And I think Wei was crazy. Down to less than 2 seconds. Finding that sequence, rushing with your king, picking up those pawns, and eventually giving checkmate. Wei gets the dub, and there we have it. Another bunch of draws in this round. And we've got Caruana, Vachier, both draws in that game. Hikaru takes the lead in his match against Levon. Wei with that win takes the lead as well. Nodded back ahead from Lazovic, and Magnus Duda ended in a draw. She's such a roller coaster with Yan taking the lead in that one. And of course, Ding strikes back against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I'm still catching my breath. That time scramble, Wei checkmated with 0.8 seconds left on his clock. And that is how close the margins are at this top level between all of these 16 fantastic players. We saw Ding strike back, I think, for all chess fans who fell in love with him during his World Championship matches. That is a great sight to see. Gukesh, meanwhile, losing his game. But yeah, Tanya, this is just the beginning. We're just warming up for our marathon day of chess again today.
It's awesome, right? I mean, I'm just loving the fight that the players are bringing on the board. And just, it's been such a battle. And some of them, of course, in that point deficit, need to find the win to level the scores. 2 more rapid games remain. If the score is tied, we will have the Armageddon. David, what a vibe. And just so much fun to call the action. And if you guys like the vibe of chess, and also especially playing on the board, we've got some great news for you, because chess.com is thrilled to support a fellow game changer, ChessUp, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with a brand new ChessUp 2. This physical electronic board, it syncs to your Chess.com rated games, and then you can save it, analyze them on chess.com. It's got a built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch sense pieces. ChessUp 2 supports players of all levels. Over 500,000 games. 500,000 games, that's a lot, guys, have already been played on the ChessUp 2, and now we're hooking you up with a 10% off when you use the code CCT10 for a limited time only. So head over to playchessup.com or use the command ChessUp in chat and unlock this limited time offer. And we will be going into a short break, but you don't want to go anywhere. Definitely check out the ChessUp 2 offer, and we will be back with the chess.com Classic into the final 2 games of Rapid. Players are in the lead in their matches. Players are fighting back. More action coming up.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with ChessUp 2? That's right. With ChessUp 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art ChessUp 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With ChessUp 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the ChessUp 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With ChessUp 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy ChessUp, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, What we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann.
The Esports World Cup is the place where the best gamers across all disciplines have the chance to come together. If you look at the history of games, the oldest, most important game of all time was still missing. The addition of chess is a super important step to have all the best games in the Esports World Cup.
I think chess is perfectly suited for this format. I love having a bit of a hybrid of over-the-board live events with computers and a live audience. It is purely a skill-based game where you can test yourself against your opponent. There are no excuses if you win or lose. You will see in faster games there will be a lot of swings, fast-paced actions. So I'm really excited for us to be part of it this year. Hopefully it's the start of something big.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Chess.com Classic Road to Riyadh, the biggest gaming arena. And chess will find itself there for the first time. We've already got 5 players who've booked their spot. 12 out of the Champions Chess Doll leaderboard will be selected eventually, and 4 on site. We are heading into game 3 of today's bracket. David, we've had some fantastic chess, but I think the standout factor has really been the clock here. The 10-minute with no bonus time is what's playing the biggest role in deciding who wins.
That's right. For some of the players, it might even be one of their first tournaments, their first kind of high-level tournaments playing with no increment. It was the norm back in the day before electronic clocks came in, and increment became the gold standard. But now we're making things even more fast, even more furious for the players. And yeah, we saw just before the break where you win a game with 0.8 seconds left. He managed to deliver checkmate, tiny margins here, and that's only going to lead to more entertainment for us.
Absolutely. Way to go by Weibo, picking Wei Yi as their player for the Esports World Cup. Who gets the dub in, takes the lead. Artemiev has to win one of the 2 games to equalize the score. We're waiting for the moves to come in. David, and it's go time as we see an English, a reverse Sicilian in the Ding versus Praggnanandhaa. Ding striking back in their game 2. And meanwhile, in the Hikaru Levon board, it is the Queen's Pawn that we start with, and a couple others as well. And interestingly, Yan versus Arjun, is that a perk defense?
Yeah, it does look like Arjun maybe just irked by the fact that he lost that last game. Wants to take a few risks, playing the perk defense, not fighting for the center. That's the bottom right board there. Just giving space to the opponent. Yan Nepomniachtchi already playing very directly, very aggressively. Maybe that's the game we start with, Tanya. We see a lot of English openings, as you mentioned, Queen's Gambits, but this one promises to be a bit fruity. What do you make of it? Do you think this is Arjun on tilt, or is this an inspired decision?
This is getting very scary very quickly. I mean, once the dark squad bishops are traded off, and to your question, I don't think Arjun's on tilt, but he really wants to go into some kind of a non-theoretical battle, get a middle game. But does this perk defense suit Arjun's style is the big question. He's not going to have open diagonals, open files very quickly. He's going to lose one of his key bishops. He's trying to create play on the left side, but it's all about Yan getting that h4, h5 in really quickly. And then I'm just scared that it might be Arjun's king that's going to be in the line of fire faster than the white king.
Yeah, White's plan is just ready-made in these positions. I don't know about you, Tanya, but I grew up just watching like Bobby Fischer games in these Sicilian Dragons where he just pushes the H-pawn and always against the Fianchetto. There we go. It does start. You just push it, you trade off the defender, and then you just give checkmate. And Black's plan is far less obvious. White can always just even put a knight back on C1 and defend everything. What do you think? Oh, the bar rising. Is this bad news for Arjun?
It's very bad news for Arjun. He's already down a game in this one. And in fact, if Yan wins, he goes on 2.5. He actually wraps up the match, David. He could do it pretty much with one round to spare with the advantage that he has. And look at him. He's just sipping his tea. He's chilling. He's got the attack going. He plays a move. It's given a question mark, but I think this is a question mark we just kind of chuck out of the window because it looks like such a strong move to face right now. Going to be a while, I think, for Arjun to make a move because I don't see a very good response. He does move the knight away. How do you continue the attack?
I mean, I'm not sure you even need to continue the attack. Black's pieces are so so misplaced. First move that comes to my mind is bring the queen out to attack the loose bishop. I don't know whether that's enough. You also attack a loose pawn here on the e7 square. There are other moves. I would also want to maybe... Wow, okay, he cuts me off there because I was going to say take advantage of this black knight on the edge of the board and maybe trade it off. That's not the piece he's going for. He's going for the bishop instead.
Whoa, but did you see that? The bar just drops. The game's turned around. There's a checkmate being threatened. It's blocked with b3. There was an attack. Is now Arjun faster with a potential break on c4? Can he try to get that in?
Yeah, I really hated knight back to h2 because it's just a one-move threat. It's just a like kind of a shot in the dark. It's a meaningless move. You just give your opponent a free turn, and okay, he just gobbles up a pawn in the center. It's just a pawn up Arjun Erigaisi, and suddenly White's knights are not ready to attack. Maybe you still play pawn to g4 and just go for it with some of your pawns, but yeah, that is a weird move. And that's the thing with these positions, right, Tanya? One mistake is often enough in either direction.
And it's that thing, right, where Jan's biggest strength just turned around to be a weakness in this situation where he just played that tad bit too quickly. You know, something that works to his favor so many times and just rushed with that move knight h2 and it completely turned around. You said one pawn, it's two pawns now. Arjun goes on to pick the d pawn as well. Jan just could not have allowed Arjun's knight to jump to e5. That would have been devastating with c4 eventually landing in. But where's White's attack? It's completely gone.
Yeah, he can win one pawn back maybe by throwing his bishop out the way since Black has some loose pieces on the d file. But I mean, at the very best, Black just recaptures and Black just brings a knight back. You're just a pawn down for nothing. Okay, he plays a very natural move, one I like, setting up his queen to come in. But I don't really see the follow-up here, Tanya. 2 pawns down.
It's a lot of pawns. And like you said, the queen's got no assist at all. That other white knight, if it could somehow land to the g5 square, we'd be talking about a potential checkmate idea. But white is sort of left helpless in the attack with the square that the knight is currently on. Arjun steps back with the bishop, attacks the knight check. The king will go back. And c4, it's going to come at some point, David. It's going to blast open white's position on the queen side.
Yeah, c4. Dynamite, as Danny Renchoy says, that is going to be explosive for the White King. And yeah, I really think this has gone wrong. Maybe we zoom out knowing that Nepomniachtchi is up against it now in this position as Arjun chooses where to put his king. Maybe an important decision over there. And feels like we struck gold. We accidentally chose the most dramatic game in the early stages, Tanya. But what else here do you think we should check out?
Well, Gukesh versus Fedosiev also is heating up really nicely, but a slow strategic battle in that one. So we'll hold that off. The bar does say that Fedosiev looking good so far, has that slight pull. Hikaru Levon looks like a fun fight, an open position. All of the queen side has been liquidated, David. That's not something that we get to see very often.
Maybe we check in on that one, Tanya. I trust your instincts. And we do come in at a critical moment because the queenside has exploded, but there are some threats. A loose rook is hit right now, and there is a pin. So Black may be trying to come in and really double down, or triple down, I should say, on this poor knight on c3.
And I'm trying to come up with a response because that's a very direct idea that you have, right? If you move back passively, The knight jumps in. Levon taking his time. And he does go to b7. So what does he have in mind after the very natural knight e4? He just wants to use the other rook to defend against the pin. Black could line up the rook on the c file as well. Go rook c8, but you don't have time because now knight takes knight would be the response.
Yeah, the white queen is defended. I think here Levon might just be tempted to trade everything off. And yes, you have a slightly weak pawn in the center, but with a black knight sitting in the middle, it doesn't feel like there's enough pieces left on the board to win that game. We should mention there's been a draw already between Ding and Pragg. I think they had so much drama, Tanya, in their first 2 games that they just wanted a timeout.
And I think Prague's happy with that because he drew with the black pieces. It goes into the final round. He'll have the white pieces, although those were exactly the colors that he lost with. But the big question there will be, will he try to push for more? Would he be happy to take it to Armageddon and just have a more solid approach? We'll find that out, but the score remains level in that match. David, if this is in the balance and we're expecting a bunch of trades, should we zoom out? Because things in Yan versus Arjun are really heating up. And I think Arjun is close to getting a win.
Yeah, that's the board at the bottom right of your screens. For everyone watching at home, it is Jan Nepomniachtchi against Arjun Erigaisi, 2 of the world's best players. And yeah, we talked about the opening. It was dramatic, but this position even more so. And Jan Nepomniachtchi frowning, but maybe he doesn't know that the bar says he's totally lost. The problem for White is that the black knight is now coming in, and I don't think White's quick enough to give checkmate. And in the meantime, Black has a really juicy fork here on the c3 square. I wonder whether you go for this or whether you just try to close the white queen in. There's one threat for White, and that's on the h file. You can kind of lock the queen in with this move, Tanya. That's a bit tempting.
Really interesting because you really don't want to allow pawn takes pawn, right? Knight c3, you'd love to win the bishop. Well, he does throw in the check first, depending on where White will move the king. You can't go to c1, I think, because then you just win the bishop with a check, not giving White the time to go pawn takes pawn and threaten a mate on h7. So expecting him to move sideways, he does it. Now don't pick up the bishop because you're going to get checkmated. And he does go with your other idea. So he's just combining the two. I really like this. You know, he gives a pawn back. You can't pick up that pawn anymore, David, because the bishop's hanging. No more rook coming into the attack. And if not, yes, you're losing the bishop, but also that queen. Very precarious. I mean, it's just trapped for life, right? Once black gets in an f6 or a rook to g8. You're just never getting out of that square.
That's really nice. A really nice detail you mentioned there, Tanya. The white queen is just, I mean, she's off on her own, walking off behind enemy lines, off on her own adventure. Whoa. And yeah, this one is almost over. Have you spotted something here?
Yes, apart from the queen, you might be losing your king after queen a5 ideas as well. I mean, there's also checkmating threats on the other side of the board. And White might be forced to push his pawn to a4 and kind of walk into this en passant. He does stop f6 for now. Arjun trades, takes control of that a5 square.
Wow. He actually just takes a rook as well. I just forgot that rook was hanging. I was looking at the checkmate, just like you were, Tanya. And assuming White recaptures, that move you mentioned, f6, is going to be really instructive, really classy, locking the white queen in. And the black rook can always help out if the white knight tries to jump over. And material advantage, positional advantage. Jan Nepomniachtchi kind of self-destructed, I've got to say, in this game. That one move, retreating knight h2. But Arjun showing an inspired opening choice. The pick, the modern, whatever you're going to call it. It was, his recipe for striking back.
It felt like it was going to be a recipe for disaster, right? After the first 15 moves, and then just that one inaccuracy by Jan and Arjun on top of his game. You know, once that pawn goes to f6, I mean, it could be a puzzle for someone. How on earth did White's queen even get there?
One of those retrospective puzzles. Trace back the last few moves. He actually takes the pawn. That's how desperate he is to get his queen out of that trapped position. But now he's a whole rook down, and the black knight will save itself, maybe even take a pawn on the next move. The black rook can stop any checkmating ideas, and this is just over. Extra rook at this level. More than enough.
And it's hard to even imagine any counterplay, any attack here, David, that might come in. I love your move, knight c3. You could even develop your rook to the d8 square, defend that knight. He uses the queen. Okay, this was not a move that I would have on my radar, but I'm really thankful that you're pointing out the big threat here. So Arjun going for the most direct line, and he does get the check in. This has got to be checkmate. The fact that Jan continues to play, it amazes me.
I mean, you can line up your rook now and go for a really nice queen sacrifice checkmate. Come in behind and they'll be mates to the white king. Jan Nepomniachtchi is about to resign any second. You can see his body language. Archer just choosing his way to wrap this up. And okay, any second now, surely it's going to be game over. He takes a pawn first. Why not?
You can't pick that pawn up because knight e4. Wouldn't that just win a queen?
It does. It wins the game as well. The final position was a check, and the white queen was falling. Jan smiling there. He knew how bad that game was, unfortunately, by his high levels. And the first decisive game of this round so far. Let's go back to our bird's eye view. We've had 2 results, Tanya. What else is in store for us?
A comeback win by Arjun, equalizing his match against Jan with 1 rapid game to go. Gukesh versus Fedosiev. And Fedosiev completely winning in that one. It looks like a bunch of extra pawns, 2 connected passes on the queen side for Fedosiev. A matter of technique with about 4 minutes on the clock. How trivial is that?
Yeah, that looks like the next game potentially that might finish. So let's go to that game just to try to see if this is just purely over or if there are any fighting chances at all. I should mention that this opening, I think it was the remnant of Gukesh's World Championship repertoire, his preparation there, because his second, Vincent Keimer, actually used it against me in the Bundesliga, this exact opening for white, and beat me with it. So yeah, Fedosiev showing me how to play with black. And Tanya, big threat, pawn to c3. He's going to have to use his rook to drop back. He's wondering whether he has time, though, to grab a pawn in the center. I don't think he does.
Or you could alternatively bring your king back to defend and just try and keep the rook as active as possible. He does go for that, but I don't think it changes much. David, it's not just the c pawn, right? The a5, b4 idea as well looks extremely strong. And 3 versus 2 on the king side. It's going to be forever before Gukesh creates any counterplay with a passer.
Yeah, Fedosiev was deep in thought there, but yeah, he's going to give a check. Maybe he's... Oh, nice move. Rook exchange. He's just a pawn up in a king of pawn endgame. Gukesh is going to have to give up a second pawn to fight on, and that's too much. Tanya, great move.
Great move. And you could see it in Gukesh. I think he just simply missed this idea, and he doesn't even fight on. He resigns, and that is it. Fedosiev gets the win in this match. There is a 4th game coming up, David, and Gukesh, he's still on his chair. He's still trying to figure out what went wrong there.
Yeah, it's been a bad couple of games for him. From the lead now to being behind. Let's go to a queen endgame between Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana. That's quite a cool one, quite a quirky one, I've got to say. Magnus Carlsen, we should mention, also a pawn down in his one against Duda, but that's going to be a bit of a fight for a while. This one is a total draw, Tanya, if the black h5 pawn didn't exist, because the threat of promotion is enough and there's some stalemate ideas. But with the black h5 chances, although the engine says draw.
Wow, so he has to figure that out. What is the difference and how can he do it? Because there'll be no stalemating ideas. How do you win this? He does take it now, though. So this is the position you were talking about. And now white doesn't have time to bring the king and assist the queen because black's king is stuck in the corner. Once again, white's king can't come forward, and you see the stalemate being played out, David. And this one finally does end in a draw.
Yeah, fair result in the end. And I actually think if the black pawn were like on h7, h6, that was winning. White would have been able to trap the king and maybe give checkmate. But yeah, the pawn covered some key squares. And let's go to Magnus Carlsen, who's suffering against Jan Krzysztof Duda. Oh, it's 2 pawns against 1, but knight endgames are so notoriously tricky. Black can actually trade knights off right now, but I don't think it quite works. The white king would have been able to walk its way forward. Tanya, chances of Magnus holding this, do you think? Level time on the clock?
It's always a chance for Magnus to hold it, but I think this is also Duda's big chance to make a comeback. He stops the white knight from getting active. David, the bar says it's still a draw. I think so much of it is going to be about Duda just making moves, making sure Magnus's time, he comes under some kind of time pressure, and then at the right moment, getting that knight trade in when the king and pawn endgame is winning. But let's do some predictions here. Magnus hold or Duda come back?
Duda come back. How about you?
Damn it, David, that was going to be my pick.
You can pick the same. We can pick the same. We can be on a team. But I mean,
That's
Magnus,
no
he's doing
fun,
everything.
though.
I know, but chess isn't always necessarily about fun. Magnus is defending really well, though, I've got to say, Tanya. He's found all the right moves. He nearly got Zugzwanged, but he found the only square to put the white knight on the edge of the board. It feels like 50% winning for Duda, 50% draw.
Yes. A game 50 results for sure. I wonder if Duda's idea somehow has to be to get the king close to the h4 pawn, right? That g4 square. But Magnus is just not allowing, not letting that happen with using his king as a defensive piece and the knight giving the check at the right moment. He's not letting Duda's king anywhere close to his last remaining pawn.
And for everyone at home, if the knights had been traded off their knight to d4, there would have been an exchange and the white king would have walked forward. So you have to time these knight exchanges. Now he can do it because the white king is trapped. Now Magnus cannot agree to the knight exchange. So it's all about getting the knights off at the perfect moment. And now I think Magnus has found a really nice square for his king. He's just going to keep his king, stopping the black king from coming forward. Ooh, I should check the 50 move rule, Tanya. It's been a while since they last exchanged a pawn or pushed a pawn.
While you check that, I mean, it's really fascinating, right? Because at some point, Duda will have to make that decision to either trade the pawns or the knight. And Magnus just defending like a beast in this one. He's also doing it fast. He's not taking time, that's the key here. He's keeping that slight advantage on the clock of just a couple of seconds. Actually, they're completely matched there. And now repeating. And he keeps allowing that trade. But Duda can't do it. That would be an immediate draw. David, did you take a look at when was the last time we had a pawn move or a trade?
It was move 54. So for everyone at home watching, on the top left of your screen, so you can see the move counter, is now move 90. So 104 is the magic moment. If Magnus can survive till that time without having any exchanges or pawns being pushed, it's going to be an automatic draw. The server will just declare it. He's getting closer, Magnus. Looks like flagging not going to be an issue for him, Tanya, as Duda grimaces.
Did I pick a Magnus hold in this one? I feel like that's what I picked.
Yeah, you can have it. You take it. Definitely what you said.
Wow, this is I don't even think he's gonna make progress where it goes beyond 50. We're on 103, so is that just one more move? And that's it. There you have it.
There we have it. Why did we ever doubt? Magnus Carlsen holds in nice style. He actually gave up his knight in the final position to win the black pawns. And he very convincingly holds a difficult position. Missed chance for Duda. In the meantime, one game still ongoing as Magnus maintains his lead. But it looks like the only game remaining is fizzling out towards a draw between Vachier-Lagrave and Decisive. What do you think about the clock situation, Tanya? Enough for either side to fight on?
It's less than 30 seconds for Dan Laz, and it just depends on the mouse skills right now, right? So Black will sacrifice the rook for the G pawn at the right moment, and then advance with his own king. David, do you think one of these youngsters is going to flag another? What's going on? I mean, you go G7 here. He wants to go G7, rook G6. He's going to give up the rook and then make his king move forward. Don't go A2. The rook A8 would win that pawn. There you have it. But do you think he's going to play for the flag? No, you've got to take the queen, right? You don't continue playing this game.
We saw how fast Decisive is yesterday. Look at Vachier-Lagrave. I think he missed this last move, the king coming across, but he looks frustrated. He was better a bit earlier in the game, but yeah, I don't think you can flag Decisive. He's too quick. It's too risky. Both sides down around the same time now. It's going to be a draw.
He's just going to give up the rook. Oh, he doesn't. Well, now he will. And there we have it, a king versus king, hence in a draw. Nodded back there with a shake of his head. What a fight between these two youngsters, and we've got our scorecards ready going into that final round of the Rapid. And Magnus still with his lead. Jan Krzysztof Duda has to win on demand the final 10+0 game. And then we've got Nodebek in the lead. Dennis has a must win ahead of him. Same for Artemiev. Fabi versus Maxime, 3 draws, David. That does surprise me because the games have been quite fun, actually, with both holding their own.
Yeah, we haven't had a single boring game today, but Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that just shows how equally they are matched and how strong both of them are. And level scores in 2 of the other matches here we see on the other side of the draw. Ding Liren against Prag is 1.5, 1.5 after exchanging early blows. Likewise, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Arjun now leveled up after that strike back from Arjun, that horror show from Jan Nepomniachtchi on the white side. But two other players in the lead, Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Fedoseev, Tanya.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And I'm just wondering the Jan Arjun matchup, right, David, just given their style of chess and how uncompromising it is, I think it's been the most exciting matchup of day one of the playoffs so far. Just every game, fireworks.
Yeah, maybe that should be his middle name, Arjun's middle name. It's always fireworks when he's involved. And we see some of the games have, already started. And it looks like the players, Tanya, they're sticking to their openings. We've seen so many English openings now. It looks like no matter what opening they came armed with, they're just sticking to their guns. We've seen the positions repeat themselves. Maybe the one player who's freestyling a bit more is actually Praggnanandhaa. He played 1b3 in another game. Now he's playing the English opening. But what do you make of this early stages? Nothing too dramatic happening across the boards?
I think that to your point, there's definitely been preparation involved, right? There's so much at stake and so much on the line for these players that, and that's the big difference between a Swiss play-in and match play, that you can have a very opponent-specific approach to the games. So we're seeing some sort of repeated ideas across the board, like you said, sticking to their openings. I think Arjun Yan once again promises to be a fun one. Look at that. That's the bottom right board. Arjun's rook lined up against Yan's queen. The two pawns have moved forward in the center. The bishop under attack. Already quite a fun one.
Yeah, already quite a fun one. Maybe we start there. It's still very theoretical, but it's maybe one of the more fun lines of the Queen's Gambit declined. This was debated in the World Championship match, I think first between, actually lots throughout history, but this rook to e8 move, I think between Caruana and Carlsen a few years back. And yeah, there's just some crazy stuff. There's a pin here. There's action happening all over the place, a pin on this diagonal, of course. And ultimately, if it should all be level, that's what computers tell us, Tanya. But in practice, in rapid chess, it's never that way.
It's sort of like you're testing your opponent's memory and theoretical knowledge, right? When you play a line like this, because if players are prepared, then it usually neutralizes. But you really need to know your way, because every move has so much is sort of a high cost move. So we saw the knight jumping in, doubling down on that pin. The bishop moved back, and now a few trades. The one thing that you really want to avoid is quickly taking that d4 pawn and opening up the rook line. So expecting white to continue with development, get the bishop out as quickly as possible. Castle or the other approach, you block the center with e4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, blocking the center, especially when you have knights versus bishops, makes a lot of sense. There was an attack against h7, so that has been fended off. And now assuming that Erigaisi castles, maybe the black bishop will come out, create a pin of its own. The position becoming more normal, more balanced now, Tanya. What do you say? Back to the bird's eye view?
Let's do it. This one's going to be a fun one, though. Castle has happened. We'll keep an eye on that. And David, bars rising up a little bit on our top row there. Fabi getting the advantage, as does Denlaz.
Mm-hmm. Let's go in order then. Maybe Caruana against Vachier-Lagrave. Let's start on that purple board on the top row, where it looks like a big advantage already. Over +1 for Fabiano, and that's because he has the bishop pair in what's about to become a very open position. Nice move there. He's going to exchange off in the center. Pressure on the queen side. Tanya, what do you think? Just looks very, very pleasant for white.
Super pleasant, right? Everything just flows. The moves just flow. And let's remind everyone that Fabi in the Chessable Masters, he made it to the playoffs, but was eliminated in the very first day. He lost both his games. He lost in the winner's bracket, then in the elimination bracket. So he definitely wants to change that narrative in this one. It is the final qualifying tournament for the Esports World Cup. And yes, there are 4 spots in Riyadh, the LCQ, the last chance qualification. But David, the fact is that all these players want to get there before. They don't want to rely on that opportunity.
Yeah, there's a lot of pride at stake as well. And especially with their esports teams now watching, extra pressure on your shoulders. You want to bank your spot there, prepare your summer. You don't want to kind of have to rely on a bit more luck, a bit more chess later in the year. Oof. The bar rising, Tanya. Look at this. The bar's just shot right up. That means there's a knockout blow immediately for white. What is it?
I don't know about the knockout blow, but one move I'd be thinking about is also a knight jump to f5. I mean, if I can get that light squared bishop off the board, David, then bishop c4 at the right moment, taking advantage of the pin, would be very tempting for me. But I'm guessing there's something much stronger. But it's probably not this.
Yeah, I mean, it's still strong enough to maintain a massive advantage. This is a long-term advantage for anyone wondering. Apparently, the winning move is f4, and you just push through f5, and you just win. Black's pieces have no squares. There would have been forks in the air, but Fabiano wants to do it a different way. And yeah, you can do it in any way, pretty much. Now the Black Knights are still really clumsy. Still long-term pressure on weak pawns here. Bishop pair, everything adding up to something huge. And look at the clocks, Tanya. They've barely spent any time. This is great news for Fabiano.
It's amazing. And he's done it to perfection, right? He just keeps all the pressure on the board. He keeps the pressure on the clock as well. The rook comes in and the clock just doesn't stop. Now the 8th rank is vacant as well for the white rook to land into. Do you give a check and then just put your queen on c6, or is there something stronger here?
Yeah, I mean, everything I think is strong. But first move, as you mentioned, that comes to mind was a check. Really shocked he didn't go for it, because that just looked like you tie Black down completely. And Black would have had to block with the knight, otherwise this pawn would have dropped. So, okay, Fabiano not finding all of these knockout blows. And look at the bar. Suddenly it's dropping. It's still an advantage, but if you don't take your first 5 chances against a world-class opponent, maybe you don't get a 6th. What do you think here, Tanya?
I mean, just getting 5 chances against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is a lot. And it does look like somewhere Fabi did slip up, right? And another inaccuracy on the board right here. But I'm just wondering, how does actually MVL neutralize the pressure? Because once again, the bishop pair, it's a long-term strategic advantage. You can just keep playing with it. So at some point, Maxime has to break free. He has to find a way to create counterplay. Otherwise, Fabi just keeps the advantage, keeps pushing slowly but surely, will put his bishop on an active square, bishop to b5, dislodge that rook from the open file, force it to a more passive square, get his own rook on d1 once the black rook leaves the file.
Yeah, I would have bet my house on, well, if I had one, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing pawn to h5. I was going to say just to kick away the white knight, but now the white knight has landed, and it's that idea you mentioned earlier, Tanya. Bishop takes knight, there would be a trade, and the white light square bishop is just too strong on this diagonal, so you cannot capture this knight. And a mistake, apparently. This is the best position MVL's had since the game began, pretty much. He needs to find a solution here and now. How to remedy this position.
And he's going for it. He's trying to create some chaos with his H pawn. Yeah, I just don't understand the computer. For me, H4 seems like just such a natural move. It gets a question mark, David. It's a move that I think so many of us would play. You want to get that pawn even to H3 if given a chance. But I guess there was something stronger for Maxime.
Yeah. Again, according to the computer, it's not a move I would have found. The black knight coming into the center, and if the knight had been captured, then you capture the white knight, and some exchanges would have alleviated the pressure on Black's position. Either way, Fabiano not finding the most direct way forward. Maybe we zoom out for a moment and just update everyone on the other goings-on in the games.
Let's do it, because there's a lot that's happening. And there we have our bird's eye view. Top left, Magnus in the lead, needs only a draw and has the advantage in this one. He's doing well. Look at that beautiful knight that's centralized. Fabi Vachier, we just checked onto it. Fabi with a long-term advantage, but another mistake, and it just seems like it's slipping out of his hand. Denis Lazovic, he's about to maybe potentially make his comeback win in this final game. He's got the advantage in his game. That's an extra pawn on that red board, David. And for Praggnanandhaa, who are in the balance, the position, well, it says it's level, but I think it's still a game for all 3 results. Anything can happen. There's no symmetry in the position.
Yeah, that one very, very tense. And where would you like to go next? As you mentioned, different dynamics on different boards, different needs for different players.
Should we check in with the Arjun Yan board? We've had 2 decisive games in their matches, and looks like quite an exciting one. That's the bottom left board, a queenside majority for Arjun, a dynamic pawn formation, a very strong light squared bishop at the center of the board right there, eyeing f7 as well, the knight threatening to jump onto e5.
Yeah, great call, Tanya, because this one, I think this is just the beginning of where things heat up. And I really hate Jan Nepomniachtchi's position. A lot of pressure here. The bishop was under fire. White's knights are beautiful, and often they get in each other's way, but here they both have great squares. Isolated pawn in the center. I should mention to everyone at home, Magnus Carlsen is about to wrap up his match against Duda. No chance he loses that one. And he's got a very, very safe position. And this is where the action's at. Vachier-Lagrave is actually slightly better now, suddenly, against Fabiano Caruana. Things have really turned there. But this game It's all about the white knights. The white knights are jumping. The white c pawn, super strong. Tanya, this is Arjun's chance. He struck back in the last game, and now I think he might be rewarded for that courage. He's just played a positional masterpiece so far.
Just incredible stuff, right? Full control. I mean, that c6 pawn is just so amazingly strong. The blockade that he's created with his knight on d3 as well. The queen will eventually come into play. You know, it can get more active while a4 attacking that a7 weakness as well. The knights are not only great attackers for white, but also defenders, just taking away any jumping squares for the black queen and knight. I'm loving the way Arjun's handled this one. And David, like you said, momentum plays such a huge role. You know, he's the one who was on a point deficit. He lost the second game. And then with that comeback victory from the modern Perk defense, what a performance that was when he was in trouble. And now suddenly, and just as we say it, David, a mistake.
Ooh, wow, what a find. Backward knight moves are the hardest to spot in chess, and Arjun's just blundered his pawn. I wouldn't have seen that coming either. He just wanted to improve his queen. Nice and subtle improvement move, but this pawn, indefensible. It's attacked 3 times, only defended once.
And how quickly did Jan Nepomniachtchi spot that? He made it immediately. It was almost as if it was in his mind. The idea of the knight retreat. Yes, you can slide your rook over to c1, but that's a 3 versus 2 attack. You lose the most important piece. And Arjun realizes what a slip this was. He slows down, but he has to keep playing. He has to keep fighting. How does he do that? Is there a way to keep the material balance here?
Well, there are some tactics, like if you slide your rook across, if the black knight does capture on c6, you can actually do some stuff on f7 with some nasty knight forks coming in. I don't know whether you want to calculate that. You can play positionally. White's knight is so strong that even being a pawn down, you have great compensation. But you just need to recover, and quickly. He's now been thinking a minute and a half, Arjun, since this moment. Nepomniachtchi actually set it up, by the way, we should mention, with pawn to b5. He cut off the defenders, potential defenders of this pawn. So nice spot, but yeah, Arjun, this is really turning. The queen coming in now. Okay, it's still 50-50 on the board, but on the clock, Nepomniachtchi's 2 minutes up.
Well, at least you pick up the b5 pawn in return, right? So you're not down a pawn. It will lead to some trades. You lose one of those strong knights, and you really need that to stop the d4 pawn from becoming a beast. And you know, you look at Jan Nepomniachtchi. There's so much psychological warfare in his body language. It's a good thing that the players are playing online and not in front of each other, because it can be really difficult to deal with his presence. And you can see the shift in him. You know, as he gets more confident, as he realizes that something's gone wrong for White, and he's the one who's calling the shot. He's the one on the front foot. But how much of it is really the case, David? How strong is this d4 pawn?
Well, it's very strong, especially if White doesn't retreat the knight now. I think you should probably just go back and sit in front of it and hope that long-term the white knight is superior to the black bishop. But yeah, I've been lucky enough to face Jan many times, and I fully agree. It's the presence, it's the speed, it's just his alertness to opportunities. So we'll see whether he can make anything of his 2-minute time advantage here, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe we zoom out for a moment and again update everyone, Tanya, because we're reaching that crunch stage where clocks are dropping dangerously low right now. What catches your eye?
Everything, right? We see the bar, it's not level in any of the games right now, and that's what happens when the clock does tick low. It's action all around, David. Denis Lazovic close to a winning advantage. As I say that, things start changing in it. Praggnanandhaa with a big move, a big pawn push on the last move, opening up his bishops on the diagonal. That's the top right board. Should we check into that one? Because I think it's a big moment against Ding.
Yeah, let's do it. I was going to say another pun as well, but I'm tired of the Ding puns now. Let's jump over to this game. And okay, he takes a pawn. Brilliant move there from Ding. Prag's last move, given a double question mark, we should mention pawn to d6. And maybe that's just because this pawn is covered now. Black a full pawn up. It looks beautiful for White on this diagonal, but oh, what's happening here? He's collapsing Pragg, bringing his queen forward.
Whoa. And this is the last game. Whoever wins just takes it. There will be no Armageddon. He needs to hold this. He somehow needs to get things back under control. But queen e5, it looks like a good move, right? You're attacking the bishop. You're not giving Ding the time to take on d6.
Mm-hmm. If I didn't see the bar, Tanya, I would still think White is doing okay, but maybe Black can just move the pawn. I'm not sure whether you go c6 to defend your bishop or whether you push the pawn to c5. And this pawn is actually dropping off, and you'll be 2 pawns down long term. There's no attack.
And that's because your rook will slide over in front of the queen, and then you've got enough forces to actually pick up that pawn and also get in some trades. And Ding finds it. He does play c6, rook d7 coming in next. Whoa. Pragg about to go down and low on the clock as well.
Yeah, he's only got 2 minutes left. He's about to be 2 pawns down as well. He needs to seek counterplay somehow, Pragg. He needs to somehow come in, but any infiltrations only result in a queen exchange. I don't think that's quite enough. Look at Ding. For a moment, I thought he was just distracted. He was actually just coughing, but he feels that this is his chance. He's leaning forward. He's kind of shaking now, Ding. Magnus, in the meantime, Tanya, about to clinch his mini match, but the other game's all still in the balance. What do you make of this?
Whoa.
Who's the favorite?
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave clinches his match against Fabiano Caruana with a win with the black pieces. David, a huge result for Maxime and Fabi for the second time this year in the Champions Chess Tour. On the very first day, it drops down to the elimination bracket.
Wow, Fabiano had so many chances, didn't take any of them and was punished. Good result there for MVL. We'll talk about that later, but queen takes pawn now. It's just 2 pawns up for Ding. Double question mark from Pragg. And this looks like a cleaning up job, 1 minute versus 2 as well. Tanya, what do you think? Do we stay here? Do we stick or do we twist?
Well, let's bring up our bird's eye view and then take a call. Let's just see what's the action everywhere else as well, David, and just update us quickly with what is happening across the boards.
Oh, we have to jump to Arjun against Nepomniachtchi. Everything else is in the balance. Ding with an advantage. There's a huge moment. Jan Nepomniachtchi can clinch it if and only if he finds the move. Rook takes pawn on f2. The white knight is actually pinned to the white queen, and it's just checkmate. You win the queen.
He's going to find it. But the thing is that why is he slowing down? I mean, this is such a Jan tactic. What is he calculating? Is it a blind spot? Does Jan not see it?
Is he calculating
No, he
bishop
does.
takes pawn?
Whoa. He's slowed down. He's taking his time. The thing is, once you see rook takes pawn, you instantly make that move. It's just game over on the spot. And he misses it! Whoa, and it's a blunder!
It's a blunder. Now white is winning. Oh, he could have played queen to e5, Arjun, and he would have been winning on the spot suddenly with white. Now it's a 50-50 again. 1 minute versus almost 2 minutes. Wow, Jan Nepomniachtchi missing what's quite an elementary tactic for his level. I think he was so caught up, Tanya, and looking bishop takes pawn, which didn't work due to some checks from the white queen, that he just forgot to look for other moves.
I cannot believe that Jan didn't play rook takes pawn. I mean, it just felt like such a Jan way to finish the game off. And now this looks like it's about to head into an Armageddon. Both these players will have to do it all over again. Arjun also missing that golden opportunity. But David, I think Arjun can still be forgiven, not finding queen e5, being under pressure throughout. But for Jan to miss that, that's a big one.
Yeah, huge miss by Jan. And I think we will be seeing these players again in an Armageddon unless Jan is able to flag his opponent. What do you think? Maybe now we zoom out again just to update everyone on the other boards. This should be a draw, barring any flagging. And okay, Denis Lazovic in huge trouble against Nodibek. Turnaround in that game. He's the exchange down, looking hopeless for him. I don't think we need to necessarily jump over that. Ding, is he going to wrap it up? Maybe it's Pragg against Ding, Tanya.
Let's go there. But I will say, I think Jan wants to play this on. Arjun is almost at the 40-second mark. We'll go to Pragg versus Ding immediately, but keep an eye on that because I think flagging is very much in the cards in the Jan-Arjun matchup.
And in the meantime, Levon Aronian must-win situation against Hikaru. 40 seconds each, but a dead level position over there as well. This one is winning for black. Simple extra pawn up. This a3 pawn is so strong, you can just paralyze the white rook. Tanya, surely he's going to win this one, Ding, with extra time on the clock.
He must, right? 10 extra seconds now. That pawn on a2, and the black king will start marching up, find a way across, and start targeting the right side of the board. David, we've got results coming in. Nodibek goes through. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, we mentioned that as well. Nodibek with a win against Denis Lazovic. Praggnanandhaa in a winning position. Jan Nepomniachtchi still trying to flag Arjun.
Okay, we have to jump to another time scramble as the results kick in. It looks like Ding's going to win this one.
Let's head over to Hikaru's. Let's head over to Hikaru versus Lev. Should we do that?
Oh, let's do it. This is the board. This is their board. Let's get those cameras up as the flagging commences. Hikaru's down under 15 seconds, Tanya.
Hikaru has less time, David, than Levon. I haven't seen that happen, but he's just so incredibly fast on the mouse.
Oh my god, Hikaru's got a winning position, but no time.
And now he's winning. Is he going to checkmate? Is he going to find a way? No, he doesn't. He gives up a
He dropped
very
his
key
pawn,
pawn.
Hikaru.
Levon's back.
Oh my gosh.
But the
Flag,
knights are so
flag.
tricky. Someone's gonna get flagged. If Hikaru gets flagged, I think that'll be the first. I've never seen that happen. He blunders a rook.
Blunders his rook, Hikaru. Wow. The Speed King
Levon about
is
to win.
about... Wow. There we go.
Unbelievable. And Hikaru with the head bob. He knew it was just anyone's game at the end. And when you've got seconds on the clock, a big blunder by him, and Levon wins that match. David, what a crazy final round this has been.
Yeah, that was insane. We were both almost speechless there just because so unexpected to see Hikaru, of all people, get flagged. But it's always difficult. He had a 5-second deficit when we joined, and that was decisive. Levon Aronian, though, very impressive mouse skills there to capitalize on the blunder, to stay in it long enough to win on time and on position at the end. And here we see the final scores. The Prag against Ding game, I believe it was a win for Ding in the end, winning on board and clock. And that leaves us with these results, Tanya. Let's catch everyone up, catch ourselves up on the drama that unfolded.
Yeah, I'm still catching up with my own breath here with all the action, the breathtaking action that we just witnessed, such turnarounds and crazy. I'm going to say, David, I'm loving the 10+0, by the way. That is just super exciting to watch. You know, you don't only have to be good on the board, but really good with the clock management and your mouse skills as well. So really testing the players. Magnus Carlsen goes through and he does it. He cruises through in his match, getting that first win and then 3 non-problematic draws there against Jan Christoph Duda. Nordebek, a 3-1 victory. He stays in the winner's bracket as well. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, after 3 draws, finally breaks through and gets the dub in the final round. He will go through. Fabiano Caruana will drop down to his last life in the elimination bracket. And then we've got Vachier against Vladislav Artemiev. Vachier with a win, a 2.5 to 1.5. But we've got Armageddon action that's about to happen, not in 1, but in 2 extremely exciting matchups. Hikaru did lose that last game, but David, he was up a point. He won the second game. A 2-2 sees them going into, sees their match going down to the wire, as does Yan versus Arjun. Gukesh is down to the elimination bracket. Fedosiev picked Gukesh, beats Gukesh, and he goes through. He stays in the winner's bracket. Ding Liren also a comeback after losing that first game, and I think that just shows the mental fortitude of the former world champion, you know, winning both games with the black pieces.
Yeah, fantastic for Ding and all of his many fans. Just the style he did it as well. Tough start to the day, but he really came back strong against one of the most informed players in the world right now, Praggnanandhaa. And yeah, difficult for Gukesh, I've got to say. I expected him to just cruise through actually after he won the first game, but Fedosiev too strong in the end. And yeah, 2 Armageddons, Tanya. I don't think we can complain. Actually, unexpected Armageddons. I thought Hikaru would bank his match after taking the lead, and I thought Jan Nepomniachtchi would find that tactic at the end, but couldn't beat Arjun. We've got some more drama ahead.
A lot of drama ahead, right? Like 2 fierce Armageddon against players who play such aggressive chess. It's going to be so much about the bids and who gets the black pieces, and all of that action is coming up in just a few. You don't want to miss what's going to happen, so you stay right where you are. We'll be back in just a few.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
Welcome everyone to the chaos of Armageddon, where the only thing louder, David, than the ticking clocks will be my voice and the pressure that the players are feeling. And we've got 2 of those coming up. So I am super excited. You know, I love the format, and it's going to be so much about the bids, the mind games. How low do you think the players will go?
Yeah, it's going to be electric, that is for sure. Just every second count, every millisecond counts. Levon Aronian only got to the Armageddon by the space of 0.7 seconds, checkmating Hikaru in the previous clash. And yeah, Armageddon, we talked about it yesterday. Normally 7 minutes is the absolute minimum you can bid. Let's see how the players how they approached it.
Let's do it, because I think a certain Hikaru Nakamura was listening to you. He said 7 minutes. You know what, David? I'm going to do it at 6:59. And with that bid, he gets the black pieces. Levon will start with base time, 10 minutes on the clock. You said 7 is the absolute lowest. What do you got to say about 6:59?
I mean, that's just showing off Hikaru. That extra second, though, might cost him, as it did in that previous game. Who knows? We have seen 7 minutes or around that time being bid in chess in Champions Chess Tour history, and normally it doesn't go that well. You have to be so quick, you have to be so instinctive, and it is a 3-minute deficit he's facing. It's going to be difficult for Hikaru.
Wow, and Yan also sticking around the 7-minute mark. He will start with the black pieces as he beats Arjun's 8-3 by choosing 7-12 for himself. Arjun will start with 10 minutes on the clock. For Yan, 7-12, and needs only a draw to make it through. David, I think another huge time scramble in this one coming up. What are the odds that Yan actually went back and, oh, we've got time already, we've got moves already? So we'll talk about what's happened later, because the players definitely need to forget about that.
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. I really hope that Yan didn't check the previous game. He would have realized he could have just won it on the spot. He didn't need the Armageddon. And in the meantime, 2 games, 2 Queen's pawn openings here. Queen's Gambit declined on the right side. The purple board, Arjun Erigaisi against Yan Nepomniachtchi. A more slow type of position between Aronian and Nakamura, almost symmetrical, but now going towards the Queen's Gambit. And yeah, it's all about the speed here, Tanya. Who do you think, though, is the favorite? Judging by the bids, judging by the kind of trend of the games, the earlier clashes we saw in these pairings, who would you pick to go through?
You know, for me, Hikaru picking 6:59, it does feel really low. You would think that sticking to the 7.5, close to the 8-minute mark, would be the wise decision. But it really goes on to show that Hikaru wants the black pieces and believes that he will be able to keep things solid. For Levon, you know, he's not only up on the clock, he's managed to get a position which it's hard to imagine too many trades happening. And I think he will get a long game in that. So I think a very risky call by Hikaru. But the thing is, he's such a favorite whenever it comes to situations of the clock or, you know, any match that he's playing. But I think this isn't going to be easy for Arjun Yan. It's been a crazy fight from the start. What we have on the board, I do like Yan's position, you know, the A pawn moving forward, the queen looking really active, control over that E4 square. And yet the bar says that White's doing fine.
Yeah, the VAR's saying that White's doing fine, but White needs to win. I think that is the key in Armageddon. We will need to see some risks being taken by Arjun Erigaisi if he wants to win this game. Maybe we just jump into that one first. Hikaru's done a great job, by the way, of playing 20 moves in about 20 seconds. So great start for him. But yeah, let's jump to the other clash, actually. Arjun Erigaisi and Yan Nepomniachtchi. There we see them appear. And you like Black's position, Tanya?
Did you see there was a repetition that already happened with queen b1, knight d2, queen c2, and knight jumping back to e4? And of course, Arjun cannot afford a 3-fold. That is as good as a loss. So he has to take some decisions which objectively might not be the best. And Yan gets his pawn all the way down to a3. David, I'm still liking Yan's position. Not on the clock as much, but the board definitely.
Arjun's been super speedy. Arjun spent less than a minute, while Jan has spent over a minute. So the time disadvantage still, still kind of being maintained. But yeah, Black's position is beautiful. This A3 pawn is going to eternally haunt White here. There's going to be so many endgames where Black's going to be able to, for example, get a rook in and just win, just promote a pawn. So as long as nothing happens on the other side of the board, where Arjun's trying to make magic happen now, I do really love Jan's chances. And Tanya, the match so far, Jan's always been up on the clock in pretty much every game. Even the game he lost against Arjun, he was still playing quite speedy. So I'm not surprised he chose Black, and it looks like he's being rewarded for that choice so far, but still quite early days.
He went pretty low for that choice as well, right? 7 minutes and a couple of seconds. And look at that activity. He uses one pair of rook and knight to defend his king, and the other one just playing. And look at that beautiful move. He wants to trade one pair of rooks. You pick that one up. You lose the c2 rook. The queen would have come in. Arjun could not have allowed that. Arjun recognizing that his best shot is the clock. So he's trying to play as quickly as possible. David, if the queens come off, the majors are off the board, that a3 pawn could potentially become a weakness.
Yeah, I'm really shocked he didn't take the queens off there, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and then he could have brought his black knight in. He could have actually brought it round to the outpost that the black queen's sitting on now. I think that would have been a risk-free endgame, and with a draw in hand, with the draw kind of pushing you through in Armageddon, that looked like the safer option. Keeping the queens on a bit more risky. But okay, Jan wants to instead break maybe with his pawns on this side of the board. Still looks very safe for black, I'm going to say, Tanya. Maybe we check in on the other game as this one enters a maneuvering phase.
Let's do it. Levon Aronian with the white pieces has to win against Hikaru Nakamura, who went below the 7-minute mark to get black. Needs only a draw. Also looks pretty active with the queen, where it is putting some pressure on the queen side pawn. But very often the problem piece for black in these structures is that light squared bishop. You want to get that c5 break in. You're highlighting a big threat on the board. Queen takes pawn, which needs to be taken care of. David, the one thing more than the board and the pawn that I'm talking about that worries me is that the clocks are leveling out.
Yeah, not good news for Levon Aronian. Irrespective of what's happening on the board. And that's not great either. He's having to move his knight away. At some point, Hikaru might even be able to break, as you say, unleash the bishop, even at the cost of a pawn. Unleash the black rooks as well on the open files. But yeah, suddenly only 1 minute between them. Hikaru's spent only a minute and a bit to get to this point. And Levon Aronian, he'll need to show that he's still got the speed, as he did in the previous game between these two, to strike back. But position-wise, Tanya, I would choose black. I think Hikaru has done everything right so far.
And that knight landing on f4 next looks like a big threat that you need to deal with. Can white somehow, can left find a way to actually put pressure on the king's side? Look at the way Hikaru's completely locked in. You know, he's zoned in right now. He's leaning forward. He knows that this is where it's at. It is the Armageddon. He needs to find a way to at least draw the game. And he's done everything right so far. David, Armageddon or not, I would pick black in this position. That knight f4 looks like a deadly threat.
Yeah, definitely. And now Levon desperately trying to get the queens off. Big moment. Does Hikaru try to grab pawns, or does he just go into an endgame where he should be safe enough? I love his pose as well, Tanya. He's trying to climb into his computer screen almost as he tries to get into the heart of this position. This one is level-ish in the position, but the other game, something crazy has just happened. So let's jump back over there, because Arjun Erigaisi, in his desperation to win, has sacrificed the exchange. He's now down a rook for knight. And can he whip up something against the black king is the big question. Tanya, do you see any compensation here, Arjun?
Well, there's a pawn that's hanging. I see the d5 pawn that can be picked up, but also Jan's queen is targeting that c3 pawn, which needed to be defended. So first, Arjun does grab on c5.
Tanya, this one's going on. Commentator's curse, I took us away from the other game. There's been a big blunder. Let's jump back, because Hikaru Nakamura has tricked Levon Aronian. He's hitting this knight and he's hitting this rook. Double attack.
That's a double attack. And that's a deadly one, right? You don't have rook c5 to block it because there's a knight on d7. There is no way to actually keep things defended. And you take that bishop on b7. Queen takes rook, comes with a check.
Wow, huge blunder there from Levon Aronian. He gave up a pawn nicely, actually. Good positional idea to get his knight in. He just forgot that loose pieces do indeed drop off. And something has gone wrong. It's desperation time. Clocks. I don't even see. Yeah.
What happened to
clocks
our
have gone wrong as well.
The world's falling apart. There's a glitch in the universe.
That's the least of his worries right now, Levon Aronian. Maybe he just has to hope that the game gets restarted due to the clocks glitching, but this position is over. He needs to sacrifice something. Maybe give up his bishop for a pawn to lure the Black King out. We do get confirmation. The clocks are fine on their end. Both sides around the 4.5 minute mark. There we go. Refreshed, and they're back. This is the real time on their clocks, Tanya. But it's all about the position here.
But good or bad, you have to go for it, right? Because you're just losing huge material and you don't even have that time advantage to dream about flagging. That bishop takes pawn, you give a check, but David, the king will just fall back, and I still don't see a follow up. You know, the knight and the rook will still be attacked. There's just no way to keep anything defended. You can give one piece and then lose another. And the worst part is that the rook hangs with a check, right?
Classy move by Nakamura. He saw that one coming. Ooh. Whoa, desperation from Aronian now. Gives up his rook. Okay.
And he didn't take the bishop, by the way. That was... You'd have to break this down at some point for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, if Black had taken the bishop, just imagine it, everyone at home. If the Black King had sat on this square, the White Queen would have slid across with a check, and she would have defended her rook at the same time, allowing White the time to go and grab this bishop. So there was a geometric idea there. But instead, wow, he's playing for tricks here. Hikaru, he doesn't play the best move, apparently. It's a double question mark. I think he just wants to play it safe. I think he's just trying to bank his advantage. A draw is enough for him. He's going to give a check next move if the bishop is captured.
But you have to capture the bishop. I don't really see an alternative. And now it's a fork, so check only move. The king will move up. You can't give another check because g3 would have been on the board. Instead, Hikaru attacks the white queen. Defended. Is he going to start getting ambitious? Will he start lining up? How does he create an attack? Can't move the knight. Knight f4 runs into queen d6.
He tries to lock in the white bishop. The Black King is coming to grab this piece next. And the problem for White is, yes, you can give up the bishop for a couple of pawns, but it's just not enough. You'll be an exchange down there. The Black Queen still has some checks. This looks like Hikaru is in the driver's seat. Let's just zoom out and go to the two-board view for a moment, just to see how things are going on elsewhere. Arjun Erigaisi, we saw him sacrifice the exchange. It's backfired. He simply doesn't have enough for that material. And Tanya, it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi still down on the time, though. But he should be a favorite to win now.
Arjun's trying to create some chaos with his e-pawn, but the black bishop does a beautiful job of defending it. And that move, it said it was a mistake, but the bar realizes everything's fine. There's a checkmate being threatened. Arjun stops it. He blocks it, but he loses his key pawn.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is simply winning on the position, and a draw is enough for black, so he's going to clinch it. I think more jeopardy lies in the clash between Aronian and Nakamura. Arjun needs a miracle. Let's see if he can conjure that one up. But Levon Aronian still alive in his game. And actually a draw immediately there. Arjun against Nepomniachtchi there. Jan just bails out. It was enough for him. He clinches it. He stays in the winner's bracket, Tanya. Can Aronian stay in the winner's bracket now?
And a very deserving match victory for Jan as well, right? He felt like the dominating player, the better player throughout the match, even in the 10+0 section there, gets it done in the Armageddon convincingly. And now it's on Levon. But look at the clock, David. He's got less time than Hikaru. I mean, Hikaru could have bid 5 minutes is what it seems like, because right now Levon's down by almost 2 minutes on the clock. The position also not going his way. Hikaru needs only a draw.
Yeah, and Hikaru bullying Levon here, showing him he's on a different level here right now, just trying to get the queens off, and he knows that the white bishop is trapped long term. Clock situation, board situation, material, everything in Hikaru's favor. He's stepped things up, Tanya. He's been so convincing, Hikaru. Ever since he spotted that double attack, no chance for Levon.
That was a beautiful move, right? The queen from a3 hitting the rook and the knight. And now if you trade queens, it's also the 2 pawns on the queen side that are going to start marching up, not to mention the bishop just completely trapped. So Levon, for any chances, has to keep as many pieces on the board. But it's also the white king side that's weak. That's not allowing Levon to create the minor piece attack against Hikaru's king. Does he just step up with the king now and get greedy for that bishop?
Yeah, just
don't take it
next move
yet, because there's a fork.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that happens in blitz or bullet chess. Sometimes you take a piece and whoops, you get checked. But Hikaru has over 3 minutes. This is his territory, right? He's made a He's made a name for himself off 3-minute chess Hikaru, and he's playing Levon, who's pretty much in bullet territory, under 1 minute now. This is hopeless for white.
He said Hikaru's made a name in a 3-minute territory. He's got 33 seconds more than that, and that's more than enough time. He can just block the check with that f-pawn as well, David, in this moment, and then start threatening to take the bishop. He instead uses his knight. The white knight jumps forward, hits the queen, defends the bishop. The black queen can move back, hit that knight, and also offer a trade. It's all about the double attack in this game by Hikaru.
Yeah, double purpose moves are always the most effective. The bishop now is hanging. Now the pin has been broken. Queen exchange. And there we go. Levon Aronian resigns. Hikaru does stay in the winner's bracket. Levon drops down. And wow, well deserved, you've got to say, Tanya. As you mentioned, Hikaru just on another level in that game.
It's just incredible stuff, right? We mentioned it at the start. He's representing Team Falcon, and I think the chess he showed had that precision and had that razor sharp play as well. So pretty much like the team logo for Hikaru, and there we have it, the 2 Armageddon wins by Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And I have to say, both these wins, David, incredibly convincing.
Yeah, and we must remind our viewers at home, it was the 2 very experienced players, especially in this type of format, choosing black, even sacrificing 3 minutes in order to get the black pieces to get draw odds, and using the fact that they could draw games to bully their opponents, and yeah, convincingly gliding through those Armageddons. For Arjun, for Levon, they get another chance. They will be in the losers bracket. They will fight on today, but now they're on their last life in the Chess.com Classic.
And the chess does continue, because we've got the winners quarterfinals and the losers round 1 as well coming up. We've got 8 players who continue their journey on that top bracket, who still have 2 lives. And then there will be another 8 players who will be on their last life right there, fighting against each other. Whoever loses is out of the Chess.com Classic. And in the mix is the world champion. He's playing his teammate, his compatriot, Arjun Aragaisi. It's Arjun versus Gukesh in that one. Levon takes on Pragg. Denis Lazovic against Artemiev. Jan Krzysztof Duda, who just lost to the world #1, will be playing against Fabiano Caruana. For Fabi, he's hoping, and they're really praying that it's not a repeat of what happened in Chessable Masters, where he was knocked out on day 1. So a lot of chess still coming up, and it's going to be so much about the players having that endurance, that stamina to go on, and they'll need all the focus that they can get. And you know, David, what's coming up. Speaking of focus, it's such an important part. The focus, memory, and performances are critical factors in the game of chess. Neuro's memory and focus gum is packed with clinically studied ingredients to help boost all of that. Whether you're looking for an early morning lift, a late night pick-me-up, or simply a refreshing burst of peppermint, there's a reason why Neuro is the fastest growing brand on TikTok. Visit go.chess.com/Neuro or use command Neuro in chat to explore their range of products now, and you get to save 15% using the code for chess15 exclaim, and all of that you can go check out. But be right back, because there is more chess coming up in the Chess.com Classic as the race to Riyadh heats up.
One event that really had a big impact on my career is the same tournament of Vachier-Lagrave, but a different year, where I lost 5 games in a row. And it came in an interesting moment in my career. I was 17, and I just won my first super tournament. I won the tournament in Reggio Emilia, and I was on an absolute high. Like, there were articles all over the chess media. They were saying this is like the historic result, the youngest top tournament winner since Karpov, I think, at the time. Like, it was a little bit different time than now. Like, 17 now is already old, but back then it was kind of more special. And I was really on a high. And then I played the Vachier-Lagrave tournament, which was, you know, this big tournament. I started with a win against the World Championship challenger Boris Gelfand. So, like, you can imagine the build-up to greatness. And then I lost the game later in the tournament. And then I came back the next day with a win. So I'm again back. So, like, I'm an absolute high. And then I lost the game. And then I lost another one. And then another one. And then another one. And you keep thinking like, okay, but I'm not gonna lose the next one. But it kept coming, you know? And I lost 5. And it might have had an impact on my career, and I've learned a lot from that.
Disappointing final week for you, I guess you can say that.
For sure, yeah. We can.
What went wrong?
He actually, well, nothing really went so wrong. I mean, besides that I lost the games. Just that my preparation did not work. And yeah, I think I can learn some lesson. I know some more of my weaknesses. Each game showed a lot of my weaknesses lately, so I guess I will have to improve that and hope for better luck next time.
I think in some sense this was like hitting a rock bottom, and I think the good thing about hitting the rock bottom is that whenever later you get a hit, it will never be as painful as that. So you've got the biggest blow already, and you know how to deal with that. Because, you know, after I've overcome that, which took a while, of course. I mean, after that, I've had like a dip in my, of course, for a while. But then I came back. You know, when you overcome something like that, then you're much stronger. That's for sure.
Your brain is a supercomputer capable of millions and millions of complex calculations and decisions. But your brain needs exercise, practice to keep it sharp and incisive. Chess puzzles are a great way to work out your brain. Daily puzzle solving makes your mind fit, building pattern recognition, critical thinking, and memory. Doing puzzles every day makes your mind fit, helping you build creativity, problem solving, and memory skills. Puzzles on chess.com feature hundreds of thousands of original, beautiful problems tailored to your level. Whether you've never played before or you're a veteran, whatever level you're at, chess.com's coach will help explain both the puzzle and the solution so you learn as you go. Most importantly, chess.com puzzles are fun. Find interesting, beautiful solutions while building streaks, leveling up, and competing with friends. Try puzzles today on chess.com and give your brain the exercise it's craving.
It is very important for me to be comfortable. I am a bit of a sloucher, but I'm also kind of restless in the chair, so I'll change position like a lot. I'll do a few different poses during the game, like I'll lean forward, I'll lean back, like on the side, but yeah, I don't know, it just feels good.
What's the most interesting place you've played from in your secret lab chair?
I've played a lot of weird places, mostly hotel rooms, some resorts. But I do remember one particular match against Nakamura when I'd hurt my back a bit, so I was standing over the chair.
Why did you choose the secret lab Titan Evo?
I do like these chairs a lot. I feel like it affords both comfort and flexibility.
We are back for the chess.com Classic, and it's time for the winners, quarterfinals, and the losers round one. What a day of chess it's been, David Howell. I cannot keep calm, and there's more of that coming up as some players are on their last life.
Yeah, Tanya, it's been so fun to watch as a chess fan. I'm not sure it's good for my nervous system, all of these time scrambles or the flagging involved, but yeah, it's been fantastic. And seeing some of the top players having to dig deep to kind of move through the gears just to survive in a competition, that really feels like a sport. And yeah, it's been phenomenal to watch. And of course, high stakes as well. That just makes it even more exciting. And that brings us on to our pairings for the next set of games.
Let's take a look. The 8 players who continue the run in the winners bracket. Magnus Carlsen, who looks like he's on his A game today, getting that big win against Jan-Christoph Duda, I want to say, in his round, David, and he did it convincingly.
That's right. And these were pairings from the previous round, I believe. And
that is
Fabiano
correct.
Caruana went down to MVL. It was Wei Yi taking it and Abdusattorov. These are the pairings in the next set of games, Tanya.
That is true. Maxime will take on the world number 1. And he did beat Fabiano Caruana. So looking good there, MVL. Can he do what few are able to do against Magnus, especially in the Champions Chess Tour, the undisputed king of the tour? A big one coming up for MVL. Norbert Abdusattorov from Team Navi, Born to Win, as his team is called, will be up against Way to Go Weibo Wei Yi, who's had a good start in this one. It's Hikaru versus Ding. David, I'm so happy to see the chess that Ding is showing in this tournament so far. You know, coming back from behind against Prague after his loss just shows incredible mental fortitude, something that we've been missing for a while from Ding. And this is our losers bracket. These are the 8 players who are on their final strike. 1 loss and the tournament is over. It's Duda taking on Caruana, Lazovic against Artemiev, Levon with Praggnanandhaa, and Gukesh versus Arjun. Give me 4 names that go through to losers round 2, David Howell.
Oh, it's best of 2 now as well in these clashes. The players on their last lives. I'm going to say Caruana goes through, Artemiev goes through, Arjun takes Gukesh down, and Pragg eliminates Aronian.
Well, David, all your predictions yesterday were on point. You know, let's not forget that. So we'll chat. Just keep all of this in mind, and we'll check in later. But yes, you're right. The losers bracket is only a best of 2. In the winners bracket, the players continue with their best of 4. So definitely a longer one. And it's go time as the moves appear on the board.
Yeah, some games starting slightly before others. We see 1b3 from Praggnanandhaa again. He used that against Ding earlier in the event, earlier today. That's the bottom right board we see there. And okay, lots and lots of Queen's Gambits today. A few Retties, a few Englishes. Tanya, very few 1e4 openings in today's action. I barely remember any. I think maybe only 1 or 2 so far. And that's just interesting, the trends that go in top level chess these days. What catches your eye in these early stages? I'm going to say Pragg, maybe against Aronian, is going to heat up at some point, but only 3 moves in there.
Yeah, wow. So Pragg still sticks to his cowboy 1b3, despite, in some of the games not being that easy for him. And we've got that is in our losers bracket, of course, against Levon Aronian. Our top row is our winners bracket, David, where 3 games, I believe, are still yet to start. That surprises me a little bit. Magnus, with the Queen's Gambit accepted structure on that top right board. I've always liked these positions for white. It just feels like you get your castling earlier on. Your rook comes to the central file. You've got all these ideas of the knight jump next. And yes, the center is liquidated and the pawn formation is symmetrical, but the lead in development is what I enjoy for white in these setups.
Yeah, and actually, let's go to that game, Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because they've had some really fascinating tussles in recent years, including, maybe even especially in the Champions Chess Tour, where Maxime is one of the few people to have ever defeated Magnus in a match format. He did it twice, and that was last year in order to defeat Magnus in must-win situations in this double elimination format. He came through the losers bracket, Maxime, and took down Magnus. And this one's become an isolated queen's pawn position, an IQP. This central pawn normally means that white is inclined to attack. It's a long-term weakness, so you need to play short-term dynamic chess. And okay, before white's able to swing the rook across and go for the black king, Maxi Vachier-Lagrave lashes out. What do you make of this, Tanya?
David, I mean, big question here, right? You talk about creating an attack and sacrifices, and I was just thinking that didn't Magnus have the opportunity to pick up that e6 pawn, give up the bishop, pawn takes bishop, queen takes pawn, and win the bishop on c6?
Wow, wasn't even on my radar. Let's quickly jump in and show that. Really nice spot there, Tanya. Bishop takes pawn was very possible. I'm really shocked Magnus didn't go for this, because if the bishop had been captured, computer confirms it's the best move, by the way, then this would be a double attack, just to show your idea. And when the dust settles, white is 2 pawns to the good. Maybe black just kind of acknowledges he's a pawn down and continues the game, maybe pushes his pawn or offers a trade of bishops, but a pawn is a pawn. Magnus could have been greedy there, instead dropping back. A bit of a miss for him, and now black is doing very well. Black can occupy the square in front of the IQP, and yeah, very shocking ton of developments there, Tanya.
So it was a miss and not something that Magnus didn't like about it. I don't know if you saw, but there was a bit of a shake of his head. And look at that. I think he realizes it now, David.
You spotted it 100% correct. Magnus just realized that very second that he missed an opportunity to win a pawn. Loose pieces drop off. We said it earlier. We say it again now. The black light square bishop, the consequence of his last move, b5, that bishop no longer protected. Tactics, therefore, working in white's favor. And Magnus, uncharacteristic that he misses an opportunity like that. Maybe Maxime just keeping a poker face. Maybe he realized as well, Tanya.
I think he does. I think he did. And you know, the thing is that it's still in the air. And Magnus knows that that's a big threat right now. And then it comes to your realization, the moment you move your bishop back, that, hey, I'm threatening this, and then it hits you, I could have done it in the previous move. It can be really frustrating, but I think players like Magnus and Maxime, they just move on. You don't have time to sit and keep thinking about missed opportunities. You have to work out what you have in front of us. Still a very dynamic position. That rook slide you were talking about, the threat on e6, the other rook coming to a central line, you know, all these ideas in the air. I think it still promises to be a big fight.
Yeah, it does. But a bit of insight here into Magnus. I don't think he really enjoys isolated queen's pawn positions when he's got the isolated pawn. He does feel a bit of pressure. He doesn't want to have to kind of walk a narrow pathway and kind of throw everything at the opponent's king just to maintain the balance. So yeah, that missed tactic, I think, the start of just the start of the drama to unfold in this game. Now white probably forced to retreat the knight, and that's not good news either for the world number one.
Yeah, not a happy square that you want to go to, and this was his idea. He's going all out, David. He does give up the pawn. It's traded. We're going to see a lot of opening up, the doubling up of the rook on the D line. But it just feels like things are fizzling out now. Oh, I think this was important. Rook D1 was probably running into bishop C4 tactics, and moves are coming in fast and quick.
Yeah, the simplifications have begun, and that was a great spot by Magnus. He might have missed the idea of winning a pawn, but now he's traded off his big weakness, and now he'll breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want that weakness long term. Magnus, really sensitive to pawn structure. Now, if anything, maybe white, I'm going to say, with a small advantage. If he can, for example, get this rook into the game and maybe clamp down on the queen side. This is a Magnus type of position, but ultimately should be level. Tanya, let's zoom out of this one. Let's go check out the other games.
Let's do it. But, you know, we've seen Magnus squeeze water out of stone. He's won positions which are so incredibly dry. But I will say the one that we have does look very simplified. His advantage, that's a top left board. His advantage is so minimal in this one. David, is it going to be a vintage Magnus, this, where he just grinds this out? Because I'm inclined to believe that MVL holds his own in this one, especially now that he has control of both the open lines.
Yeah, the one player that Magnus does sometimes struggle to grind down is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, because Vachier-Lagrave is so good at endgame calculation. He's so good at forcing things. I don't think Magnus will get much of a chance. We should mention 2 games haven't started yet. I believe that we're going to try and get those started in the near future. But elsewhere in the winners bracket, one other game to talk about. That's the red board on the top row, Jan Nepomniachtchi against Fedoseev. And Tanya, I'm going to say that looks very level for now. Both sides very healthy on the clock as well.
But white does have a pawn majority on one side, black has it on the other. So still there are dynamics. And also Nepomniachtchi, he does control the E line. But David, I'm expecting some trades of the majors there, with eventually Fedosiev getting one of his own rooks to challenge the two rooks that Jan has lined up. And what a day these two have had so far, right? Fedosiev, he loses the first game to Gukesh, goes on to win 3 in a row, putting the world champion in the elimination bracket, and goes through to the winners quarterfinals. Nepomniachtchi, such a roller coaster match against Arjun, but really in driver's seat for the most part of it, and takes the match in a thrilling and a convincing Armageddon. So both players showing exceptional form.
Yeah, great journeys by both of those players so far. I'm actually going to take us to the bottom row, the losers bracket, where best of 2 is going to get dramatic. And I'm going to take us to a clash of 2 of your compatriots, Gukesh and Arjun Erigaisi, because for Gukesh, things are getting really, really dicey right now. Look at these 2 Black Knights. They are beautifully poised. There's a weak light square here on the F3 square. Oof, this bishop cutting across the board, and black is a pawn up, Tanya. Unless there are tactics here and now, I think Gukesh is in huge trouble.
And I don't believe you really have the time to even trade the queens to ease the pressure off, because then the Black Knight gets an inroad on that F3 big square coming in with a check. And if you leave the queens on the board, Arjun's just simply going to slide it over to the F6 square, bring the queen to join, and all these forces that you're talking about, the bishop and the 2 knights coming in with a tempo. I am in full agreement with you here, David, that Gukesh is in huge trouble, and in a best of 2, the margin to lose with the white pieces is non-existent.
Yeah, he cannot lose this game, Gukesh, if he wants to go further, go deeper in the tournament. And he finds the best move, credit to him. Exclamation point given to that move. He's attacking this knight, which doesn't have too many squares to jump to. Also, I love it, Tanya. It's a double purpose move. The white rook covers the vulnerable F3 square. Really, really important not to let a knight jump into that post. I'm expecting maybe a knight retreat, or maybe that move you mentioned, the queen coming out, although some tactics in the air, counter-attacking the knight, defending your own knight. I think that's the most natural move in the position. The most Arjun type of move. Keep the queens on, fight on dynamically. And you know these two so well. Like, do you know the history between them? Whether they kind of play much speed chess against each other for practice, for example?
They're good friends, but over the board, we know these youngsters, they're absolute rivals. And it's funny you say it's the most natural move and an Arjun type of move, because usually natural and Arjun does not go in the same sentence. I think his moves are the biggest surprises, but he does put the queen on an active square, making sure that there are no trades. David, for me, the most surprising thing about this position is the placement of that white rook on A3. It's just so uncharacteristic. And Gukesh, as a player, really likes all his pieces sort of having that harmony, being in control, being at the right spot. And I don't think he's happy with, I don't even know how that rook landed there, but it's just super awkward looking.
Yeah, I can confirm it came across, it came up and slid to A3 to attack a bishop, to actually improve black's bishop, which happily retreated to the B7 square. So really strange maneuver. But okay, he drops his knight back now, Gukesh. He wants, given one more move, he wants to land the knight onto D5, maybe force black to trade off the beautiful light square bishop, and he's right back in the game. And also skewer of the knights. So yeah, this one's still in the balance. Apparently Arjun with an advantage, but not easy to find it.
Gukesh will, of course, fight this out and make it very difficult, but I think Arjun's got a very his type of position. Let's remind everyone that these two players were the biggest part and sort of the key players in the Olympiad gold medal winning team. Arjun scoring a phenomenal 10 out of 11, I think it was, and Gukesh also getting the gold medal. Both these players getting their gold medal, not just for the team, but also on their individual boards as well. But David, I think the one thing we all have learned to admire about the younger generation is, regardless of their equation off the board, you can expect them, because they're so motivated by each other as well, wanting to prove that they're better than the other, that when it comes to on the board action, friendships don't stand.
Yeah, that's why I love watching this young generation. They're not afraid to throw everything at their friends to try and crush their friends. And actually, they just push each other onto greater heights. And okay, this is getting fruity now. This is getting spicy. Bishop for knight exchange. But this one is hanging. It's 2 knights versus 2 bishops. I think if this bishop is captured, this knight will be taken in return. And white's a pawn down, but a pass pawn at least. And yeah, Gukesh, he's handled this really well. And big time advantage suddenly for him. He's fighting really well, really hard.
finding all these ideas, right? And I think we were talking about that rook on a3. I think eventually when it finds itself on e3, suddenly it will feel like everything's fallen into place, right? You've got complete control of the central line. You've doubled up on an open file, and everything, this rook dance that Gukesh did, will start making sense. But for that, he needs a couple of tempos to happen. Because right now, knight takes bishop would be a huge threat if it wasn't for that knight. And I just wonder if Arjun will simply slide his own rook to that central file, defend it, reinforce that threat. And the big question, will Gukesh have time to double up? Instead, Arjun falls back. He usually doesn't retreat. Arjun's not a retreater.
Yeah, and it's no coincidence that it is actually not the best move. White's bishop now will most likely move out the way. You could also make an argument for taking this knight, but okay, it does retreat. Not the best. Maybe the knight should have been taken, and then your move, Tanya, bring the rook across and start going for an attack, push your h-pawn. But okay, let's zoom out of this one. We know that this one is hanging in the balance, but I have a feeling now that Magnus Carlsen is in a little bit of trouble. That's the top left board. Much to my dismay, we don't have Nakamura Ding started yet on the top right, the green board, but Magnus, it's actually got better than just the last move or two, but it did look like his king was out in the open. Doesn't look like he's enjoying this much against MVL at all.
I mean, this is not a happy position. Material balance, but look at each of Magnus's pawns. The last move not approved by the engine. There was something stronger, but Magnus is king unsafe. The pawns all weak, and as long as there's a queen and rook on the board, there are potential of attacks. What Magnus is dreaming is of getting the rooks off the board. Rook c8 was a threat, stopped by Maxime. Wants to go queen h3 next, David?
Yeah, I think he wants to come in. I would be so scared here of just some kind of sneak attack from behind at the right moment. Maybe Black throwing this pawn forward just to get the rook in, for example. There's so many ideas. Black's king super safe. White's king never, ever safe. I just don't see anywhere you can hide it. So queen exchange might help White to survive. Rook exchange will definitely help White to survive, as you mentioned. And this is his idea, Magnus. He wants to force the rook trade. Maybe he's okay. Maybe I've been kind of overestimating Black's chances. But yeah, he didn't do this very smoothly at all, Magnus Carlsen. He was in trouble for a long, long time.
But now the worst looks behind him as the rook is far away from joining the queen from giving checks. And I think Maxime might even think about repeating the position. Don't see a way for him. He could go back all the way to stop the trade. But David, let's zoom out of this one as it looks like the worst is behind. There was this window of opportunity that Maxime had, but it slipped because there's a lot of excitement. Jan Nepomniachtchi on the brink of what at least the bar suggests. I was about to say victory, but it falls down, but an exciting position. That's one to watch. And Weyi also doing really well against Noderbeck. He's about to win a pawn, and he does it.
Yeah, and let's jump into that red board. Let's focus on the winner's bracket just for now, and then we'll go check out what's happening in the other bracket. But right now, just a quick count is enough. Jan Nepomniachtchi has an extra pawn. It was actually a pawn sacrificed by Fedoseev. He was getting slowly suffocated in terms of space. His pieces weren't really playing. He wanted a square for his knight, so he actually pushed a pawn to g5. It was captured, and now he's just down 3-1 on the king side. Now bishop for knight exchange is going to simplify the equation even more. And Tanya, he's just so quick. He's always up on time. That's why he won his Armageddon. He's just so speedy, Jan. And he looks to be doing everything right. Maybe he'll try and get the queens off, rooks off, and convert in a pawn endgame, for example.
I think in this format, given the time control, no increment, given Jan's style of play, just his aggressive, aggressive approach to any position, which forces the opponent to burn the clock with no bonus time. Jan's been a great pick for Aurora Gaming in this one.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that I had, full power to nominate any players in World Chess, of course it would be Magnus. But next up, this time format with no increment, I think Jan Nepomniachtchi is a great shout. So a great signing for any esports team, but especially Aurora there. They've nabbed themselves a real player. And okay, he's swapped off the queens, but Black's got active pieces here, Tanya. It's not over yet.
It isn't, but he is wanting to get, I think, the rooks off the board as well. David, it's so much about what trades do you want. I would be tempted to go rook e2 and get the rooks off the board, but right now the b2 pawn is under attack, so you can't do it just yet. The one thing I'd want to avoid is a pure rook pawn ending. What do you think about he goes for it, and it turns out to be the right decision.
Yeah, and I think it's just because Black's king can't get in, and Black doesn't really have enough time White's king now has actually an easy path forward. It's going to just happily stroll its way forward. Pawn to h6 will force the black king back. It cannot come forward due to any checkmating ideas, and just no time for counterplay. I think Fedoseev mistimed that exchange. He didn't need to rush with it. And here we go.
Magnus is about to get checkmated.
Oh, let's jump. Let's jump
I think
over.
we have to go to that one. Maxime's rook has found inroads towards Magnus Carlsen's king, trapped on the back rank.
Wow, Magnus. The clock situation is slightly better for him than it was. He was down a lot of time. Now it's level, but he's a pawn down. I did say, Tanya, I'm going to take some credit. I did say it's hard to play for White these positions with the weak king on the back rank. There were no immediate checks. Maybe the black queen could have come across. G5 looks odd, but the black king is safe enough, and Maxime blows it, apparently.
Is it safe enough, David? Because now there are checks from the other side, laterally coming close towards the king. Has he bungled it up?
He has blown it, Maxime. He has one check. He was relying on this check with the black queen, but it could have been blocked by the white rook. Now he needs to keep checking and hope. This could still go in any direction. Magnus, miracles there. But okay, he doesn't find the right move, the right defense. Maybe the white king had to just shuffle to the side. Okay, this is still a scary check to deal with. Tanya, both sides low on time. Anything could happen. He blunders his rook.
Oh my goodness! Wait, unbelievable! And that's it. This is gonna be over. 48 seconds on the clock. Unbelievable. That was a winning position for Maxime and a one-move blunder.
Wow, it's all about king safety. Magnus
and he just gets the king to
wins.
safety.
Yeah, look at the reactions there, though. Just Maxime keeping a poker face, impressive, but Magnus knows he got away with murder in that game. He was dead lost, open king, but Maxime opened his own king, Tanya. That was his downfall.
This has got to hurt so much. You know, you don't get these opportunities against a player like Magnus, especially against him ever. And he had it. And Maxime had done everything right. And then a one-move blunder. So frustrating for the French Grandmaster.
And actually, let's jump over now to another game. And it's Fabiano Caruana deep in trouble. Gukesh also in trouble against Arjun. And okay, this game, it looks like it's about to end in checkmate. The white king caught in the corner. No time on the clock for either side.
Oh my God.
Trade.
Is he going to just get the queen closer to the white king and then the knight jumps in with some deadly checks?
Just check,
will he just repeat because he has... David, 1 second. Oh my God, is Duda going to lose on time in a winning position? He did have material, he lost on time, but it ends in a draw.
Oh my gosh, look at Fabiano, the guilt on his face, flagging his opponent when he had no pieces left. That was crazy. Wow. Duda will be so angry there, Tanya.
David, Fabi was down a queen, a knight, and 3 pawns in the last position. And he won on the clock. If Fabi had 1 pawn left, that would have been a Fabi win.
That was crazy. And Duda could have actually delivered checkmate, I think, but he was so busy wiping out his opponent's pieces because he wanted to remove the risk of getting flagged that he ended up losing on time in the process. Wow. That is what I love to see, Tanya. That's what I grew up on, that type of chess.
This is incredible stuff. Some of the best players in the world. And that's so grueling and demanding about this format. That's what makes it so exciting, right? And that's what's going to make them esports athletes. I think bringing this sporting factor into the game without the increment, and anything can happen. I mean, Fabi saving that, down a queen and a knight, not getting checkmated with 0.6 seconds on the clock. Insanity.
Yeah, and Fabi, I've played games with him, not just chess in the past, and he had that guilty look on his face when he knew he got away with one. I can't wait till Riyadh, Tanya, when the players are face-to-face, where you can't just kind of close off your webcam or walk out the room and just pretend it didn't happen. You'll have to face your opponent after you've flagged them physically. You'll be looking at the whites of their eyes, and you'll be like, oh, sorry, mate. That was crazy.
David, do we have a confirmation if it will be this exact same time format at the Esports World Cup as well? Perhaps Ryan can help us out. Ooh.
Yeah.
We're getting a confirmation that yes, It will be a 10+0. It will be over the board. Pieces are going to be flying off. David Howell's loving it. I'm here for it.
Bring it on. Bring it on. The players will need to shape up, speed up. They'll need to get their flagging shoes on. In the meantime, this game started a bit late, Tanya. We're now seeing Hikaru Nakamura versus Ding. That's not a bad not a bad third course for this round. And okay, what do you make of the position? It looks nice for Ding, to my eyes, but he's lower on time, and Hikaru's the best defender in world chess. Not going to be easy for Black to convert the advantage here.
I mean, that c3 pawn is a monster. It's completely killing Hikaru's bishop on a1 to passivity. And just as we say that Ding will fight for the advantage, a blunder on the board, and Ding with a shake of his head, he loses that pawn. David, what did he miss?
I mean, he could have moved his bishop to defend that pawn, for example. He could have just brought his bishop to this square to hold on to the pawn. He could have brought the bishop to any other active square as well and tried to create his own threats, maybe of bringing the rook across and bring the bishop in. But to self-pin, I know it's Ding's habit to self-pin. It's like, oh, he's trading off all his best pieces, Tanya.
And Hikaru is just improving all his pieces in return. I mean, now he's got this A passer. The knight is jumping further onto the board. The king's going to just simply march towards that c3 pawn. The f pawn will move forward, kicking away a key defender. Has this just completely turned around? Is this Hikaru's game now?
Yes. One word, yes. I don't think Hikaru can lose anymore. When we joined, he wasn't a pawn up. That's changed. And yeah, as long as he keeps an eye on this c3 pawn, he can probably eliminate it at the right moment, at will. He won't want to, however, lose his a pawn in the process, because if it's just pawns on one flank, huge drawing margin there. He pushes forward. Apparently a mistake. Apparently Ding now can move his knight out the way and is fine, but it's still Hikaru in the driving seat, especially with the clock situation. Tanya, do you think we'll see more ruthless flagging in this game with Hikaru just playing on forever? This position is not going to fizzle out anytime soon.
No, it won't, because just the pieces we have, how are you even going to trade and get them off the board? And I don't know what it is about Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, world number 1 and world number 2. They're just such beasts, not only when they get the advantage, but even in completely busted position from, a place of weakness in the game, they're able to bounce back and turn things around. And it's just such a unique skill that they have, David. Both these players, their resourcefulness, I think their presence, just knowing that you're playing against a Magnus or Hikaru just does things to your mind.
Exactly. And it's not luck. It's not as if Magnus is extra lucky. It's not as if Hikaru is extra lucky. They've honed this ability to trick their opponents and to stay in games, to be resilient, to turn things around. And they scarred all of their opponents. All of these guys have lost to Magnus hundreds of times. Hikaru has plenty of times. So it's just that psychological edge they have. And apparently a blunder, Tanya. And wow. There's only one move to take advantage of it. Guess the move for white.
I mean, I would play this move in a heartbeat, King E2. And I see it's not the right one, but I think it's the most natural, most human move. David, break it to us. What was it?
Yeah, I would have played this move instantly as well. That's why I checked the engine. I was like, that can't be a blunder. But bishop takes pawn on c3, just to go back before we catch up with the game. Bishop takes bishop, sacrifice in order to fork. And you win back the bishop next move. You'll be 2 pawns to the good. Easy victory for Hikaru at this level, if he had spotted that. But instead, he brings his king across, and Ding drops the knight back. Now it's less easy, because the white a pawn will be falling. And this is game on. Ding's not out of it yet.
He's not out of it, but he needs to speed up. There is a clock deficit, and Hikaru, we know he's going to try to maximize everything on the board and the clock as well. You can't just take the pawn, because after the rook trade, you do lose the bishop. And if he moves away, the a pawn moves forward. So he first deflects, trades, bishop d4, hits the knight, defends it. It's an extra pawn for Hikaru.
It's an extra pawn, and like we said, he can play this one on for another 50 moves easily. I think Hikaru is going to use all of his experience, all of his expertise in blitz chess, in all of the Title Tuesdays he's played. That's with increments, but this one, Ding's clock time, I think, is going to be his biggest downfall, Tanya.
Right, he puts his knight to the edge of the board. I think that decision just comes from the fact that he doesn't want to trade anything. He wants to keep maximum pieces on the board. It did surprise me though a little bit, David, and he does bring that knight back to defend his own bishop. Where does he break through? At some point, you've got to start pushing your majority.
Yeah, I don't think you need to break through immediately. What Hikaru most likely will do is just kind of play around with his bishop, his knight, set threats every move, and then he'll move his king across. Then he might push a pawn in 20 moves time. Then he'll push another pawn in 20 moves later, and by then Ding will have 10 seconds left. And Ding, you can see the stress on his face, the tension here building. Hikaru's so locked in. We see him on the camera.
Yeah, you can see the panic coming in, settling in on Ding. Hikaru, meanwhile, just looks like he's a player from another planet. He's half disappearing on the camera. I think it's James, right, who says half beast, half everything else.
Yeah, half man, half everything else. Machine,
Half
beast.
man, half everything.
Tanya, this position has improved though for Ding. The bishops are off the board and the pawns are advancing. At least he's simplifying it. You need to trade until you can make sure you don't get flagged. And okay, he steps forward there. I would have taken that pawn off the board to get more pawns off. But now, okay, the black knight coming in. Still, anything could happen. But the black king is a bit lonely, Tanya.
And that's a beautiful spot for the white knight, right? The rook is also coming in with a check. And if you go to g6, you actually end up getting checkmated on g7 as well. So just don't move it to g6. He has to fall back. David, I'm as surprised as you are. I mean, you really want to simplify this position if you're black. You want to trade as many pawns and not pieces when you're down a pawn. He had that opportunity, and now he's about to lose another pawn.
Oof, and the white king is going to start coming. The white king add it to the white rook and the white knight. This could be checkmate, but he walks into a check. Has Hikaru blundered his pawn, his central pawn, the e-pawn?
I think he has. You can just move your rook away. And now the knight can't go to d6. He has to push the pawn. But David, he's got 15 seconds. How many moves can you make in 15 seconds?
Not enough. Not enough. He's actually got a drawn position now, Ding, but it's going to be heartbreak for him. Hikaru is definitely going to flag this one.
100%. He does it every day. This is what Hikaru does. It's still an extra pawn in drawing territory. A blunder by Ding. Hikaru doesn't care. He's not even trying to find the best move. You know, he's got 50 seconds on the clock. And there he is. He blunders a piece.
Yeah,
just give a check. Win that pawn.
Knight drops for black, and still not 100% easy for Hikaru, but he knows he's going to flag. Look at the smile from Hikaru Nakamura as he knows he's going to win this game on time. Not how he wanted to, but Tanya, no chance Ding saves this now.
I think it's fine. I mean, this is the format, right? The clock is such a huge part of it. A rook and knight versus rook, that's a draw. But Ding just doesn't have enough time. Hikaru Nakamura wins on the clock. A big performance by him. I think a dominating game as well, David.
Yeah, it was Hikaru in the driver's seat. From the moment we joined, actually, Ding had the advantage all the way through the opening. The moment we joined, Hikaru turned things around and was rewarded for his perseverance, his patience actually in getting the advantage and nursing it towards something bigger, and he takes the lead. This is the losers bracket we see in front of us, Tanya, where, well, we saw some drama, not just two decisive games, but Fabiano Caruana as well, getting away with one.
He did, but Levon on the receiving end against Praggnanandhaa. Gukesh lost to Arjun. So, David, I think your pick was Arjun against Gukesh. That's going well. Gukesh has to win the next game on demand. And this was in our winners quarterfinals. Magnus gets the dub. That was an absolute roller coaster, right? What a missed opportunity by Maxime. And then you've got this feeling that if you let the world number one go in that, which positions are you even going to manage to convert? For Maxime, it's 3 games remaining. Didn't even draw that. He lost it with a rook blunder. So got to make that big comeback. Nodebek gets the dub against Weyi. Hikaru with a thriller, finally flagging Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi with a win there. Crazy round, huh?
Crazy stuff. And Jan Nepomniachtchi did it smooth, but the rest, they were up and downs, twists and turns. Magnus, wow, I've nearly never seen him kind of panic like that and be on so close to the brink of victory before turning things around. But yeah, Hikaru getting things done in the endgame, we did expect. And now, especially for the losers bracket, I think we'll be focusing a lot there in the next game, Tanya, because we will see the elimination of 4 players. If not now, then at least in the Armageddon to come. It's best of 2. Remember, everyone, we'll have to wave goodbye to some greats of world chess. And for the likes of Gukesh on the brink now, Gukesh having lost 4 games in a row, you need to find something. You need to step up your game. And this is the final chance in that bracket. And we're off. Game's beginning already. And my eyes will be glued to those players in must-win situations, Tanya.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And David, we're getting confirmation that, in fact, in Riyadh for the Esports World Cup, the games, as now, they will not be over the board. So it will be 10+0, but still played online. So sort of a hybrid tournament. And I think when you don't have increment, to me, that just makes so much more sense, because it's at least you can still get the moves on the board. Otherwise we've seen it in tournaments. You get all these, so much illegal action going on, pieces kept on the wrong square, pieces falling apart, not having the time. So apparently it will be played online, but on site in Riyadh.
Yeah, you still will have to face your opponent, though. You'll have to see them as you try to do the dirty to them on the clock, on the board. Either way.
Who's the scariest of them all?
Oof. Jan Nepomniachtchi. I can't play against Jan. He's too scary. He's too strong. He's too fast as well. And in the meantime, this set of games have begun. The players playing remotely. I like the fact it's going to be on a computer with a mouse as well, testing the mouse speeds just for consistency out there in Riyadh. But in the meantime, the players here have to be consistent as well. And my eyes, Tanya, already drawn to the bottom right, where we see the world champion Gukesh in a must-win situation with the black pieces, and Arjun is just trying to kill the game. He's trying to kill the fun. It's so symmetrical. He's got queens off the board already. He's got a couple of pawns off the board, 1 set of knights. And what do you make of this? His position's objectively totally fine, Gukesh, but he needs to win.
His situation's fine, but not the math situation, right? Like you're pointing out, I mean, everything under control. If anything, Black's got the slight pull here, the lead in development. You've castled already. You've got the control on the open line. The knight's jumping in, dislodging that white's bishop on d5 as well, which needs to stay connected to that e4 pawn. And I think he can continue with that idea from c5 as well, hitting the pawn and the bishop. In fact, yes, the pieces have been traded, but I don't think this game's whoa. I was just going to say this game's not over, and I see the bar is definitely not over. What's the big move here? Can Black somehow get f5 going? Or is it a check on d3?
Black would love to get f5. Ooh, check on d3 also looks tempting. I'm not sure you would want to eliminate this bishop, which only really helps White's rook develop, but I like the idea of kind of going after the light square bishop in the center. But Tanya, I saw the bar drop, and that just means one thing. Like, that's just a giveaway, right? Can you guess the move? What Black's best move, apparently? Or one of the best?
Oh my god. So it has to be something crazy. You don't have so much time because bishop is coming on e3. This is so tough. Oh my god, you're pointing. You're helping me out with this. Rook takes bishop. Is that the one? Good luck finding it in a must-win game. Whoa. What just happened?
He finds another strong one, Gukesh, not sacrificing. Just to mention, rook takes bishop, super hard. Like, you push your pawn forward, you actually get an endgame attack, which is very rare. So, yeah, no blame at all for Gukesh not finding that. Instead, he finds another nice move to destabilize the white pawn in the center and the bishop it's connected to.
I actually like this more than the exchange sacrifice, because when you give up your material, David, in such a math situation, you really have to play precise to prove that compensation, not for one move, but for the next 10 moves. But this one, he's not giving Arjun the time to castle. Arjun does take, he loses control of the center. He takes that pawn. And look at this, Gukesh is playing with a lot of energy. He sacrificed the pawn, but so much piece activity.
Yeah, he's got fire in his belly, Gukesh. I'm so glad I took us here. I actually took us here for the wrong reasons. I thought this would be a dull game. Symmetry, Arjun would try and bore Gukesh to death and just halve his way out into the next round. But no, Gukesh has really lit this board on fire. And I mean, knight check is going to force the white king to abandon castling rights. Then the black rook is going to just come infiltrate. The white knight attacked has got no good squares to use, has to retreat or step to the edge of the board. Ugly. And yeah, this is punishment, Tanya. Maybe it's chess karma. The chess goddess Kaiser never likes players who play for a draw with white.
And Arjun just not sticking to his style, right? Trading the queens off so early on, like you said, just wants to shut the match down. And sometimes you just sort of push that line into safety so much that things just go completely out of hand. He does fall back with the knight. Black white still can't castle. Black will happily give up one rook for two minor pieces. You can't move the knight out of the way. Rook d1 check. It's like all of Arjun's pieces are sort of paralyzed. You can't move the knight. You can't move the king. What's the move here? How do you continue? Black's coming in with knight d3 check, picking up the bishop, picking up the knight on the next move.
Yeah, it's not just that, Tanya. If you move the king forward, I thought this was the only way. You just kind of evade this knight check, and if the knight drops in, then you move the white knight and you're fine. But king forward allows bishop takes pawn on b2, and you get, you just get done by all the different angles. The white knight would have been captured next, and okay, he does go into this variation you mentioned, but this is almost hopeless. It's level material, but the bishop and knight are so much stronger than anything the white rooks can muster.
Gukesh versus Arjun, Armageddon coming up.
Yeah, almost guaranteed at this point. And wow, Arjun just has this knack of playing these crazy matches against fellow Indian players. I remember him versus Pragg World Cup a couple of years ago, or the kind of I win, then you win, then I win, then you win, and settle it in an Armageddon. And it's going to be settled that way again.
Exactly, and it's never draw, and we go into an Armageddon. It's always punches being traded, a back and forth of the result, and then finally a level score. But Gukesh still has to finish this job. He has a huge advantage. It's, in basic terms, it's 6 versus 5. But also just the piece activity, you plant that knight on d3, you plant your bishop on d4, and you've got this huge weakness of that f2 pawn to deal with. David, do you see any hope for Arjun to survive this?
Minimal. I think 10% chance you survive this. Maybe 1 in every 10 games. Your opponent gets sloppy, and I don't know. He's got so much time on his clock. Gukesh has been so fast and confident. It would shock me if now he slows down and starts to bungle this advantage. I think he'll start by putting his bishop in the center. Just keep the gate closed. Don't allow the white rooks in. Step 1, and then you move the knight in and move in for the kill. Should we zoom out, Tanya, and check out some of the other dramatic games?
Let's do it, because look at that top right board, the green board. Fedosiev is back in the match. Nepomniachtchi had that brilliant win in round 1, David, but here with his king in the center, a queen check. But what really is happening? Because if Fedosiev doesn't win on the spot, there's a bishop and the rook that's lined up against the white king. It's absolute chaos.
Yeah, it's a crazy position, and Jan Nepomniachtchi looks pretty calm as he thinks about how to answer this check. The problem is for black, there's no good discovered checks. Maybe I'll just replay the last few moves to show how we got here. We won't show any variations, but he actually sacrificed a bishop temporarily. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he allowed this to be captured, and now he gave a check. Rook takes pawn check. Looks brilliant, very fancy. The white king cannot take, since this would be a discovered check, discovered attack even against the white queen. But he should have done it the other way, maybe taking the knight first. And now, big moment of truth. Queens are coming off the board, but the problem is no good discoveries. And Tanya, the discovered attacking piece, the checker, is attacked, undermined, and this is the key, the clincher maybe for Fedosiev.
And then you always have the option to actually just completely block that diagonal by eventually moving your F pawn forward as well. And let's bring up our bird's eye view, as this one looks like Fedosiev has done everything right. He's pushing for the win in this one. Let's zoom out, David, as action's heating up all across the board. And I'm seeing Maxime. He's got an advantage one more time against Magnus. Magnus on the defense. He's moved his bishop, and that's the third board on that top row, attacking the rook and the pawn. That's one game I think we can consider jumping into. What else catches your attention? So much to choose from. Your call, David.
Yeah, so much to choose from. Wei Yi on the far left top brown board there. He has a big positional advantage, but we'll jump to the Magnus game just for an update before we focus maybe on the losers bracket, where certain players fighting for their life. Best of 4, meanwhile, in the winners bracket. I just wanted to show this because Magnus is a piece down. He sacrificed a knight just to get some pawns. The black bishop now is feasting on the white queenside pawns, but that still takes a long time to have any real effect in the game. Black has an extra pawn on the other flank as well. But yeah, Maxime, Tanya, I've been scarred by this myself. He's the one player who enters the Berlin endgame and more often than not, he wins with white. Nobody else can manage to do it. Nobody else is brave enough to even enter those waters. But this was a Berlin ending, and Maxime with a big advantage, or at least it looked that way until this last move.
Yeah, and once again, as you were saying, and I was buying all of it, Magnus just does Magnus things, and suddenly you see the bar is level. He's managed to create play. Yes, you can win the C7 pawn, but Magnus is both his rooks are going to line up on the second rank. And he's creating his own chances against Maxime there.
Yeah, I think Maxime got his bishop kind of in a bit of an awkward, clumsy square in the way. He should have maybe tried to use his rook to occupy the open line. Instead, he's lost a key tempo, and now Magnus will go pawn hunting. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus actually waits. A very Magnus type of move would be something like pawn to g3, just to lock things. Magnus just puts pawns as close to the opponent's king as possible, and learning from AlphaZero, there's always tactics in the air. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays that one, but grabbing a pawn also makes a lot of sense. This one, okay, he does actually take the pawn first. This one, yeah, still anyone's game, despite what the computer said when we first joined, Tanya.
Yeah, wow. David, a very exciting endgame in this one, but because there's still time on the clock and I think it'll go on for a while, let's zoom out. There are players on their last lives in must-win situation in our elimination bracket. The bar level on 3 games. Gukesh has got an upper hand against Arjun. He needs to win on demand. Where do you think we should go to next? Whoa, Duda Fabi looks crazy.
Oh, yeah, Duda Fabi looks crazy. Gukesh still with a big advantage. We expect him to strike back and force an Armageddon. We'll update you if anything surprising happens there. But let's go to the Caruana game. We saw how crazy that was last time, Tanya. If it lives up to half of that kind of craziness, then we're in for a real treat. And right now, white is a pawn up, but the white king is in a bit of a cage on the dart squares. It's going to be tactics galore on the back rank. What do you make of this, and who would you pick first glance?
Well, I'll prove your point. If the white queen falls back to g4, there are suddenly ideas like queen takes knight, rook takes queen, rook e1 check, bishop g1, and at least you have a draw, maybe even a checkmate. Or maybe not. But and I think that's why he comes all the way back, just keeping the first rank completely defended.
Yeah, it just looks so scary for that white king. If the black bishop's ever able to kind of line up on the same diagonal as its queen, then I smell danger. But great defensive move from Duda. And okay, still a pawn up for white.
I actually like black. Despite being down a pawn, the control on the dark squares looks really great. And you point out a move that makes me want to change my mind instantly. With the rook, queen, bishop, their activity combining for an attack. Now the queen wants to slide over to g3, attacking g2, as well as the idea of bishop d6. David, knight e4 will be met by the queen slide the other way with a checkmate in 1. I think this is more than compensation for Fabi.
Yeah, that being said, Duda's kind of silently offering a draw here. If Fabi wants peace, and he does repeat, he does bring his rook back, attacking the white queen, which will most likely slide back where she came from. Could this game end in a draw and go to Armageddon as well? Oof. Who's in the mood to gamble, Tanya?
Duda wants to play for a win. Armageddon, but not yet, he says. He still has to sweat this out. But that's kind of funny because I thought it's Fabi who's kind of trying to push this one. And he still provokes the queen back to that f5 square. So really wanting that Armageddon, Fabi is.
Yeah, and I did just check. They've actually had this position before as well, and they repeat. It's the third time. Let's leave this game. We'll see them again, these two fighters. And yeah, that was a very fair draw in the end. Tanya, let's go to the bird's eye view.
Let's do it.
Okay, Aronian against Prag looks very level. Lazovic against Artemiev looking level as well. Gukesh doing the business, though, so much closer to the win. Maybe we go there.
Let's jump in. He still has those 2 minor pieces, which are now putting pressure on that f2 pawn. Let's quickly jump onto that one, and then maybe we'll check in with our winner's bracket. Let's remind everyone the winner's bracket is a best of 4. So we'll be seeing those players in action. But in the loser's bracket, for some, this would be the end of the road. For Fabi, he does go through with Duda to the Armageddon. And this is where we are. Gukesh has to win the game. David, how close is he to get the job done?
I think he's very close, Tanya. I think he takes this pawn. There we go. Now he's created a pass pawn of his own. It is a race because white's got 2 pass pawns himself, but Surely now you can push this pawn forward, somehow relocate the knight, maybe bring it back to e4, round to c3, and just keep pushing this pawn. It still takes some work though, and you need to calculate it accurately. He's got 3 minutes. It should be enough. Update for everyone. Magnus doing Magnus things in an endgame. Magnus wins. We'll see a third game there though. He's 2 points up against MVL. Okay. Gukesh, all eyes on him.
David, that's just insane. I mean, the first game completely busted, turns it around, wins against Maxime. The second game, in so much trouble, turns it around and takes a second dub against Maxime. I just don't know how Magnus does it. And it's not against just anyone. It's against one of the best in the world.
It's Magnus Carlsen. I think, yeah, I mean, it helps when luck is on his side very occasionally. I said there's no such thing as luck in chess, but clearly in that game, something was in the air. And yeah, he's going to use that as extra firepower. In this one, Gukesh, the bar says he's completely winning. There's a knockout blow. What is it? Does he move his knight? Is there anything else? There's no threat actually of taking this knight yet because the black pawn will run through. Tanya, he's so close. He cannot let this slip.
But your idea of just getting that knight to assist the e2 move on the next one, knight c3 jump, just looks like, maybe it's not the best, David, but it just looks like a very straightforward way to get the job done. White will have to slide over with the rook to e7 to defend the pawn and stop it from queening. Gukesh slows down, but he needs to make a decision.
Yeah, maybe he should actually go for this a-pawn because he's very quick in the race with black's own a-pawn, which promotes on a dark square. Black's bishop is going to be phenomenal on this diagonal, helping its own pawn promote, but also stopping white's pawn, the h-pawn from queening, or at least giving itself up in the process. He's banking everything on the e-pawn here, Gukesh. He's going to bring his king in, but what next? Question mark given. Oh, is that the start of the wrong direction?
And the white pawns are moving forward, you know, and you can ignore the question mark here because I think Arjun, it's so much about him just playing fast. He needs to put the pressure on Gukesh's clock. It's more important to be practical than objective here.
Oh, I've got a weird feeling in my stomach. I'm just scared on Gukesh's behalf that he doesn't convert this overwhelming position. Tanya, there's only one winning move. Bishop to c5 in this position for black. That's so difficult, taking your bishop off the long diagonal. He doesn't find it.
That makes no sense.
He's blown it.
And of course he doesn't find it. Oh my goodness. And the bar rises up and now it's level. Unbelievable. And it's the pawns.
Oh,
they're just moving forward. The white rook will sacrifice itself for that e-pawn and then g6, g7. And Gukesh, is he about to be knocked out?
Oh my gosh. The world champion, he was winning. He's lost 4 games in a row. Maybe it's a confidence thing. I don't know. Now the white rook is going to give itself up for the black pawn, and the white g-pawn is running through.
David, he was winning for this entire game, and not just a small strategic advantage. Completely busted for Arjun. And there it is, g6, g7. In fact, I'm just wondering, how is black saving this? You've got to get your knight back into defense. And white's king will pick up the bishop, march over to the b6, a5 pawn, and Gukesh knows it. He's messed it up.
This is crazy. What a turnaround. He's still fine. He's not losing this game, but he needed no time on the clock. His pawns are dropping. It's over. Gukesh's run in this tournament. His hopes of getting to Riyadh through the Champions Chess Tour, Tanya, they lie in shatters. They're gone.
David, he might get flagged here, but it doesn't even matter. A draw is as good as the loss. And there we have it. Gukesh resigns. He is out of Chess.com Classic and out of the race for the Esports World Cup. He will have a last qualifying chance in Riyadh if he so wishes to. But for Arjun, his run continues here as he advances into the next round.
And let's go to another player in a must-win situation. Levon Aronian is winning against Praggnanandhaa, or at least he was until this last move. He just allowed a trade of pawns. Now he's running out of pawns. Now I think you can take white's pawn. You can take white's pawn and your king is... Oh, I don't know. This is so hard, Tanya.
Oh my goodness. And once again, he's losing now. Levon's back in the game. He's going to force the black knight away and just start pushing the pawn. And we're going to have an Armageddon
Great
here.
technique from Levon Aronian. Oh my gosh.
And the white knight now targeting the 8-7 pawn from f6.
That's a beautiful move. Knight struggles so badly against these corner pawns. The white king is now coming to kick that black knight away. No chance that you can capture that white h pawn, and that is actually going to be the killer while the black king is distracted. Tanya, it's only the clock now that can save him. Pragg, though, looks beaten. He looks heartbroken.
But how is the clock going to save him? It's him who's on 3 seconds, and that's it. Levon Aronian gets the job done, takes it to Armageddon.
Wow, Levon Aronian keeps himself in the competition by the narrowest of margins. Pragg looking there like he's left all of his energy on the table in that game. But he will have to bring the energy back because he has lost his lead. And these are the scores we find ourselves with. Tanya, look at what we've got in store in the losers bracket now. 3 Armageddons to decide who stays and who goes in this competition.
I don't even know what that means for our job. How do we take into account and make everyone enjoy all these 3 epic Armageddons that we've got coming up, David? It's Fabi versus Duda that goes down the wire. It's Artemiev as well who's taking it all the way to the Armageddon. And in our winners bracket here, we've got Magnus with a 2-0 advantage. Both games, it was Magnus who was in big trouble, but gets the dub, and Nordbeck with a 1-point lead. Hikaru as well against Liren, showing complete domination there. Jan Nepomniachtchi, Vladimir Fedosiev in the balance so far with 2 decisive games.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I know a lot of our focus was on the losers bracket in that one. Sorry, everyone. We couldn't keep you abreast of every single move in every single game because drama everywhere. But yeah, in the winners bracket, Magnus looking comfortable. Hikaru, very smooth win. And yeah, I think Armageddon is going to keep us very occupied in this next set of games. But we can't complain at all about that. It's going to be a lot of fun, judging by Armageddons we've had both today, earlier, and yesterday, Tanya.
Artemiev, Dennis goes into Armageddon, Praggnanandhaa against Lev David as well, and Fabi versus Duda. And that's all coming up. And finally, in the losers bracket, 4 players will be eliminated at the end of it. For Gukesh, for the world champion, it's already the end of the road. He came so close to making that comeback against Arjun, but it wasn't to be today. Arjun continues his run. He's already made it through to Riyadh, and we will be back with all the Armageddon action as well as the winners quarterfinals bracket in just a few. Don't go anywhere.
This is the 1-hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on C6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to B5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
You know, I fell in love with the game very fast.
An incredible game.
He finds it.
Wow.
This is checkmate.
We have fireworks.
I was born in Russia, in St. Petersburg, to a Russian mother and a father from Nepal. Chess was sort of part of our family. The father of my mom and the father of my dad, they were like casual chess fans. So my parents knew about the game. They had a chessboard at home. In fact, my mom, she liked to play chess with people who would visit our house. Then I got interested at some point, and my mother taught me the basics. Actually, she started when I was 5, so it was a bit early for me. I didn't understand like some of the rules, and so she let it go. But then when I was 6, I got a book, and then I could sort of reread the rules at my own pace. Then I actually, I was able to play properly, and I played with my mom at first, and then she brought me to chess club. And in Russia, there are like plenty of chess clubs for children. Actually, I was very lucky as a kid. My mom, she wanted to bring me to the nearest chess club, which was a little smaller, and it was closed on that day. And so we had to travel a little further. But the other club where we ended up, there was actually a much bigger club with like better coaches and much more sort of professional. And yeah, that really helped. So the coaching there and so on. So I got pretty good pretty early on. So in some way I was even lucky, that the club that was near us, that was closed for renovation or something. It was just luck from the start in a way. So, I fell in love with the game very fast. The game itself captivated me, but also the fact that there was something I was really good at, I started winning really early. So the thing is, my mom, she did something really clever and not on purpose. So I played her a lot and I started beating her, and she's a decent amateur, so I was already at a pretty good level. And then she brought me to the chess club, and they asked her, like, what's the level of your child? And she said, he's a complete beginner, which was not true, because I was already beating her. So they put me in the weakest section, and I won all my games there. And then as I did that, they moved me to the next section, but like I kept sort of growing along, so I kept winning all the time, like literally all the time. I think that really helped me a lot, because even now when I do something and I'm not really good at it, like I'm immediately like, I like to do what I'm good at. And so in that sense, my start to my chess career was, really just, very positive, very happy. So I just kept winning and I kept playing. And yeah, the first real like big obstacles or challenges, they came a lot later. And by that time I was, I was spot committed to the game.
The most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker, Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
Yukesh Domaraju has been knocked out of competition by Arjun Aragaisi. 5 out of the 6 players in the elimination bracket, their hopes and dreams of the Esports World Cup now relies on what's coming up. It is the sudden death. The losers bracket, David, just turned absolutely lethal. We've got 3 big Armageddons coming up. What do you think? Will anyone be as brave as Hikaru and bid less than 7 minutes?
Oh, the stakes are so high. I don't know if any players out there in World Chess are as brave as Hikaru, as Jan Nepomniachtchi to bid so low. We've said it in the past, in Armageddon, you normally need 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes in order to stand a fighting chance with Black, even with draw odds. So let's see, what have the players bid?
Well, we've got the bids with us. Let's reveal them one by one. Fabiano Caruana wins the bid against Jan Krzysztof Duda, going down to 7 minutes 28 seconds. He'll start with the black pieces. Duda with white, 10 minutes base time, but we'll have to win on demand. And of course, let's remind everyone the pressure is maximum on Fabiano Caruana because Duda, he's already booked he's punched his spot into Riyadh already. Fabi, not yet. Vladislav Artemiev loses the bid to Denis Lazovic. Why does Denis Lazovic have white in front of him? Doesn't Denis... Lazovic does get the black pieces. We're getting confirmation 7 minutes 40 seconds to start, while Artemiev will start with base time 10 minutes and the white pieces. Whoa, and Praggnanandhaa taking a leave out of Hikaru's book there. David, another 6:59 bid, showing that he really wants to start with black.
That is a very, very brave decision by Prag. Okay, actually, looks like he had a bit more time on the clock with 7 minutes 33, Tanya, but still, very brave. And he does get the black pieces that he really wants. A draw enough for Prag in this next encounter.
The drama of Prag going 6:59 would have been awesome, but the bids there do stand corrected. And we see the games are off. Prag does get the black pieces. Aronian will start with base time and white. And David, actions on 3 Armageddons. It's not going to be easy to do justice to each one of them, but we'll try our best.
We'll try our best. At least this round, we have 7 games to focus on rather than 8. So we'll try to keep everyone abreast of any big developments. The top row we see in front of us on a bird's eye view for everyone just joining us is our winners bracket. And some of the games will be decided there, but nobody will be eliminated from the competition. The losers of some of the games, maybe Vachier-Lagrave, who's 2 points down against Magnus, maybe Ding, who's 2 down against Nakamura. They'll be in the losers bracket tomorrow. But yeah, the bottom row, that is where our eyes are focused, Tanya. And already I'm seeing Aronian threatening stuff against Praggnanandhaa. Big developments on that board. It looks like that might be the spiciest of the losers bracket Armageddons so far.
And I think we should perhaps jump into that while we have time to take a look at the board, because there are big threats that are happening right now. The bishop attack. Now, the one thing that you have to really avoid is picking up that pawn on b7 if you're white. That's the mousetrap. You lure the white queen in, and then it's got no place to return once the black knight jumps to a5. That would b4. I was thinking knight a5 after queen b7. What am I missing?
You're not missing anything, Tanya. You're just sharper than me. Knight a5 would just win the game on the spot.
So don't go pawn hunting in this position. So he can actually fall back with the bishop, David, and still keep the material balance. And Levon doesn't care about extra pawns. It's not only an aggressive move, right? Because very often white just wants to chatter the bishop and put it on the long diagonal.
Yeah, you gain a bit of time to develop your bishop. You also bag the bishop pair. If black is just humbly going to retreat now, step the bishop back, then you can just whip this bishop off. There we go. That does happen. And now I'm expecting the move you mentioned. Oh, first he actually attacks the black knight. He's trying to throw Prag off balance and maybe grab this pawn if he gets an opportunity. But as you pointed out, not yet. The queen gets trapped there.
Wow, it looks like, to me, it feels like some kind of a preparation or something that at least Levon's more familiar with, because g5, especially that last move, is not something that you play so quickly if it's over the board inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I can actually explain that just very quickly jumping into this. Black's ideal move would be to jump with this knight into e4, but now after a capture, I think you can safely go and take this pawn, because now Tanya's move, trapping the white queen, which did work in other variations, now there is an escape route. You have this pawn to capture and to run away with. So there was definitely kind of logic there behind what Levon did, and now maybe out of preparation finally. He spent a bit of time there. He spent around 25 seconds. He finally does put his bishop on this diagonal, not fearing a capture here. Maybe this would allow the white queen to pounce, and this would get a bit crazy. Both queens getting aggressive, but now huge pressure on the black center. And Tanya, I love Levon's position on board and clock.
Completely agree. And a first big blunder already appears on move 12 by Pragg. David, he jumps in. Do you spot why it's a blunder? Because to me, once again, it looks like a developing natural move. Queen takes pawn is coming up next. D5 is hanging.
D5 is hanging, and unless you can take this pawn now, I was going to say, which Pragg actually does with his queen. Otherwise, he would have just been a pawn down for nothing. But the big question is what to do here about the threat to white's bishop. Wow,
Whoa.
Tanya.
And he finds the best move.
He finds the best move, apparently by a mile. And it is a multi-purpose move. You actually break the pin as well, so the white knight now able to leap forward. But that wouldn't have been so obvious to me. Levon found it within around 10, 12 seconds there, which is super speedy. Pragg's in trouble here, Tanya.
Huge trouble, right? Because you can't move the knight away. If you capture the pawn, the bishop jumps forward, picks the pawn up, and then you're losing the f7 pawn as well. But it's a mistake. I thought this was the way. You're threatening bishop takes knight and bishop takes pawn. A double attack.
Yeah, this is still super strong. This is still great for Levon Aronian. He's going to take a pawn. He could have actually won on the spot by playing the move a3 and then just taking on the b7 square wherever the bishop moved to. But he's still doing very well. Intermezzo, you don't need to take this black bishop back first. You can grab a pawn with check. Pawn up with the attack. Two bishops in an open position, Tanya. Surely Levon Aronian is going to wrap up this Armageddon now.
He's up on the clock. Great position. To me, it also feels, David, and look at Pragg. You know, he knows that everything's gone wrong in this opening for him. And let's remind everyone that this is the elimination bracket. There's no margin for a loss here. Pragg will be out if he loses this one. And Levon's done everything right. Pragg's king in the center. He's got that extra pawn. He's got the bishop pair. Everything that you pointed out. And this is going to be a miracle if Pragg survives.
Yeah, Pragg might be joining Gukesh in leaving this competition. Oh, you see him on the camera. He just looks devastated. At least he's creating some counterplay. He's hoping that the white king is misplaced. It is. So is the black king, though. And yeah, this is not looking good for Pragg. I think miracle is the right word, as you said there, Tanya. Let's zoom out and check out the other games. Is there anything crazy going on? Who looks like they're doing well? Who's happy out of the other two games? On the bottom row there, that's Armageddon time. In the elimination bracket.
And I'm looking at that bottom left board for Fabi and for Jan Christoph Duda. The bar says that Duda is doing great. The materials balance, I think he's got a beautiful knight at the center of the board. Complete control. The bishop on a5 as well, pinning black's knight, giving an advantage there. But the clocks, I believe, have kind of leveled out. Is it as bad for Fabi as the bar indicates in that one?
Yeah, let's jump into that game. Artemiev Lazovic, we will come to, of course, that one looking far more level. That one's still in opening theory, almost, it feels like. But Fabiano on the back foot, he really has ridden his luck in this match so far, Tanya. We remember he flagged Duda in the first game to save the draw in a queen down position. And yeah, I don't think it's any immediate knockout blow for white. I don't think there's any thing you can do to immediately win on the spot. There's tactics probably, but the clock situation very healthy for Fabi. He's actually up on time despite starting with black 3 minutes down almost this Armageddon.
Wow. Ooh, a quiet move with a big threat, I want to say. Bishop h3. Watch out, Fabi.
Okay, luckily this diagonal can be blocked by one of the black knights. I'm not sure which one, but one of the black knights can land in the center, offer some trades. Duda does look a bit stressed. Back and forward, head in hands. Fabi's moves are easy, Tanya, and he's okay on the clock.
Exactly, right? In an Armageddon, if your clocks level out and you lose that big advantage, you're basically fighting against result odds there. For Fabi, a draw means a match victory. It means Duda gets eliminated. And let's point out that the stakes are higher for the world number 5 for Fabiano Caruana. He's yet to book his spot. He doesn't have a ticket to Riyadh yet. Duda, meanwhile, with his tour points, is already qualified. So pressure on Fabi. It looks like he's survived the worst. He needs only a draw. David, predictions. Clock's leveled out. Do you think he gets the job done in this game?
Yeah, trend is on Fabiano's side. He's stabilized the position. He's got a double attack now. He might go up a pawn. He can snap off that white H pawn in the near future. First, he centralizes his knight, threatening a fork. It just feels like the tactics are flowing in Fabiano's favor. He's slightly up on time. I was going to say, it's such huge pressure. Being on an esports team with Magnus Carlsen, you're always going to be playing second fiddle. It's as if you're kind of the backup artist. You're just you're there to warm up the crowd. But he, of course, such a great player in his own right, Fabiano. He wants to stay in this competition, wants to bank his spot in Riyadh. And I think he's done everything right in the last few moves since we joined this game. But Duda is a fighter, and he has eyes on a weak pawn himself. This one could go any direction. It might be the clock that decides it, Tanya. It's so close right now.
And one game that's not close at all is Levon's fight against Pragg. I think Levon still has the advantage. David, should we just zoom out from this for just a moment? We'll come right back because I think Levon's just putting finishing touches in his game. Look at what we've got in front of us. That's the bottom left board. Levon with white there. And I'm doing the math. It's just one extra pawn still. But I think it's the fact that you've got so much mobility in the center and he gets going with it. E4 play, disconnecting the queen to the rook, forcing the queen backwards. And I think the pawns aren't going to stop there. He's going to continue marching them forward.
Yeah, Levon Aronian doing very, very well against Pragg. We should mention Magnus has wrapped up his match against Vachier-Lagrave. So Vachier-Lagrave will be in the losers bracket tomorrow. Magnus moves on. But this is the position we see in front of us. Tanya, for Pragg, I think survival is the key word. He's survived to this point, but surviving beyond it is going to be tough. There is a threat of rook. Oh, no, actually, there isn't right now. I was going to say rook to g3 with a discovered attack, but that rook will just be captured. White's rook will actually guard his queen. So he's trying to scare Aronian, but it's just a mirage at the moment. It's not real. And the pawns therefore step forward. Pragg still not looking super confident about his position, about his chances of survival.
And it's not just the pawn move, right? The knight will disconnect itself. Bishop takes pawn coming next as well is a threat that you have to have in mind. Attacking Black's rook. David, the worst part of this whole story is that apart from the position, it's Pragg's clock that's the most worrying. With no increment, he's the one who's down on the clock, by almost 2 minutes right now. And Levon tries to ease off the pressure a bit. Rook g3, very importantly, as you pointed out, is not possible. Pawn takes rook, keeps everything defended. He gets the rooks off the board. E5 coming next, stopped by Pragg right now, attacking that d5 pawn. Do you have time to just get greedy and capture a5?
I think you do. There are tactics. Maybe Black would then have played knight takes pawn and tried to get some pressure against the white bishop on the edge of the board. But yeah, this pawn is dropping and maybe Pragg gets his knight active. But those knights, that knight here is only going to jump into dark squares, which will be covered amply by the white bishop. And it does feel like there's something brewing, some knockout blow. I'm not sure how to get there. But okay, Levon's just doing it the clean way. He's going after pawns. He's on the brink. Levon Aronian, he just needs to keep control. 3 minutes against 3 minutes, 46 against 2 minutes. Tanya, I really can't see any way back for Pragg. Levon just feels like he's in the zone. He's locked in. And he's keeping everything covered, every avenue that Pragg can hope to use to create counterplay.
Yeah, he's just stopping every single idea of his, right? He's forcing Pragg's pieces to defend the pawns. And look at that. Pragg wants to create chaos on the board. He wants to try to open up some files for his rooks to penetrate, give some checks. Not even sure if that gets you anywhere, but at least he's hitting that chaos button. David, I think you can just ignore what's happening in the center of the board and capture that g5 pawn. But instead, bishop takes pawn comes with a check this time. So even more powerful.
Yeah, even more powerful. He's going to drop his bishop back next move. I think he can pre-move it pretty much, Levon. And he's going to go for the rook, going to go for the knight here. Queen takes pawn as well. Will simplify everything very quickly. He's now a bunch of pawns up, or he's about to be, Levon Aronian. And yeah, Pragg, I think we can see in his body language, no belief that he's going to survive this one. I don't know, Tanya, do we stay to the bitter end? Do we stay till Prag leaves us in the competition? Or do we jump to other games which are both heating up on the other two Armageddons?
Let's jump over, David. We'll keep an eye. We'll update everyone. Levon on the brink of taking that match. It's been a tough day for Indian fans. First, Gukesh out of competition. It looks like Prag will be out as well. And this is what we have. Where do you want to go to next?
Oh, I think we go back to Duda against Caruana. Artemiev and Lazovic. Lazovic had a small advantage for a while. He's up a minute on the clock as black in a situation he just needs to draw. So Denis Lazovic, a huge favorite. But Fabi turning things around. It looks like he has a winning advantage. He was so close to losing the first game of their clash. Made it here. And I mean, this is a pin, this white rook. He's going to be up by a couple of pawns, Fabiano. And there are tactics like knight takes pawn just to grab the white knight. Okay. Oh, he plays the move I suggest, and it's not the best, of course, but it still looks like it's good enough. Duda, what's happened there? He was reacting.
I think he was either reacting at how he's completely messed up the position, or was there some issues going on? Not sure, one of the two, but he's got some big problems to solve right now as well. David, Fabi getting those pawns going, he loses one of them, but you can't pick it up because queen takes rook comes in with a check.
Oof. Beautiful skewer move there from Fabiano, blocking that diagonal and attacking the white rook. Still no time to kick the black queen away. You need to trade. Oh, but Duda's chances going out the window with that exchange. It's a winning endgame for black, and he just needs to draw, and he's got 20 seconds more. Look at Duda's frustration, Tanya.
This is so tough, and Duda's got that extra exchange, but the bunch of extra pawns that Fabi has for it will decide the game. And you can see it on Yantristov Duda. He kind of knows it, that this is over. Fabi has all the ideas. He can play it slow, bring the rook into the game. He could fall back with the bishop, get his king forward as well, start winning that central pawn. Fabi needs to put the finishing touches. He's got those extra seconds on the clock. He's threatening checkmate to start with.
Okay, that has been blocked, but now the king comes. He's combining all of those ideas you mentioned, Tanya, and yeah, active king in the endgame. It's a well-known fact at this point. And yeah, this bishop has plenty of safe squares to drop back to. It's guarded actually by the black rook. All of black's army combines so well. So many entry squares. This one is over. Duda's going to resign, I think, any second now. He's going to be leaving us in this competition. Yeah, he's still fighting on. The black b-pawn's coming. This is the last throws of this game, Tanya.
He's also got less time on the clock, right? It's kind of tough to motivate yourself to play on for too long here. Fabi leans back. He knows he's got the job done in this one. For Duda, there's a smile on his face, but definitely got to be some pain there. He had a brilliant run in the Swiss plains, but it comes to a halt here. First loses to the world number one, Magnus Carlsen, in the elimination bracket. Finally, Fabiano Caruana taking the match in the Armageddon. David, we've got one more Armageddon still on. Players under a minute on the clock. Let's quickly rush to that one.
Yeah, and this one is a time scramble. Look how closely matched they are on the clock. It's opposite color bishops as well, and white is a pawn up. Artemiev there on the bottom left of your screens needs to win. He cannot draw this game. Black wins in an Armageddon with a draw. Tanya, I think this is 50-50. I think it's just about who's quicker on the button, who's quicker with the mouse right now.
And you made a great point about that, right? With these opposite color complexes of the bishop, you know you'll have pieces on the board. You can play this out for another 100 moves without any trade. So it comes to mouse skills. And so far, the youngster, Denis Laz, it looks like he's the one who's the faster of the two.
Yeah, Artemiev is not to be underestimated. We saw yesterday heartbreak for Daniel Naroditsky at the hands of Artemiev on the clock, and apparently a mistake. He can trade, and he's winning this endgame.
The pawn's just going to move forward. God, the king will eventually win the bishop.
The black king is one square too far away. The white king's just going to go sit on b7 and push the a-pawn through. Oh my god, Denis Lazovic. He didn't calculate that trade, and now no time.
And he's the one who's low on the clock. He wanted to rush through and walked into a blunder. And look at the way Artemiev cuts off Denis's king, stopping it from getting to the queening square. Wow. He's about to win this. What a turnaround.
No hope.
That's it. And I think Denis Lazovic is giving up. Artemiev wins the Armageddon, takes it, David, and he goes through. What a heartbreak for Denis Lazovic in this one. So close to getting it. He was the one who had those extra seconds on the clock.
Yeah, crazy stuff we saw there. Denis Lazovic, he will be back. He's so good in these formats, but Artemiev proving what a beast he is. Let's go to another game that's still ongoing as things not going so smoothly for Hikaru Nakamura. This is the best position he's had in ages. Maybe now being able to bail out with a draw, but it's 1 minute versus 1 minute. And Ding is up a pawn. He actually had a bigger advantage just a few moves ago, Tanya. And remember, Ding needs to win to have any chance now. It's best of 4. He's down 2 points. And what do you make of this? Can Ding outfox the speed demon, Hikaru Nakamura? Can he flag him? What do you think is going to come?
It's a big ask. Now, 4 versus 3 in a rook pawn ending, technically, it is a draw. It is an endgame that you can't win. So, but that said, no one cares about what the technical evaluation is. It's all about the practicality of the position and the clock running low. Ding here. Whoa, what was that? I think that was a mosquito. It's fine.
Was that
the mosquito lives on. Something happened.
Mosquito gambit. Ding looks distracted though, and that is not good news.
Why is he trading off everything so quickly though, David?
I think he's a bit tilted here, Ding. He knew he had a winning advantage and he's blown it, and this is an elementary draw now. No way to create a passed pawn with ease. Tanya's run out of pieces.
He had to keep that pressure, right? He had to keep the pawns on the board. That's what Hikaru would have done with the extra pawn. Just only traded at the very last moment. But Ding's just made Hikaru's life so easy. And let's just point out, a draw means it's match over. Hikaru wins a round to spare.
And there we go.
Whoa.
Ding not even trying.
Yeah, this is so strange. He just traded everything, gave up that extra pawn. That's it. Hikaru takes the match. And David, even if it would have ended in a draw, I was expecting a bigger fight there by Ding. You know, he had that extra pawn. He had something to play for. And I've got a question for you. Put Hikaru in Ding's position. Would he have not tried for more?
Hikaru would definitely have tried for more. Let's jump. Oh, we just the final stages of this game. Look at that celebration from Fedoseev, who wins by checkmate with 1 second left, Tanya. Wow. Look at Jan Nepomniachtchi smiling, laughing. That was a crazy finish to that game. And it shouldn't have been that way. It was a dead drawn position. And look at the clock there. 1.2 seconds left. He walked into a self-checkmate, Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Unbelievable. David, maybe you can just back up and show the last move in that. But we need an action replay of that reaction that we just had from Fedoseev. Did you see him? Just he couldn't believe it at the end of it all. Celebrating this position, checkmating Jan Nepomniachtchi with a second on the clock.
Yeah, look at this. Jan had 20 seconds left. He should have just taken 10 of those seconds to find the move rook to g4, blocking any checks. It's a dead drawn endgame, opposite color bishops. Instead, he moved his rook away and got his king trapped. That's where we saw the celebration from Fedoseev, the adrenaline let out in that show of emotion. And wow, chess, I mean, especially this type of no increment chess, always living up to expectations here.
Crazy, crazy scenes at the Chess.com Classic. And you could see it on Fedoseev, just how much this competition means for him, David. Just how much these opportunities mean for the big fish. And he's back in his match against Jan, getting that comeback win. This is our losers bracket, so let's just quickly talk about that. Fabi getting it done against Duda. Duda's out of the competition. Vladislav Artemiev, that last second turnaround, gets the win as well. Gukesh out of the competition. Arjun goes through. Pragg as well eliminated, with Levon advancing in our elimination bracket.
Yeah, sad to say goodbye to 4 players, but that is the brutal nature of this competition. In the meantime, in the winners' quarterfinals, it was Magnus taking his match 3-0. Very impressive in the last 2 games, Magnus. Although the first one, he was very lucky. We saw that earlier. Hikaru Nakamura also taking his match after Ding was unable to convert the advantage in that third game. He wins 2.5. Nodebek in the lead. Oh, wow. Nodebek actually takes it as well, Tanya. 2.5 against Wei Yi. He's through. That leaves us with just 1. And it's Jan Nepomniachtchi who wasn't able to wrap up that match. It's Fedoseev who, I believe in that match, is in the lead. And crazy stuff as we saw there.
Yeah, Just a checkmate in one, walking through it, right? A position that you can just never lose. David, all you have to block is one idea, a mate in one. And Jan allowing that on the board. He'll have to forget all about it. You saw him react in chat. You saw Featherseer's reaction. And I think that just told the whole story of how that game played out. And Jan continues to smile on camera. The final game is on. And instead of a score that would have been level, Jan Nepomniachtchi has to win on demand.
Yeah, with the black pieces, and he looks a bit distracted. He was smiling, he's looking away. It's a Catalan opening, very solid reputation for this opening for white. Black here is rock solid. Jan has been playing this type of system for years now. Ever since he started fighting for the World Championship crown, he's found this rock solid repertoire. I think black is totally fine, but winning is a totally different question here. I'm expecting at some point for black to start throwing pawns forward on the queen side just to to imbalance things. At the moment, it's impossible because white's knight puts some pressure on. Maybe at some point you take a risk and trade off knights, although that changes the nature of the game completely. Tanya, I'm still recovering from the eliminations, the sudden checkmates, the flagging, from all of the excitement that comes with this format.
Yeah, 4 of our players have been knocked out of competition, and if Jan doesn't win this one, he goes down to the losers bracket as well. And just the craziness that we witnessed in the last game, David, he's got to do what he can, and as you mentioned, that still all the minors on the board, still all the pieces on the board. At least it gives you a rich fight. One of the ideas that white often tries in this position is to get that e-pawn going up the board. You want to get your knight out to d2 and eventually try to open up some lines and diagonals with that e4 break. But I see Featherseer has got a different plan in mind.
Yeah, and I'm not such a big fan of this. It's now a Carlsbad structure, which normally arises from the Queen's Gambit declined, where black has a wall of pawns against white's wall of pawns, and normally a fianchetto for white against this kind of strong wall is not the ideal formation. The white bishop is a bit blunted, and yes, you have a dark squared bind on the other flank. It's still going to be hard for Jan Nepomniachtchi to break through, but I was once witness to Magnus Carlsen telling off his Norwegian teammate Arian Tari for trading off pawns in the center when he's got a fianchetto bishop like this. And I think Featherseer might live to regret that. Suddenly black has ideas of getting his own bishop out, pushing Harry the h-pawn forward, and this game is not going to simplify it anytime soon, Tanya. I love Jan Nepomniachtchi's position suddenly.
I think it's a dream position if you're playing black and you have to win on demand. Just simply the fact that you have everything under control, you have the pieces that are more active, you're controlling all the light squares. Look at the way Jan's positioned each of his pawns on the square of his opponent's bishop, completely taking away any activity. You can slowly but surely improve that other rook as well, which is currently on a8. Ideas of doubling up on the e file at the right time, jumping in with your own knight to e4. There's nothing direct in the position, but complete control, right, David? Especially because that knight on c4 cannot be pushed back ever with a move like b3.
Yeah, he's just been outplayed. Vladimir Fedoseev here. I think it all began with that capture in the center, not just because it released the tension, but because it released the black bishop. It's all about the bishop in the Queen's Gambit. Everyone knows that it's a problem piece, and once you let it out, black has no problems at all. So okay, the eval bar, I was surprised it was that big in black's favor, but it's still liking black now. A retreat. Okay, at least Featherseer for the first time in a while has a plan, Tanya. He wants to step forward in the center now with his pawns. Maybe getting the queen out the way first, but he's going to build a pawn center.
But every pawn move comes with its own set of consequences, right? Yes, you've got this idea, but this just invites Jan for the other plan that we were talking about, doubling up on that e file. Now that you've got a clear target on e3 as well, that can that can be quite a tender spot. And because Jan has played h5, I wonder if he will even go further. He needs a win. Will he go all out, David? Will we see the g pawn perhaps moving forward?
Yeah, I really like that one. There's actually maybe a positional threat in the air here. If white is able to play g4 himself first, maybe trade off, then the black bishop is going to be forced back to a passive square for the near future. Maybe white will even step forward g4, g5 later, kick back more pieces. By playing g5, the black bishop creates a nice retreat square, and with your move, also you kind of create this idea of undermining the white pawn on f3 to get an outpost. But Tanya, he's dropped a pawn on a4. I totally forgot about that one. Maybe he did too.
why would you just give that pawn up? I mean, I just didn't understand. Do you think Jan... Wait, did he actually miss that knight takes pawn? Is hanging after queen d8?
I
Because
think it was
if
just
he
a mind
didn't,
fart.
David, he would have... I'm glad I spoke over what you just said.
Oh, no. Carry on, Tanya.
No, please repeat yourself. What do you think happened there?
I just said the word mind fart. He just forgot about it. Carry on.
But this is unbelievable, right? I mean, and look at that. If he had something in mind, he would have just blitzed it out. This is not a pawn sacrifice, it's a pawn blunder.
Yeah, it's as simple as that. And he's now down on the time, and he's bringing his knight back where it came from a few moves ago. And okay, still compensation. The computer still thinks it's roughly level, but down a pawn. It's not a good flow for Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm expecting now maybe the white rook to slide up and defend this pawn. That would be my idea, kind of my first instinct. Maybe you can counterattack against some of black's pawns. Tanya, either way, this one, it's anyone's game. You can even think about stepping forward, and the black knight is not on a super secure square anymore.
I'm still reeling from this move, queen d8. I mean, you have everything under control. You know, you've got this beautiful opening that's played out for you to perfection. Your opponent's completely misplayed with white, and then you just drop a pawn. It's just, I think it could be tiredness, could be one of the things to explain it, David. It's been a long day for these players, you know, with all the Armageddon battles, and now it's really heating up because Jan sacrificed the pawn and now he sacrificed the piece.
Mm-hmm. And
What
at
is
the very
this?
end, he's got b5 at the very end. He's going to win the piece back, but I don't know. This is simplifying quite a lot, Tanya. He'll still be a pawn down in the final position once the dust settles. I don't think you have time to take this pawn with the white knight, I should mention. Although I was going to say it's because of some checks, but maybe that's not the worst issue here. Probably white just takes this pawn with his rook and the game goes on. But Jan not looking happy. He needs to win and he's going to be a pawn down.
All right, well, he does win the knight back, and we do a quick count. Material's still in balance, but he's got this. Fedosiev has got this big weakness on d4, and Jan's got a bigger weakness on c6, which is about to fall. And I think it's about to fall on the very next move with a tempo.
Mm-hmm. Bishop takes, knight takes, take your pick here. Fedosiev, he's going to be a pawn up. The good thing, I guess, Tanya, is that the good thing for Jan Nepomniachtchi, at least, is that white's king is not entirely safe and maybe never will be due to the weaknesses of his pawns here, which has both stepped forward one square. It does feel a bit loose, but here we go. Fedosiev's trying to force the exchange of rooks, even at the cost of his extra pawn. What do you make of this?
It's a very direct approach, right? And there's a lot of calculation involved because black can pick up the h3 pawn. There were ideas of even picking up the central pawn. Fedosiev sacrifices the side pawn, and now once again it's 4 versus 4, but a check comes in, a big diagonal. The knight can reroute itself, the white knight. But I was thinking knight e5 could be an option here, but he uses the king to defend that pawn first.
Yeah, I think you're right. The white knight looks nice and pretty on an outpost, but it's not doing too much. So the knight would love to relocate, maybe drop back, kick away the black queen from its blockading square. Queen's not great blockaders long term. Probably the worst blockader because no matter what they're attacked by, they always have to retreat. And yeah, I think Fedosiev's stabilized though, Tanya. That's good news for him, knowing that he just needs a draw. Very hard to imagine how black wins this, pinned and kind of stuck blockading.
You have to find a way to unpin yourself and then just try for chaos with a move like h4 at the right time, open up that diagonal for the queen to jump in. But you have to time it really well. I mean, it has to work when white is forced to capture with that pawn. He first falls back with the bishop. There's a threat to actually pick up that knight. The pawn on d5 is pinned. David, what happens if white was to grab on a4?
Mm-hmm.
What am I
Just be a
missing?
pawn up. Maybe it allows a check or two. The black queen stepping forward. He does ask that question, Tanya. Now he's pawn up again, but it's not just any old pawn. Any endgame now is just totally winning for white because of these passes.
David,
So queen check.
I just want to point out that's the second pawn on a4 that Jan has lost in one game.
He's just got a massive blind spot, Tanya. He sees like 63 squares on the board really, really vividly, but that one square is like, what's happening there?
Now you know what to do in your game next time you play him. That's the
Thanks
square.
for the
You got to
tip.
get everything on that square, David.
And yeah, I'm not sure what he could have done differently, but I'm expecting now a check. At least if the white queen comes across and blocks, the black queen will come in. Tanya, it's not over yet, as long as queens remain on the board, right?
Absolutely not. But the thing is, he needs a win. I mean, I think the queen will give enough compensation. If a draw was enough, we'd say Jan's doing great with all his activity and the white king that's unsafe. But if you want to win, you need an assist for that queen. Where is that coming from when the knight on f6 is pinned? I don't see it.
I think you've just mentioned the key issue in the position. It is the fact that the black knight is totally immobilized, cannot join the party, cannot join the fun, and sooner or later the white pawns will start running, and then you will have to. Well, I was going to say think about a draw, but a draw is the same as a loss here. Okay, g5, some action, or at least pretending to create some action. Will this scare Fedoseev? No, is the answer.
Gives a check, defends that pawn as well.
Yep.
And the point is, you can't even put your king on g6 trying to unpin yourself, because then the white knight gives a check from e7, just forcing you back into that very annoying setup that the white queen has taken.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find a move. Maybe at some point h4. I'm not sure whether you give a queen check first. Maybe you do. He does. Jan Nepomniachtchi, will this be blocked? Will he run away? There we go. Only safe square for the black queen to avoid a trade. That's an unfortunate situation. Why would he not just bring the queen back now, Fedoseev? He does.
He does it. He does it. You ask the question and he answers it. David, you know, I think it all just comes down to that one move blunder, just walking into a checkmate in that last game. I mean, we'd be talking, even with this exact same position, a totally different commentary, had he just put his rook to block that move that ended the game.
Yeah, that's the one thing that haunted Jan Nepomniachtchi in his early career. Occasional complacency, occasionally just rushing through critical moments. And yeah, he's always up on time. We know that. But yeah, blundering mate in one. It's good that he's he's going to be in Riyadh anyway. He's probably pretty relaxed about things. But otherwise, we would have seen a bigger reaction. That's for sure, Tanya.
100% agree with you. And I think everyone wants to see Jan at the Esports World Cup. You know, just we've been talking about his brand of chess and how he plays. So that's the good part of it. But definitely he couldn't have been too happy about it, even though he was smiling on the camera there. And we see the game does continue. Jan is trying to create some chances. He brings the pawn all the way down to h3. Notice how the black queen stops any checks from g5 as well. But Fedoseev, he doesn't look too concerned.
He's just a chill dude, Fedoseev. He's like the nicest guy ever, and he's a beast on the board. It's not fair. And okay, don't take this bishop though. That would land white in checkmate. The white bishop is needed as a guardian of that square. Okay, it's not over,
No.
Tanya. I'm very impressed by Jan's fighting spirit here.
Yeah, he's just so tricky and resourceful, right? He finds all these tricks and traps, but I don't think Fedoseev will return the favor of walking into a checkmate in one. Find a square for your bishop. I don't know if it really matters if there's one that's better than the other. He doesn't. He comes back with a knight giving a check instead, David. And our evaluation bar does not like it.
Mistake, according to the computer. Okay, just to check. Black's best move is to slide the king across. The only way to get an advantage, apparently, just to dodge any trades. Take this knight, and the game gets closer to a draw. He does find it, Tanya. He finds the best move, evading any checks, no more checks, and suddenly white's under pressure. Taking this knight would walk into a checkmating sequence.
You could start with h2 as well. There's the check on e1 as well, David. A lot of ideas if you deflect that queen from the e5 square. And suddenly this is turning around. It might still be holdable for Fedoseev, but I think he has to be very precise now.
Wow. Only move not to lose is to bring the knight back where it came from and admit you went the wrong way. That is based on a trick. If bishop takes bishop, the white queen will slide across to the square the knight is sitting on, f5, and then with the check, pick up the black bishop. Only move, Tanya, to stay in the game. Knight e7. He's got 2 minutes. Does he find it?
If he takes about a minute right now, I think he'll find it, but then he'll get flagged. So I don't know if that really helps the cause. He has to find it really quickly. And let's point out, if you just get the bishop out of the way and say, you know what, I'll keep it on this diagonal defending g2, black could potentially fall back with the queen, David. Get it to g5, defend your knight on f6, pin white's knight on f5, and threaten devastating discovered checks to that white king on g1.
Oof, that is a killer move. I think that might be the detail that Fedoseev has missed. I think he just forgot that the black king could move rather than taking the knight, but no chance to save your bishop. You don't have time to move it away. What's he going to do? He has to move his knight. As you said, it's taken him 1 minute, though.
Oh my goodness, but that's the thing. Even if he finds the best move, he won't have enough time. Because it doesn't simplify the position. The game still continues. Jan now leans in. He smells blood.
He smells blood. I saw the frown on Jan's face. As soon as he saw that knight check, he was like, hold on. I can move my king. I have tricks. I have tactics. The white king more open than the black king. And, I mean, not just blood. I think he might just win in the next few moves. Look at the clock situation. Fedoseev, he's frozen.
I don't think he spots 97, and he knows that any bishop move loses. There might be other ways to wrap it up, but I think queen g5 just looks extremely scary in that position. And he's just struggling to find a response. He's down to 30 seconds.
He's got to move. Just try something, anything.
But what, David? You think you're about to get checkmated? He does make a knight move, but it's the wrong one.
Look at the bar. He goes the wrong direction. I'm not sure the exact refutation, but it feels wrong. A knight on that square. You can't take that bishop because there would have been a checkmate. He's going for a check now, but oh, Tanya, I think it might be the fact that this knight is just dropping off. The knight is on a loose square. That's the big difference between putting it on a protected square on e7 rather than here. You have to take back the bishop with the queen. You can't take it with the knight. And now a check. Pick up the knight. And it's almost game over. 20 seconds left as well.
And that's it. Jan Nepomniachtchi gets the win. He makes that comeback victory and takes the match to an Armageddon from a hopeless situation. David Howell, he creates magic just because Jan is just so incredibly tricky. And for Fedoseev, he has to do it all over again.
He went up a gear, Jan Nepomniachtchi. It looked like he was out of it. Fedoseev did everything right for so long. For so long, he had control, but one moment, that was all it took. And Jan Nepomniachtchi pounced. That's why he's a world-class player. That's the one thing they all have in common, right, Tanya? These World Championship challengers, these elite players, they find a way to dig deep. They find a way to get the job done. That classy touch at the end there, the blocking of a check with his own check to clinch the game. He's now the favorite, surely, in the Armageddon, as long as he doesn't blunder checkmate in one move again.
Wow, they just never give up, right? They just keep playing, keep making you sweat for every half point. What an incredible comeback by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's just got an aura about him. You know, that's why his theme, Aurora Gaming. I'm trying David Howell. But of course, the match continues, and between these two incredible fighters, it does go down to the wire. We've got another Armageddon coming up. What a day of chess. Are you not entertained? We'll be right back. You stay tuned with us.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon. The ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants white more time on the clock, but in return, white must win. A draw secures black the match win. White starts with 10 minutes, and each player submits a confidential bid with an amount of time they are willing to start with. Lowest bid gets to choose their color, usually black, and those coveted draw odds. Let the Armageddon commence.
It's the final game of the day, and it of course always had to be. It is the Armageddon as Jan Nepomniachtchi makes a huge comeback in those final few seconds against Vladimir Fedoseev. And David, without further ado, let's reveal our bids because we've got the numbers coming in. And take it away. Tell us, what do you make of this? As Jan will start with the black pieces, 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is the sweet spot for Jan Nepomniachtchi. We saw him triumph in an Armageddon. Earlier today, he had a few seconds less than he does have now. And 7.5 minutes for someone as speedy as him, I think is enough time, at least on the clock. The position is going to be another thing. He did, however, just win with black, which will give him confidence in that must-win scenario. He's already done it once. Now a draw is enough as well. I think he starts as the favorite just in terms of momentum. But Fedoseev is capable of anything. So we will see. This one, it's going to be fascinating either way.
It's going to be so much about what kind of position we get out of the middle game as well, right? If there are tactics, if there are chaos, anything can happen. And that really is the style of chess that we see between these two players. It is the one that made Jan make his win. Let's not forget Fedoseev winning with a one-move checkmate. What a crazy match it's been between these two fighters, these two warriors. And also, this is their first live. So whoever loses still remains in competition. And I think we want to see more of both these players.
Yeah, we will see more of both these players. Very luckily, we'll see them in action tomorrow. We'll see Jan Nepomniachtchi in Riyadh. And Fedoseev now looking up. He's just looking for inspiration. He's wondering what opening to choose in a must-win game like this. I love those swords on the wall for Jan Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, showing his fighting spirit. And let the games begin. We're going to start any second now, Tanya. And time, we've talked about it before, is going to be so key. Fedoseev, either way, needs to play a maybe more direct style than he did in the previous game.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi there repping his Aurora Gaming t-shirt. Very cool. Both players dressed in black as well. Jan will start with the black pieces. David, completely agree with you. I think in this time format, we keep talking about how in speed chess clock is the 17th piece. I think that's never been truer as much as it is right now in this Champions Chess Tour. Wow, Fedoseev really just looking up at the heavens for a while now.
Yeah, unless there's something fascinating going on the wall. Maybe there's a nice bug crawling, or I don't know what he's thinking about, but he was locked in there, and he'll have to refocus now as the games begin. Jan, poised, ready? Who do you pick as the favorite?
7.5 minutes for Jan with the black pieces, him having the momentum of getting that comeback victory. I love both these guys, love the way they entertain all the players. I would really like to see a team picking up Fedoseev as well, but I'm going to say that I think Jan is a favorite in this Armageddon. What about you, David?
Yeah, I think if you asked me and the final game had been him blundering mate in one, then I would have said Fedoseev. But just judging on the last game, when Fedoseev seemed to freeze and panic with the clock ticking down, I think it is Jan Nepomniachtchi. And again, it's a Catalan, just like it was in the previous game. Fedoseev only needed a draw. It wasn't enough in that Catalan. Different variation, though, this time, Tanya. He's going for a much more solid line, Nepomniachtchi. This is his World Championship repertoire with black.
It is. He knows the ins and outs of this so well. And I think the World Championship that you refer to is the 2021 against Magnus. We saw so much of this being played out. Fedoseev, he has to make sure of one thing, right, David? That he can't let the clocks level out too early on, just purely giving Jan the result odd. So he needs to keep it going quickly. And he does. Has he managed to get Jan slightly out of preparation? Because Jan took a pause there.
Yeah, maybe. And this line is supposed to be very innocuous. It's not supposed to be threatening at all for black. That being said, he's playing the long game, Fedoseev. He's got the bishop pair now. and he maintains his Catalan bishop. I do believe that there were some different lines here, the big main lines that were avoided. Maybe the players just want to kind of rely on their instincts rather than just memorizing, kind of burning time on the clock, trying to recall what their opening files say. But Queen E1's a really nice move. This is actually a key diagonal in a lot of Catalan lines. White bishop sneaking to A5 might be a bit annoying for black a bit later on. So yeah, we'll see. I like White's chances. I think it's going to be a long game. I thought he might be a bit more direct, a bit more aggressive, Fedoseev, but with time on his clock, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to try and grind down a small positional advantage. Tanya, what do you make of the early exchanges here?
It's really interesting because usually in a Catalan, if black is able to successfully get the c5 break in the center and sort of challenge white's d4 pawn, you feel that you've neutralized, all of the opening edge. But in this, it comes at the cost of a bishop pair that's been given to Fedoseev as well. So still far from complete equality for Jan. And I like the speed with which Fedoseev is playing. So I think, David, I did say that Jan would be a favorite, but I'm also quite happy to see the way Fedoseev has handled the opening part of it. Now, you mentioned that bishop on a5. To me, it looks trapped.
Yeah, this is a really cunning move. Wasn't on my radar from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, pawn takes pawn would be a huge blunder here, huge mistake, because the queen would recapture. And like you said, Tanya, the bishop is trapped. At the moment, it still takes black 2 moves to attack it. So I think there's some time for white to solve those issues. Maybe pawn to a3 at an opportune moment, just to break the kind of connection between the white queen and bishop, to try and reinstate that connection at least. The knight comes out, meanwhile, threatening to step forward. That would be a nice positional move, as long as he doesn't get his bishop trapped, Tanya. But okay, we'll see an exchange of those bishops. Question mark. Maybe he should have tried to win it rather than trade it. But okay, simplifying the position. And, Tanya, is he winning a pawn here, Fedoseev?
Oh, wow. I know. I see what you mean. So black can't take with the knight because queen takes pawn. And if you take with the queen connecting it to the pawn, knight retreating moves, right? Knight d3 comes in with a double attack, hitting the black queen and the pawn. David, it does look like an extra pawn. The bar rises up. And more importantly, Jan Nepomniachtchi slows down. I think you might be right.
Yeah. I think that bishop exchange, he just rushed a bit. He wanted to simplify things, but maybe he needed to be more concrete. Maybe that was the moment to spend 30 seconds, calculate, and try to trap that white bishop. Instead, he's lost a pawn. Exactly what you predicted has played out. And now black needs to go into damage limitation mode, whether that's, I don't know, clinging on, going into some position with active pieces, but a pawn down, or whether to try and counterattack here and now. He goes in. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how to seek compensation, but I'm expecting white to capture this pawn now. And maybe there's some tricks on the d file. That's his idea, Tanya.
But I would be tempted to just grab it with the knight as well, right? That knight is heading towards c6. Knight takes pawn. I don't think you have time to go queen takes pawn. You hit that rook. Knight getting really active in there. But maybe you have to calculate, because the rook can move to e8. So what really happens? And if not that, you take it with your queen, then you're allowing all those jumps of a pin on the d file. I'd be very tempted to go with this idea of getting the knight to c6.
Agreed. It looks very tempting. He actually does take with the queen, and it's a blunder. Apparently, Tanya, what's happened here?
Oh my goodness! No!
Wow.
Unbelievable. He's about to lose a piece. So he's going to lose material, David.
Oh, chess is so cruel. It's over just like that. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, look at his face. He knows he got away with one. I think he missed that knight takes knight would attack the white queen there. He thought he was trapping the black queen, but the counterattack against white's queen means black's just a simple piece up, a clear piece up. Queen anywhere now. Oh, wow.
And the thing is, as commentators, as chess fans, you're rooting for both these players. But we also know that Jan's made it through to Riyadh, and how much this means to Fedoseev, and it feels like you're in complete control of the opening. You're about to be a pawn up, but instead you blunder into a position where you're down an entire piece.
Mm-hmm. And the way it's happened as well, like he was so close that he just needed a draw with white in the previous game to lose twice in a row with white. That nearly never happens to a top player. And the way it's happened, it's just moments, Tanya. It's 3 moments this match has spun on. First 2 games, very level. Then it was a blunder of mate in one by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Previous game, it was just one slip by Fedoseev in a very tense position, but just one slip. And then here, a one-move blunder. And I mean, there's not much between them the rest of the game, but it's just these moments, these tactical alertness. And we did say something on the default. I must admit, I missed knight c5 as well, but it just smelt wrong. It felt wrong to get pinned. And yeah, there we go. Knight up for black, and it's a very strong knight as well.
David, you pointed it out, right? The pressure on the D line and just how important it was to be careful about that. And he had all the time in the world to just spend those extra minutes. You know, you're getting into this big advantage. He had an almost 3-minute lead right there where he blundered into this position. And now Jan is just unstoppable. He wins the piece. He's going all out against Fedoseev's king. Knight takes pawn coming in next. You don't even have enough resources to defend that. And it doesn't matter how much extra time you have on the clock now.
Yeah, 6 minutes left for Fedoseev, but he should have invested half of that 6 minutes in that one critical moment. He took right idea, just wrong order. He should have taken it with the knight instead. And like you said, planted his own knight on a strong square, probably up a pawn, or at least with a positional advantage, very minimum. And yeah, take your chances later when they come instead. Yeah, they disappeared, his chances, just in that one moment. And Nepomniachtchi is too classy a player to let this one slip. Yes, the knights are a bit stuck, glued to each other, but white's piece is equally stuck here, Tanya. And this one, it looks like he can just mop up the white pawns at will. Maybe he'll come in with his queen in the near future. Maybe he'll deal with this threat first. But I just don't see any chance of a comeback here, despite his time advantage for Fedoseev.
Yeah, this is just actually heartbreaking, just the whole narrative of this match, right? Even losing that fourth game from a position of strength where finally, and of course, full credit to Jan to create his own chances, to get that H-pawn rolling. It was in complete control. Fedoseev could have wrapped up the match then. And then right out of the opening, this happens. It's just, it's heartbreaking, honestly. You know, it becomes a big fight. In the end, anything goes wrong for one of the players. You feel like, hey, great Armageddon match. But this one, it's just tough to deal with.
Yeah, and there we go. It's an exchange. And now there is a nasty move, this knight move coming to the bottom of the board, winning the pinned bishop. I think we'll see a resignation any moment now. He plays on Fedoseev, but not out of any real hope here. 2 knights down and needing to win as well. This is, chess is so cruel, Tanya. We've all been there. We've all made blunders like that, but it just feels so harsh every time.
I think it's just 5 stages of Greece, and finally acceptance there as Fedoseev resigns. Jan Nepomniachtchi gets the win in the Armageddon, will stay in the winner's bracket, while Fedoseev drops down to the elimination bracket on his last life.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, I think, trying to hide the smile this time. He smiled even after he lost earlier. Maybe just staying in that good mood and great spirits was his recipe for victory today. He actually ended that last game there with checkmate, a very nice, picturesque checkmate with rook and 2 knights, one I've rarely seen before. But yeah, either way, he's the man of this moment, although it wasn't always smooth sailing.
And what a fighter, right, by Jan. He loses that game 3, but eventually bounces back with the black pieces in that game 4, takes it to Armageddon, and his opponent has 1 slip. And that's it. He immediately jumps and gets that win in, takes it in the Armageddon. Magnus Carlsen made it look so smooth and so easy against Vachier-Lagrave. That's what the scoreline will tell you. But you look deeper into that match and you see how many chances Maxime missed against the world #1. Hikaru Nakamura also took his match, 1 game to spare, 2.5 to half. Ding drops down, Nodebek up to Satrov, also the same scoreline. Here are our brackets one last time today, David. We said goodbye to 4 players. We'll have more eliminations tomorrow in our winners bracket. We've got 4 players who go through, and the matchups: Magnus Carlsen against Nodebek Abdusatrov. This is a match everyone loves to watch. The fans crave for it. It's going to be a fun one. And then Hikaru versus Jan also promises to be a fiery battle.
And in the losers bracket, on their last lives, as you mentioned, Tanya, it is Fedoseev now having to face Fabiano Caruana. Ding Liren, who drops down after that match against Nakamura, will face Vladislav Artemiev. Wei Yi against Aronian, who made it through a bit earlier. And Vachier-Lagrave against Arjun Erigaisi, who knocked out his countryman Gu Kesh. those are going to be fascinating. I'm sure there are many twists and turns ahead in those ones. I think all bets are off now, Tanya. I don't even know who to support, who to cheer for, because we're seeing the players just knock everything out of each other. But I'm for it, and it's been a lot of fun.
Well, there's so much at stake, so much on the line. It does guarantee and continues to be an absolute roller coaster. And David, regardless of who wins or loses, the chess world will keep winning even beyond the chess.com classic. Because everyone, buckle up. Norway chess is almost here. We're going to have 10 of the world's best players in Norway, including Magnus Carlsen and the world champion Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun as well, will compete for one of the most prestigious titles in classical chess and a prize fund of $160,000 to boot. The action begins on May 26th, and we're covering it all on Chess24 streams just for you. For everything that you need to know, visit go.chess.com/Norway25 or use the command Norway Chess in chat, and don't go anywhere. Use that command, get all that info, but stay right where you are, because we've got a very special interview in just a few. It is Fabiano Caruana who will be joining us. Send in your questions, chat. We'll be back.
I'll go for a safe bet, like a favorite chess piece. I think that's pretty easy.
Sounds good.
I think I already got it wrong. Let me take a look.
And one second, how does this guy look like?
No, this is difficult. Okay, this I can try.
Okay.
I'm going to be artistic on this one. I think I'm gonna skip this.
Yeah, do one more. We have time. You can do one more.
This does not look like what it's supposed to look like.
The start was really good. I was thinking this is the best by far today, but then you kind of derailed at some point.
That was really, really bad.
Okay, there you go.
Amazing.
It's a rook here.
That's a rook.
Yeah, brilliant information. Yeah, I thought you will think it's a knight or something, but...
Oh my god, drawing is hard.
Are you drawing the map now or the chess piece?
The knight.
Ah, the knight. Okay, perfect.
That's the worst knight. And I say this is knight. You have to believe
me. Okay, this looks good. Should have been a door somewhere. Should have been a door, but now no door from this. Or maybe we can make a door here, yeah? So all of a sudden. Impressive. Not really. And probably we should add some cat. But I'm not so sure my cat will be too nice, so. I'll just leave here.
I think we should keep this.
Yeah, we can keep it in the...
Like, out of the frame. It's so bad.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost the piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
Everybody has days where they just don't feel up for it. You look in the mirror and you're not your full self. Neurogum, energy and focus. I know a guy who uses the gum to help get ready for his day. and it tastes good. That's the energy and focus this guy needs to go bring smiles to the faces of chess pieces everywhere. There he is. That's my guy. Always forward, never back. Neurogum, helping little pawns feel big since 2015.
welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, we don't have Fabi, at least yet, with us, but you guys do have David and myself, and you just have to make do with that, because what an incredible day of chess it's been. And we will talk a little bit about all the action that we've seen. First up, David, let's bring up our bracket and just summarize. What a marathon, but also such an exciting day we've had, with so many ups and downs, turnaround. If you had to name one player, one MVP of today, tough one, who would it be for you?
Tanya, that is so tough. I mean, the players did it in very different fashions. If we focus on the winners bracket, first of all, for the players up there, Magnus got past Duda. It was quite smooth in the end. Yes, one or two shaky moments, but he made it look like he was in control. He then got past Vachier-Lagrave 3-0, 3-0, and you would think that that makes Magnus player of the day, but I don't know. It's still in my mind, that miraculous Houdini-esque escape from Magnus in the first game against Vachier-Lagrave, dead and buried almost. He suddenly capitalized on a blunder and won. Others did it in different ways. Abdusattorov, very stable, very secure. Nakamura, a bit up and down, but got the job done. I'm going to say, though, player of the day, Nepomniachtchi, just for digging deep, showing the audience that is what it takes to really succeed at any level, just to kind of overcome the inevitable lows that happen, the inevitable blunders, dips, and he clinched it in really nice fashion in the Armageddon. And Tanya, I'll let you wrap up the losers bracket, where we also saw some real drama.
A lot of drama, right? 4 players out of competition, knocked out. And there we've got in our losers round 1, we had Fabi take his win against Duda and then go on. And I'm a little confused with this bracket. We also had Artemiev win against Lazovic. Prag, he lost to Levon. He's out. Gukesh also knocked out. David, for the Indian fans, I think today has been a very, well, not a great day, right? Gukesh, the world champion, knocked out. Prag knocked out. And then eventually as well for Arjun. Now he goes on through. We've got still action coming up. Tomorrow, they continue to play. And I was just wondering that you mentioned, and this is what I was thinking about when we had our losers bracket, and that's why I was a little lost, not to mention that it's 1:30 in the morning in India, so I'm sorry about that, chat. David, Jan Nepomniachtchi, the man of the day, the MVP for you. And I get it, right? Winning in that dramatic final Armageddon against Fedosiev. And I was thinking, if David Howell had his player's card here for the Chess.com Classic, where would Jan Nepomniachtchi's resourcefulness today rank in that? And if you just had to give some scores on it.
It's in the 90s. Putting me on the spot here, Tanya. I need to crunch the numbers, work with the algorithms, you know, look at all the games in detail. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, resourcefulness, very high, especially actually in that must-win 4th game of his match against Fedosiev. A draw not enough, worst position with black. He found a way to keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. I'm going to give him a 92.
92. You tell us, chat, was that harsh or was that fair in David's words? Let's bring up our losers bracket one more time now that I've got my head around it, and tell everyone what is the action that is coming up tomorrow. We saw Fabi, he eliminated Duda. Artemiev took down Lazovic. Praggnanandhaa out of the battle. Aronian getting the win. Gukesh out of the battle. Arjun getting the win. And the action coming up tomorrow. These players, these 8 players, are on their last life. 4 more will be eliminated. We get Fedosiev against Fabi. We get Liren versus Artemiev, where he plays Levon. And it's going to be MVL, who had so many chances, David, today against Magnus. You mentioned the first game, but let's not forget, he also had a huge advantage in that second game. He will take on Arjun Aragaisi, who's already booked his spot into Riyadh. So pressure on team vitality, on MVL. For Arjun, he can just sit back, enjoy, give it his best.
Exactly, and that's what he did to defeat Gukesh in a losing position in the second game. Arjun still looked chilled and still was able to guide things through. Either way, those players on their last lives, so much at stake. We talk about Riyadh, and we'll talk about it more in days to come. It's the highlight of the summer for a lot of the players here, the Esports World Cup, and that's where the players, that's why they're competing here. All of the best players in the world, they're fighting for it. They want their spot. They want the points for their teams, for themselves, the money too. And Tanya, yeah, ups and downs for all the players today, but more to come. Plenty more action ahead.
So much action ahead. And, you know, we were talking about the players card, David Howell. I will tell you in the commentators card, you're 100, 100, 100 on each of those criterias. And it's been awesome calling the action with you today. What a marathon day of chess it's been, chat, but a super entertaining one as well. And again, the road to Riyadh, it really heats up as the action continues in the chess.com Classic. It's all about finishing in the top 12 on the leaderboard to punch your ticket. And we will be back with all the action. On the call will be Aman Hamilton and Levy Rosman. You definitely don't want to miss tomorrow. It's a sign off from David and myself. This was awesome chat. We'll see you soon.